I seriously doubt that my system has gone a little crazy. Clearly, I am in the peaceful era of the blue star, but the system insists that this is an extremely dangerous fantasy world. While I was having a meal in the bathroom, I accidentally stepped on a cockroach, but the system claimed that I used magic to kill a king-level star beast. When I was reading in the library, a little girl walked in, and the system insisted that it detected the aura of the Empress, asking me to immediately kneel down and pay respects to her. However, considering the various abnormalities of the dog system before, since the dog system is so absurd, I deliberately went against its wishes. If it wanted me to worship the other as a master, then I would make the other worship me as a master. As a result, after the other completed the ceremony of worshipping me as a master, the system unexpectedly gave me a reward with a 100-fold increase. Good heavens, my guess was right after all. At this moment, I looked at Li Zixuan with satisfaction. She is now comprehending the process of swordsmanship, her face flushed, breathing lightly, her hair sticking to the fragrant sweat, tightly against her skin. The more I look at this appearance, the more pleasing it becomes to my eyes. Not bad, she truly deserves to be the future empress. The reward that can be burst out is luxurious. Seeing Li Zixuan meditating, I didn't want to disturb her. Since I had received the reward, I quietly left Duanyue Mountain and went to a slightly more distant valley. This place was secluded and deep, a good place to check the reward. Alright, let me see what good stuff there is. I gathered my thoughts, and with a clear mind, the crisp sound of swords rang out. The purple starlight soared into the sky, condensing into a 3-foot-6-inch long sword. Such a divine sword appearing must be accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. I look up at the night sky. The sky is full of rosy clouds, which have long covered the bright moon and stars, forming a magnificent and grand celestial phenomenon. In the city center, neon lights flicker, traffic flows incessantly. Passers-by stop to look at the suburban night sky, all amazed and quickly take out their phones to take pictures. For a moment, the whole city was shaken. The entire city center turned into chaos, and the traffic became chaotic in an instant. The originally spacious road leading to the suburbs was directly congested to a standstill. People heard the sound of clothes breaking through the wind above their heads. The black shadows swayed, and when they looked up, they saw several powerful star martial artists displaying exquisite martial arts skills, swiftly bypassing the congested road like lightning shadows. Many strong individuals in Shanghai City heard the news and all rushed towards the secluded valley. Li Lao, you are knowledgeable and experienced. Have you ever seen such an unusual celestial phenomenon? This celestial phenomenon seems more like the manifestation of some kind of exotic treasure. My thoughts are the same as yours. And the shopkeeper nodded in agreement. The ancient book says, if there is purple gas between the stars of the Big Dipper and Nyo, then the essence of the sword will penetrate the great ear. The shopkeeper means, is this the birth of a divine sword? Li Laoyan raised his white eyebrows in surprise and uncertainty. Yes, even in ancient times, there were signs of purple air, and in the place corresponding to that celestial phenomenon, the Dragon Spring and Tai swords were excavated. The innkeeper looked at the distant rosy sky and speculated. Now that there are celestial phenomena, we must not sit idly by. This is natural. Li Lao nodded, suddenly remembered something, looked towards the mountain valley road. Xiaoxian, that girl is comprehending the swordway nearby, hoping not to be affected. Meanwhile, on the Broken Peak Mountain, Li Zixuan slowly opened her eyes. A trace of sword aura surged out, and then it seemed to hide invisibly as if sheathed. Finally succeeded. But at this moment, the peaceful atmosphere around her made her come to her senses. Where is the master? Looking around in confusion, Li Zixuan suddenly noticed the rosy light on the nearby mountaintop. The rosy light rising to cover the night sky, making her lose focus for a moment. It's so beautiful. Did the master make it? Without caring about the mystery, Li Zixuan went straight to the destination. While on the other side, I was lying on the grass, enjoying the rosy clouds with a comfortable face. The purple Wei divine sword lay by his side, casually placed on the edge of the grass. If those cultivators knew that the divine weapon was placed like this, they would probably be furious on the spot. Not bad. The rosy clouds are indeed quite beautiful, similar to those auroras in the Arctic. I yawned, feeling bored after putting away the Z-Wei divine sword. It's time to accept the next wave of rewards. I opened the panel to check the information, and the reward after the Z-Wei sword is the Grandmaster level sword intent. Did it just directly give me the Grandmaster level? My mouth twitched, completely baffled by this reward. As far as I know, the sword intent levels in this world are roughly divided into 5 realms: embryonic form, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, and Grandmaster. But now, with this wave of Empress taking me as her disciple, the system has directly maxed me out. Alright, 100-fold reward is awesome. If I were to follow the normal process of taking a master, The damn system would probably just give me an embryonic form realm to slowly level up. Then, with a single thought, I directly integrated the Grandmaster's sword intent. In the next moment, the majestic sword intent exploded, with myself as the center, crushing the grass, trees, and rocks several meters around me. The terrifying sword intent gradually spread, soon covering the entire mountain top, forming an insurmountable oppressive cage. Outside the mountain, the sound of clothes and voices intertwined, and many strong individuals from Jianghai City who rushed over stopped in their tracks, not daring to advance even a bit further. All of them were extremely horrified, warning each other not to get any closer. The oppressive sword intent was so terrifying, there must be a Grandmaster level expert in the valley. Could it be that a master is currently battling a star beast? Star beast treasure. Is it the master who broke the peak with a sword last time? They speculated one after another, but no one came close to the truth. Only Li Zixuan, who was rushing over, sensed the sword intent, instantly understood everything, and excitement flashed in her beautiful eyes. Master! It must be the master's sword intent, and at this moment, I also feel the presence of many strong people outside the valley. It's troublesome to attract so many people just by rewarding myself. Forget it. Anyway, these guys can't get in. After a moment, I absorbed the sword intent of the Grandmaster level. A leaf fell, rolled up by the gentle wind in front of me. I picked up the leaf and threw it towards the stone wall beside me. One leaf led to 100 leaves, unexpectedly forming a rushing force like a torrent, carrying the majestic and surging sword intent completely into the rock wall. Even if there is no sword by my side, everything in the world can be used as a sword. This is the essence of the master level sword intent. Cool. The feeling of becoming stronger made me relax a bit, but soon it became urgent again because the rewards have not been fully absorbed. The next emperor level martial arts, the sky-cutting sword art, is the real deal. Without comprehending the master level sword intent, I will always be an outsider and will never be able to comprehend any emperor level martial arts. After everything is ready, I gave the command to the system to start comprehending the sky-cutting sword art. With a command, the purple way divine sword in the body seemed to sense something, bursting out with a crisp sword cry. Immediately, the sky dimmed, the pleasant scenery in the valley changed completely, the vegetation withered, the land decayed, and a strong pungent smell of blood rushed over. Qin Yang's face was grave as he looked around at the frightening scene. Illusion? This is an illusion brought about by the sense? The soles of his feet were a sea of corpses and blood, sticky blood soaking the dirt, as if he were in a swamp, and the earth was like a purgatory. Immediately after, he looked up and actually saw a person in white in front of him. His face was obscure. His left hand held a long sword that had not yet been sheathed. His right hand pressed and clasped on top of the hilt, poised to strike, his breath inwardly restrained, as if it were an omen of the heavens before a thunderstorm. And around that white-robed man were countless evil demons. The evil demons that covered the sky hissed and surrounded him in the center. They roared and roared, but they didn't dare to come forward to apply pressure. They were only afraid to scratch the ground. In contrast to the two, such a bizarre sight could not help but make Qin Yang freeze. Who's really besieging who? Yet just as he was thinking about it, the next moment, Madaka, a clear sound of a sword being drawn and sheathed, as if it were a dragon's roar, coming. Qin Yang concentrated on the white-clothed guest. When a sword is sheathed, heaven and earth are broken. Put, put, put. The sounds of blood and flesh slashing were constant, as if they were connected together, creating a synchronized overlapping sound, as countless monstrous demonic heads flew up and down, and a rain of blood fell in succession. Killing intent. Like a group of mountains, a sea tide of killing intent erupted, instantly sweeping across the entire valley. The people outside the valley trembled and shivered as much as they could, and some, even more, fell straight to the ground, oozing yellow soup on the spot. That high man has struck. Impossible. This terrifying killing intent. Just how powerful is the star beast inside? I can't stand it anymore. I'm getting out of here. So if any of you want to take the treasure, go ahead and grab it. I'm not fucking playing anymore. In a flash, the crowds that had gathered outside the valley dispersed in a panic. Elderly. What the hell is going on here? The librarian pressed down the fear in his heart and tried to keep his composure as he nervously asked with the dean beside him. And just as he turned his head, he noticed that there were actually old tears on Dean's face. Is this crying in fear? Queer. Whirling around, the librarian realized it was a look of tears of joy. I've been obsessed with the way of the sword all my life. I've traveled to all 4 seas and worshipped the great masters of the way of the sword to learn. And finally I've perceived it. Elderly looked at the valley from afar, filled with hot tears, and murmured, Imperial-level sword martial arts. Upon hearing this, it dawned on the curator instantly. Elderly's sword Dao attainment was located at the peak of the 3 of them in the innate realm, and he was able to feel more sword intent. And just now, the sword Dao aura contained within that killing intent was such that it actually caused Li Lao, a martial arts nerd, to shed tears over it. Thinking about this, the pavilion master was deeply shocked and looked into the valley along with Elderly. Just what kind of terrifying star beast could force Senior to display such a powerful killing move? Who? Inside the valley, Qin Yang, who had finished his enlightenment, exhaled a long breath of turbid air. It's finally done. As that white-clothed swordsman drew his sword and cut the sky, all the illusions dissipated like a tidal wave. All the movement essentials and the direction of the flow of true essence related to the heavenly zenith drawing sword technique were all integrated into Qin Yang's brain. This emperor-level martial art is truly terrifying as hell. Qin Yang raised his eyes and looked around. As far as the eye could see, the valley was littered with wretched carvings, the rock walls suffering from brutal ravages. This was all a horrifying sight formed by his own unconscious mobilization of the surrounding barren grass and withered leaves along with the sword intent during the comprehension process just now. A little sleepy, Qin Yang yawned. Comprehending an emperor-level martial art consumed a lot of essence. Next, only the last 50 years of cultivation remained to be absorbed. But at this moment, Qin Yang no longer had the excitement he had before. After all, after seeing that sword drawer's vigor, in contrast to him, this so-called innate realm was nothing more than a frog in the bottom of a well. There is a stronger realm of strength on the top, and as a great man himself, born in heaven and earth, how can he be depressed for a long time to live under people? Dog system, hurry up and absorb 50 years of cultivation. Make it quick. Your father, I'm going home. Qin Yang stretched and propped himself up from the ground. In between thoughts, 50 years of cultivation was poured into his body, the peak of the innate realm, one step across. With his work done, Qin Yang yawned and directly left quietly. 2 hours later, as Qin Yang left, the killing intent oppression he had emitted finally dispersed for the most part. Go, pavilion master. Follow the old man inside and take a look. Elderly, who was waiting outside the valley, spoke in a deep voice and greeted the remaining Shanghai city powerhouses around him. That lord's aura has dispersed, and it seems that he has really left, so those who are bold should follow me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he took an arrow step and couldn't wait to enter the valley. The other Shanghai city powerhouses looked at each other in disbelief, and eventually followed closely behind him. The crowd walked into the valley and were immediately shocked by the sight before them. The valley was craggy and high. The interlocking and horizontal engravings were clearly visible. There was a flow of sword intent in the air, and the majestic sword chi formed a mountain wind. It had just become a treasure trove of sword paths. End of chapter. 027 Sword Valley, the holy land of martial arts. The next day, the morning light was bright. Everyday life still goes on. Qin Yang got up early in the morning and came to the library to clock in for work, but as soon as he entered the door, he noticed that there were a lot of coworkers whispering and holding their cell phones to discuss something quietly. Vaguely, I could hear words like Kasumigaseki and suburbia. Qin Yang didn't need to think much and knew straight away that it was about the commotion he had made last night. Making a bit of a commotion indeed. Qin Yang helplessly scratched his head, opened his cell phone and swiped the new hot search, and it was no surprise. He himself had once again ascended to the #1 hot search. The net was buzzing with activity, and countless news self-media outlets caught wind of the situation and directly sent the words related to Sword Dao Strongman to the top of the list. Many netizens in the comments section showed up to show off their photos of the celestial event they took last night, with a mix of true and false news and conflicting claims. Shocking, the mysterious Sword Dao powerhouse has once again appeared in Shanghai City. Figure. JPG, this is the picture I took at that time. The sky was filled with haze. All the star martial artist experts in the city rushed over there. It's outrageous. I heard my friend say that he even heard a star beast hissing. That powerful person was actually fighting with the star beasts. More and more comments poured in. Hearsay. And in the end even the immortals came down to earth. Good guy. Even having met me face to face, he can give a blow like this. This session of netizens is really capable of blowing up. Qin Yang would smile and put away his cell phone without thinking. There's no point in reading any further. According to the speed of the netizens bragging, if he hadn't been crowned a god in reality, he would have been the first to be crowned a god in the network. As he was collecting his cell phone, Qin Yang moved forward to the punch card machine to punch the card. And then he met Xia He, who walked in the door. Yo, old Qin, you're here quite early today. Xia He, with two panda eyes, tiredly greeted with a false look on his face. Obviously the aftermath of last night's Buckingham fight. The face was withered and the lips were white, as if they might fall at any moment. You're still taking a work vacation here, aren't you? Qin Yang swept Xia He a few times and teased with a smile. Don't die in front of your buddies later. Fuck you, old Qin, I told you not to come last night. So I had to eat double by myself. Xia He bared his teeth, punching his card and walking side by side with Qin Yang. last night almost didn't leave me in Buckingham. Saying that, he remembered last night's hot search and couldn't help but pound his chest. As a result, he also fucking missed that Zixia shocking scene. Alas, I should have known that I wouldn't go to Buckingham. You'd better forget it, where the fight is not a fight. You stay honest in Buckingham. Just don't mess around. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and lightly laughed as he continued to flirt. After all, just with Xiaohe's cultivation at the Hotian Second Realm, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to enter the valley before being torn apart by the turbulence of sword intent that he had unleashed at that moment. Going to join in the fun is also a waste of life. Can only be in the periphery of thousands of meters to watch from afar. Yet just then, Qin Yang swept Xiaohe's realm twice. Suddenly, I realized something was wrong. Only vaguely, the star power escaping from Xiaohe's body was much stronger than before. Although it was still just very weak, it had actually reached the third level of the Hotian realm. Ha, this kid broke through? Qin Yang froze for a moment, slightly surprised. Breaking through to the third level of the Hotian overnight was by no means an easy task even for ordinary people. But how did Xiaohe break through? Is it hard to believe that there is actually such a benefit to doing that? Just as Qin Yang was doubting, Xiaohe's confident voice once again came from his ears. Old Qin, say out you may not believe. Yesterday told you to go to Buckingham, you do not go. Did not expect it? Small master I dashing one night, but also even a breakthrough. Xiaohe had a smug look on his face and leaned back tactically. Little master, I'm also in the Hotian triple realm now. Look for me to cover you if anything happens in the future. Hearing this, the corner of Qin Yang's mouth curled up slightly as he tried to suppress a smile. Thank goodness for professional training, or I would have really laughed out loud. What, you don't believe me? Seeing this, Xiaohe immediately rolled up his sleeves and said, I'm not blowing water with you. Old Qin, believe. Of course I do. Qin Yang smiled and asked perfunctorily, how did you kid do it? Humph, old Qin, I still say, if you want to know, you'll know when you come to Buckingham with me. Xiaohe covered his face and invited with a smile. Next time for sure. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and waved his hand perfunctorily. Don't talk about it. This kid is covering his ass, always trying to set himself up. One is not so easily taken. Anyway, there's plenty of time in the future. Come what may. And one day the truth will come out. A few moments of small talk ensued before the two quickly parted ways and headed to their respective posts to begin their work. The first floor of the library is quiet and pleasant, with the scent of ink and books faintly wafting in the air, and the sound of books being flipped gently clattering. Rows and rows of bookshelves swung into view. Qin Yang, after many days of groping for fish, skillfully found a dead end of the surveillance area to crouch, avoiding everyone's eyes. According to the strength of mine right now, killing an unusual sect master in seconds will not be a problem. He stretched out his palm, his fingertips escaping with majestic star power, and began to liquidate the 50 years of cultivation he had gained last night. A full 50 years of cultivation. In just one night's work, he had allowed himself to reach the peak of the innate realm, comparable to a step to heaven, plus that emperor-level sword Dao martial art and divine sword Violet. With the help of these divine armor, there's nothing wrong with us crushing a few masters in the innate realm, right? To say they are a bunch of brothers is an understatement. Hiss, words, this dog system 100 times increase, only to give reward 50 years of cultivation, than it originally planned. To give me how much? Qin Yang frowned slightly and pondered for a while, then simply stopped looking into it, turning back to the excitement of working to touch the fish. In the following days, Zhanghai City was in turmoil. The persistent purple haze celestial phenomenon above the valley was finally dispersing. The sky returned to its usual night sky, but the valley affair intensified and is still festering. At this moment, just outside the valley, the cordon had long been drawn. Rows of Star Armed Forces Division vehicles coming in and out, and loaded guards could be seen everywhere. And just above them, there hovered the superintendent commander and elderly, taking in the big picture and looking at the busy people inside. Elderly, do you mean to suggest that this valley be open to the public? The commander overlooked the underground crowd and discussed with elderly in a deep voice. Well, the sword chi in this valley is everywhere. It's a treasure trove of enlightenment for star martial artists who cultivate swords. Elderly nodded slightly and said softly, since it was created by that senior, we in Zhanghai City cannot monopolize it either. I see. You are indeed generous. Elderly, the commander lamented. No, commander, I wouldn't dare to say that. All of this is the masterpiece of that senior. We are merely bearing his favor and passing it on to the world. Good. I'll report your wishes in the next few days and see what the higher-ups think. The next few days passed. After high-level discussions, the city of Zhanghai eventually named the valley Sword Valley, thanks to the rich sword intent in it. Sword Valley had also naturally become the holy land of martial arts in Zhanghai City. In the years to come, Swordsmen from all over the world came from thousands of miles away on a pilgrimage to observe the true understanding of the sword intent therein, and together they forged a beautiful story. End of chapter. 028 with Senior here. This bloodthirsty devilworm is not enough to worry about. Time passed, and a week later, all kinds of information on the internet is endless. The news about the Valley of the Sword is also gradually returned to the quiet. The lives of the citizens were then restored to their usual tranquility, and there was no more sight of any demonic beings out in the world, or star beasts infesting the area. Many citizens also regarded that day's purple haze of heavenly light as a symbol of auspicious signs, and they thanked the master for his help, and even took the initiative to look for the master's shadow all over the streets. And right in a nondescript rental house, Xinjiang ate half an apple and looked at the people below through the shutters, having long since taken these search teams in his stride. Hey, why does it feel like I'm getting more and more fanboys and fangirls? Xinjiang couldn't help but shake his head with some emotion. He had no intention of showing himself to these people who were looking for him. Like the path of becoming an iconic hero or something is not for you, and you can be whoever you like. One just wants to be a plain little administrator, touching fish every day and living a nice little life. Lay flat and be done with it. It's nice not to fight. Xinjiang finished nibbling the last bite of the apple and continued to sink into the enlightenment space for enlightenment. Today was a rare weekend, and it was the right time to raise the comprehension of the Jintian sword drawing technique from a minor to a major accomplishment. Xinjiang closed his eyes and concentrated, pondering over the details of this emperor-level martial art. The Jintian sword drawing technique tier was extremely high. Without a sound, the sharpness is hidden, and the end seems to be in a state of readiness. However, the moment the hidden sword was unsheathed, it was like a swift thunder and extreme shadow, and the heaven and earth roared to an end. Such a horribly powerful sword path. It is difficult to comprehend thoroughly. During the comprehension process in the valley that day, one introduced the white-clothed swordsman's figure into one's mind, but one would have to practice the sensation more in order to actually perform it. Even if it was just a tiny difference of a fraction of a second, some sword cultivators would have to spend decades of their lives to realize it. This is the difficulty of the sword Dao. No wonder there are so few sword Dao masters, and they're regarded as guests of honor by all forces, competing for them. Hard, hard, hard. Xinjiang shook his head with emotion. But it's good that we have the space for enlightenment. Come, enlightenment space, deduce and fuse for me. Xinjiang's thoughts moved as he concentrated on recalling the sword technique in his mind. Next moment, buzz, the purple-violet sword roared in response, and the figure of that white-clothed swordsman, once again, surfaced. Only at first the picture in his mind was still a bit blurry, and he couldn't even see the details of his sword grip very well. But with the strengthening of the Antipodean enlightenment, it doesn't take a moment. All the fuzzy details dissipated as much as they could. Soon, the swordsman's figure was clearly visible, as if it was a holographic projection, with every detail clearly visible. A large amount of muscle memory was formed, and with minor to major success, the Jintian sword drawing technique worked like a charm. It's done. Xinjiang slowly opened his eyes, pleasantly surprised, and couldn't wait to experiment with the power. But it's definitely not a good idea to take Violet out and try it. I'm afraid that if I don't just sheath my sword, this whole building will be split open. Xinjiang looked left and right and finally picked up the fruit knife he had used to peel the apple earlier. Come to the window and open it. A gentle breeze came, and white clouds rolled in the sky. Just you. Xinjiang squeezed the handle of the knife with his right hand and clutched the plastic sheath with his left hand, and gently pulled it towards the white clouds in the distant sky. Madaka! The metal blade rubbed against the plastic with a smattering of inaudible sheathing sounds. Next moment, the magnificent sea of clouds split into two, revealing the clear blue sky in the center, forming a spectacular scene like the Great Rift Valley in East Africa. The crowd at the bottom looked up at the sky and were all dumbfounded. Superintendent Starfish. Inside the conference room, the silence was oppressive. In the PPT on display, the information on the searches of the bloodthirsty demons in the past few days was being put on display. The three ascended realm powerhouses of Jianghai City gathered once again to discuss the results of this search. Recently, after our superintendent's search, it was found that all of this bloodthirsty demons have gone extinct. The commander looked at the PowerPoint on it and said in a deep voice, "No one has been killed. It's as if they're all hiding. I wonder what you all think? As I see it, I'm afraid that there are two possibilities for these bloodthirsty demon insects to be hiding." Elderly stroked his beard and said slowly, "Two possibilities?" When the commander heard this, his expression was solemn and he said with a straight face, "I wish to hear more. Elderly, tell us in detail. There's no need to be so polite. Only is just a bit of humble opinion." Elderly shook his head and said in a low voice, "One of the reasons is simple. It is related to the previous Sword Dao seniors. The bloodthirsty demon bugs may have sensed it and didn't dare to act rashly, and have temporarily laid down their arms. As soon as the words fell, the pavilion master and the commander nodded their heads in recognition. Since that day when the purple haze heavenly sign appeared, not to mention this bloodthirsty devil worm, even the star beasts outside the 100-mile radius of Jianghai City all chose to retreat from the humans due to this terrifying sword Dao aura. Don't dare make any rash moves, afraid of angering that strong man and bringing about the destruction of his tribe. And what about this second reason, Elder Li? The pavilion master asked next in a deep voice. The second reason? That's not so good. Li Lao frowned tightly, slowly said, if this bloodthirsty devil worm is not hiding, out of fear, then it is only possible that it has already sucked enough blood, and the consequences are unimaginable. As Elder Li's words fell, the faces of the people in the conference room stared. The gravity of the situation was quickly realized. A crisis as great as this should not be underestimated. If the foreign bugs were to come out at that time, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the people would be devastated. I also wonder if that Kendo Senior is still downtown, Elder Li said hopefully. If we can obtain his assistance, the suppression of this bloodthirsty demon worm would be nothing more than a matter of palms. What Elder Li said is exactly right. But we, the Star Marshal Police Division, can't just wait around. The commander's face was grim as he said in a low voice, I have already prepared for the worst, and have currently locked down the bloodthirsty demon worm's nest. With that, he changed the PPT in his hand to the next page, showing the satellite location of Lazarus Lake. When the library owner saw this, he was shocked. It's even here? Jianghai City's largest freshwater lake. Every day a large number of citizens and tourists to go. If the real outbreak of pests will certainly cause numerous deaths and injuries. That's right. The commander nodded his head and said in a cold voice, but the area of this glazed water lake is too big. All I can do today is to send people to blockade the scene and prohibit others from entering. Then a large number of Hotian realm experts were sent to station nearby. But this guarding is not a solution after all. Elder Li sniffed and sighed softly. We have to be prepared for the worst possible response. In the meantime, the bottom of the glazed water lake, the water was sputtering and the fish were extinct in a big way. Inside the jagged rocky cavern, the bloodthirsty locusts moved slowly, their fat and dark bodies resembling a pile of rotten meat, expanding and growing monstrously. It was as if it was about to fill the cavern. A layer of scarlet and bizarre bloodlight covered the top, with a horrifying and appalling aura. End of chapter. 029 asked the host to send the female emperor's disciple forward to slay the blood demon. 3 days later, at noon, the blazing sun was like fire, causing the surface of the glazed water lake to steam up with a large amount of water vapor under the high temperature baking, and some twisted air trembling could be faintly seen. Massive schools of dead fish surfaced on the surface of the lake, emitting an unmistakably fishy stench. Buzz off. The large green head of flies gathered on the dead fish as if it were a black cloud of wang calls, making you want to vomit. All of Team 3, go man the southeast corner. Team 4, take the north corner. A calm commanding command sounded. The commander stood on the shore and distributed orders in an orderly fashion. Multiple teams of heavily armed guards moved at the sound of the noise, holding rifles with pressurized magazines, sealing off all corners of the glazed water lake, all looking nervously at the lake. Dozens of Hotian realm star martial artists then hovered above the heads of these guards. A strong star power was emitted, almost forming a substantial pressure. Borrowing these star pressures, they enveloped the area around the glazed water lake, instantly forming a field of perception unique to star martial artists. As soon as there is a breeze underwater, it will all be noticed at first. At this moment, the situation was critical and it was already at the point of imminence. Elder Li, Pavilion Master. On the shore, the commander nodded his head in greeting toward the two men who had just arrived. TSK, the smell, it's heavy. The librarian lightly covered her mouth and nose, her brow furrowing as she said, just how many schools of fish did the bloodthirsty devil worms under that water eat? I'm afraid the entire ecosystem of Lake Lazarus has been destroyed. The commander shook his head in bitterness and looked at the lake. Judging by the density of these swarms of blood and fish corpses that have surfaced, we have tentatively identified a few areas. But the problem is, this underwater isn't our humans' home turf after all, and once we fall into the water, even a star martial artist in the late Hotian realm won't be able to put their hands and feet up well. What the commander said is very true. Elder Li sniffed and nodded slightly, understanding the commander's hardship. It is never wise to go to war underwater. It is extremely unfavorable for your side. For one thing, the underwater environment is bizarre and unpredictable. Even a star martial artist who was good with water wouldn't dare to go deeper. The second is that the waterside star beasts have a special enchantment under the water. The home front and water affinity alone can make these beasts several times stronger and far more dangerous than on land. Even with the advantage of being an innate realm powerhouse, Elder Li and the others didn't dare to go directly under the water. It's not impossible to give yourself a watery grave with one wrong move. Elder Lee, you are very knowledgeable. Do you have a way to lure this beast out? The commander asked with a gloomy and worried face. Don't worry, Commander. Since I'm here, I'm naturally not here to watch the fun. Elder Lee stroked his white beard and looked at the bloody lake in the distance and said, the method of this fishing lure is actually very simple, and it can be found out from the surface of this lake. The lake? Both the commander and the pavilion master were stunned and confused at the words. What's that supposed to mean? Is it hard to believe that the wool comes off the sheep's back? They followed Elder Lee's instructions and looked toward that lake, only to see floating corpses floating everywhere on the surface of the glazed water lake, the blood water rendered as if a blood mirror. But, what does this have to do with the fishing lure method? Seeing their confused looks, Elder Lee smiled faintly and continued to point out, have you two ever thought about one thing? This locust is already bloodthirsty by nature, greedily devouring all blood, as a result of which it now only kills fish without absorbing the blood of these fish? What do you mean? Your old man? At those words, the librarian came to a sudden realization and suddenly tapped his head and said, this locust is no longer satisfied with unusual blood? Not bad. The pavilion master is well-read and intelligent. Elder Lee nodded his head in approval. Now that the locust is killing the fish without taking blood, it means that it wants more powerful blood to nourish it. And what we have to do is very simple. We only need to find a few low-ranked star beasts to come over and cut their necks and bleed on the shore to lure this beast out of its hole. A good method. Thanks for waking up, Elder Lee. The commander of the Star Marshal Police Department on the side nodded his head and arched his hand in thanks. He then turned around and immediately went to dispatch the guards on a mission to capture the star beast. Elder Lee and the pavilion master, on the other hand, stood in place, looking at the busy figures on the shore, their faces as heavy as water. After all, this bloodletting to attract monsters has only just begun. What to do next with the bloodthirsty demon worm? That's the real kicker. In the meantime, library, Old Chin, by the way, why haven't you been going to the Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy lately? Xiaohe and Qin Yan leaned against the railing of the first floor and skillfully teamed up to touch the fish. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Li Zixuan, who appeared not far away, serene and peaceful, quietly cupping and reading the tome on the round table with an extremely focused expression. However, Qin Yang didn't react much to her appearance this time, and didn't even slant his eyes to look over. This couldn't help but make Xiaohe wonder. Not long ago, Qin Yang was following her like a madman. Why are you suddenly so bored and don't care at all today? What am I doing in the Budo Academy for nothing? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and casually perfunctorily said, Xiaohe's test. It's always been you boys putting on a show for me before. When have you ever seen me in the academy? You, hiss, I. When Xiaohe heard this, he sucked in a breath of air and was instantly dumbfounded by his dislike. On second thought, it does seem to be the case. It was true that he had never seen Qin Yang enter the courtyard with his own eyes. The last time that this cutoff was only halfway. There was no evidence to speak of. Holy shit, count on you, kid. Xiaohe let out a low grunt and skimmed his head to look away. There was a lot of bickering between the two. Li Zixuan, who was reading a book in the distance, looked up at the sound and glanced over. Is that the administrator from last time? Li Zixuan frowned slightly, still having some impression of Qin Yang. After all, the last time he came out of the blue to ask for his name, it was really hard to erase the impression. Forget it, it's none of my business. Li Zixuan shook her head and lowered her head to continue concentrating on her book. The tome in his hand was none other than the platform for the true explanation of the Qingfeng sword technique. Such a crude and easy-to-understand introductory book. Li Zixuan would not even look at it more than once before. But today, she was watching with great interest. It actually really does fit in with the one sword opening heavenly gate in many ways. Li Zixuan's eyes swept over the notes and explanations in the book, feeling more and more shocked. The swordsmanship that my teacher passed on to me was actually really stripped down to these introductory sword paths. Worthy of a teacher, to create such an exquisite sword technique using only the basic sword paths that can be found everywhere. Li Zixuan's heart fluttered, and her admiration for her mentor's talent grew. I don't know when the next time I meet a teacher will be again. Just then, in the distance, Qin Yang had ended his rest from touching the fish and was preparing to go back to continue working. Suddenly, a horrible scent of blood came from outside the library. Is this the direction of the glazed water lake? Qin Yang's face showed a strange color as his eyes looked in the direction of the window. Immediately afterward, he heard the system's prompt ring out in his head. Ding! Blood demon appearance detected. Extremely dangerous. Please host as soon as possible to escape. No! Please host immediately, send the female emperor disciple to go. Kill the blood demon. End of chapter. 033 Great Innates vs Bloodthirsty Locust. Let my empress disciple go and kill the blood demons? After hearing the system prompt, Qin Yang frowned and glanced at Li Zixuan, who was reading a book. It was only at the level of the Hotian 8th realm. With her current level of cultivation, what could she take to fight the blood demon? What's the difference between that and getting killed for nothing? This dog system is really the same as always, not reliable at all. A little bit of wisdom, but not much. Qin Yang shook his head, indicating that he had gradually gotten used to it. 500 years of misplaced time. One should never go along with this system. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really won't even get any benefits. That said, now that the blood demon has appeared in the world, so if I personally kill it afterward, will I be able to obtain a new reward? Qin Yang thought to himself, suddenly remembering the previous 100-fold reward increase. If you want to eat a big wave of the dog system, then you should never follow its routine. And this bloodthirsty locust's head still had to be taken by himself. That's right. Think about it. Qin Yang's thoughts came to life and he sensed in the direction of the glazed water lake. The terrifying aura from the blood demon grew thicker, as if it could appear at any moment. This wave of head rewards was a must for myself. If we're late and someone else cuts us off, it'll be a blood loss. One thought to this. Qin Yang no longer hesitated and decisively left the railing, ready to head for the door. Hey, old Qin, where are you going? Seeing this, Xia He immediately reached out to stop him and said, it's still time to go to work. I'm going out to do some shopping, so look after me and cover for me while I'm out. I'll be back soon. Qin Yang shook off Xia He's hand and couldn't wait to walk towards the gate, so fast that Xia He behind him froze directly in place after watching. Buy something? What's the point of buying anything at this point? Xia He looked at the distant Qin Yang's back, then turned his head to look at Li Zixuan who was reading a book, and suddenly had a flash of light. Old Qin wouldn't still be undying. This is going to prepare to buy flowers and want to confess to Li Zixuan, right? Xia He thought worriedly and sighed helplessly, remembering that no matter how much she had tried to persuade him before, she couldn't help but worry. Old Qin, you mustn't commit suicide. In the meantime, in front of the reading table, Li Zixuan seemed to have a feeling, suddenly raised her head, and her eyebrows knit tightly as she looked toward the southeast. Strange, what a strong scent of blood. It's coming from the direction of Lishui Lake. What's going on over there? Lake Lysol. Sure. The hissing roars of low-ranked star beasts came faintly, echoing beside the lake. Only a yellow and black cordon was drawn up along the shore, and dozens of loaded guards were holding down the shore, suppressing several star beasts with blasting forks in their hands. Those subdued star beasts roared, and the noise swept momentarily across the entire shore. The sound carries 1,000 miles. It's time. Prepare to draw blood. Everyone take your positions. The superintendent commander floated above the glazed water lake, grasping a star beast shaped like a wild horse in his hand, and commanded to all parties. Yes, Commander. The other Hotian martial artists moved at the sound of the voice, grabbing the star beasts that had been distributed to them and flew to the commander's side in unison. Good. Today we are the human sea defense line of Zhanghai City. We must not slack off. The commander pressed one hand on the star beast's neck, tore it violently, and bellowed, bleed out, rip. Only the snorting sound of ripping flesh and blood could be heard at first, as the skin of the low-ranked star beast burst apart, the flesh peeled off, and foul-smelling blood gushed out. Blood fell like rain and landed on the surface of the Li water lake, immediately causing a ripple. Puff, flop. A star beast corpse fell from the air and crashed into the water with a loud bang. Corpses and blood fall out, stirring up the water. After the corpses of the star beasts had fallen, there was a deathly silence. All the people on the shore were holding their breath, all focusing on the surface of the lake, waiting for the prey in the water to take the bait. The commander stared dead at the lake, sweat pouring down his back in nervousness, and murmured in a low voice, "Come out, beast." Pounds of star power covered the water, forming a huge field of perception. At this moment, everyone sensed something moving under the water. It was a terrifying aura leaping straight up from the bottom of the water, bringing up millions of pounds of current, and was approaching the lake at a rapid pace. Just what a horrible size, to cause such a shocking perception? Sensing that aura, Elder Li's face was grave as his withered hand pressed on his long sword, making a state of staging. At such a moment of crisis, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and chose to directly offer his killing move. And this sword-drawing move, it was the very same sword technique that he had sensed from that killing intent during the last time in the valley. Even if it was only a wisp of the skin of an emperor-level martial art, it was already beyond the peak of the sword techniques that Elder Li had mastered throughout his life. Elder, since I am under your favor, I will certainly not dishonor my mission. Elder Li held his longsword poised to strike, and suddenly raised his drooping eyes and locked onto the southeast corner of Lakely. Coming, all of you join forces with me. The commander's expression tightened and he snapped and snapped. The words just fell. The water of Lishui Lake boiled and tumbled as if it had boiled away, and a huge whirlpool took up a large part of the lake. Boom! Deafening blasts rang out, Huge columns of water rose up into the sky, white vapor filled the air, and daylight penetrated through them to form a brilliant rainbow. The black huge thing rushed out of the water, as if driving a pillar of flesh in the sea, and the pungent and putrid smell of blood instantly permeated the entire glazed water lake. The bloodthirsty locusts showed up. When such a large size appeared, everyone who saw it subconsciously froze. Such a huge size, as if it was as massive as a mountain, had long been beyond the expectations of the crowd. Some of the weaker star martial artists shivered, and their bodies were even more uncontrollable, directly trembling instinctively. Everyone, don't mess. The commander gave an order. His voice echoed like a bell in the ears of the crowd. Vaguely, it actually concealed the ability to calm people's hearts. Everyone heard the voice. The agitation and panic of the heart then calmed down. No longer like the panic just now. There are so many humans. The bloodthirsty locust twisted its fat limbs, sensing the breath floating on the lake, and actually spat out stumbling human words. Die. The words fell. The brows of the people present were furrowed, and their hearts, which had just calmed down, were flustered again. Being able to spit out human words. This is a demonic insect that has awakened its spirit. Elderly didn't dare to be slow, holding the hilt of his sword, bending his knees and bowing his waist, making a gesture of drawing his sword. The killing machine was fully restrained, brewing power. However, the next moment, the locust body in the center of the glazed water lake turned its mouthpiece and seemed to be aware of it, suddenly turning in the direction of Li Lao. You're dangerous. A certain sense of crisis made it instinctively redirect its attention to Elderly, who had the highest cultivation level. Seeing this, Elderly no longer hid it. The anger in his chest surged. The veins on the back of his hands jumped angrily, and he directly drew his sword. Come to death, beast. End of chapter. 031. The Might of the Bloodthirsty Locust. Madaka. The long sword was sheathed, and the sword light blossomed in an instant, actually dazzling past the daylight in the sky. An imposing chop appeared, instantly cutting across the lake, bringing up waves of water on both sides, spraying straight up to a dozen meters. Good swordplay. The librarian couldn't help but holler. Worthy of being an innate realm expert, Elder Li's swordsmanship talent was a rare existence in the country. The pavilion master's heart perked up and he struck out right after him. The other star martial artists who had rushed to support them also hurriedly followed up, releasing their own killing moves. Next moment, countless streams of light intertwined and struck towards the bloodthirsty locusts in unison, and waves of sound erupted and spread, shattering the glass of the buildings around the lake. Put. Huge amounts of attacks didn't enter the bloodthirsty locust's flesh and blood. Due to the size of that huge object, it made it impossible to dodge and could only suffer in silence. In an instant, black blood soared, and everyone's blood boiled as they watched. Some passing citizens saw the situation and stopped. All could not help but be attracted by the noise, standing outside the cordon and quietly discussing. What's going on here? What's with the star beasts downtown? What a big show for the Star Marshal Police Department. No wonder. The lake is off limits these days and I smelled a fish stench not long ago. Passers-by on the shore walked, some away from the scene, avoiding the aftermath of the battle as much as possible. But there are also some other good things of the bold. Actually chose to lag near the cordon. From the pocket of the cell phone, to the glazed water lake shore frantic shooting. Click. Onlookers who videotaped the video. Citizens who took pictures in pursuit of excitement. And even netizens who engaged in live streaming. Soon, a video was delivered to the internet. And after being reprinted and sent by netizens, the number of hits spread rapidly. You guys, look at that old man. He seems to be the dean of the martial arts academy? Yes, it's Elderly. The pavilion master and the commander are also there. Are they suppressing the star beasts? Crap. The three greatest innates of Jianhai City are all here. How terrifying must this star beast be? For a while, panic spread across the internet. More and more hot reviews are coming in, divided into disparate arguments. Either they were worried about the future battles, or they believed in Elder Li's hand, or they were skeptical about whether they could properly solve the problem of this star beast. After all, this was the first time in the history of Jianhai City Center that a star beast had been found in a densely populated area. But judging from the situation, it seems to be the locust that is being crushed. The human side has an advantageous lead. However, just when everyone was frantically outputting, thinking that it was a sure win, some star martial artists, however, suddenly realized that something was wrong. Strange, why doesn't this locust fall after so many moves? Only to see the glazed water lake, bloodthirsty locusts to withstand all the attacks. But the strange thing is that just the dark body surface wriggled a little, and it was unharmed. It was as if they didn't care about the onslaught of attacks. How is this possible? Elderly narrowed his eyes slightly after drawing out a sword, also sensing that something was wrong. The sword drawing technique that he had unleashed just now, Although it was not comparable to a true emperor-level martial art, it was still to the extreme of what the innate realm could do. As a result, after this locust took the blow silently, it only trembled slightly, and then there was no other movement, as if he swung a heavy punch himself, but it hit as weak as cotton. Is something wrong at the bottom of the lake? Li Lao was keenly aware of the scent and sheathed his sword, preparing for the second sword drawing technique, while at the same time separating a strand of true essence to gather his eyes and probe his sight to the bottom of the lake in search of it. Spin. The condition under the lake was clearly visible to him, only to see that underneath the blood-stained floating lake, the bloodthirsty locust's body was surprisingly not in a suspended state. Instead, it was linked by countless densely packed tiny locusts, forming a link like a tong-tian rope, constantly devouring the fish's essence blood. They spread out all around, collecting blood from the lake and then swimming back to their bodies at a rapid pace as a way to replenish their losses. What a shrewd brute! Elderly came to a realization and immediately understood why his attacks were ineffective. There are so many masses of fish in the glazed water lake, and the bloodthirsty locust relies on these doppelgangers to maintain its energy. It's almost the equivalent of being invincible. And star martial artists such as themselves attacking in a daze were just doing nothing. Elderly looked around, noting that things were very bad on his side today. As time gradually passed, in order to maintain the intensity of the attack just now, they had already used up quite a few star martial artists' true essence. At this moment, some of the weaker Hotian realm martial artists were even turning pale, struggling to support their output in place. If he continued to hold on strongly, there would eventually be a moment when his true essence would run out. Trouble, caught in this beast's trap. Elderly made an immediate decision and shouted across the crowd. All of you adjust your breath. Don't fight for your strength anymore. He wanted to use it to change the reverse situation, but in the end, it was too late. Only a few star martial artists in the vast network of attacks exhausted their true essence and fell into the water, causing gaps to appear in the siege formation. No good. The Star Martial Police Division commander's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly tried to step forward to top it. But just the next moment, hiss! A frightening shrill whistling sound rang out. Seizing the opportunity, the bloodthirsty locusts quickly turned their fat bodies to capture the gaping hole in the siege, and suddenly spewed out a large amount of black and red liquid from their mouthparts, which was interspersed with countless tiny locusts. Beware of this beast's blood poison, the librarian snapped, raising his hand to support the true essence barrier, yet still slow, only to see poisonous blood spewing into the gap. The small finger-thick locusts rushed into the crowd, just touching the skin of the martial artist and immediately burrowing underneath the flesh. Ah! My hand! The martial artist who had been poisoned with blood covered his hands and tried to grab hold of clutching those locusts, but the external bodily fluids of the locusts were released and swam their bodies, burrowing through their fingers and devouring flesh and blood. In the next moment, black and purple veins instantly surfaced on the surface of the skin, looking strangely appalling. Fluffy, after drilling into human flesh and blood, the locusts directly exploded themselves, releasing all the poisonous blood they carried. The star martial artists who had been hit fell from the sky, one after another flopping into the lake. Immediately afterward, the locusts waiting in the water replenished and once again followed up to nibble away at the fallen man's body. A mournful scream rang out. In an instant, the glazed water lake became a hell on earth. This hateful beast, the librarian gasped violently, one arm already black and purple. The blood poison had invaded the meridians. Thanks to relying on his innate realm cultivation to forcefully suppress it, he did not fall into the water. However, at this moment, the battle situation had long since changed. The bloodthirsty locusts surprisingly reversed the situation in a matter of moments. On the internet, the netizens who saw this scene were in an uproar and even more desperate. Even Pavilion Master has been struck. This blood poison can't even stop an innate realm powerhouse? It's over. It's over. The three great powerhouses are no match for this monster. What else can we do? End of chapter. 032. It was that senior who struck. The scene of the great battle on the glazed water lake instantly spread throughout the entire network. The netizens witnessed the bloodthirsty locusts gradually gaining the upper hand, while the innate realm experts on their side were losing ground and their decadence was becoming apparent. And even the library owner had been poisoned with blood. A large number of Hotian realm martial artists fell into midair. The soldiers are defeated. For a while, despair spread through the tips of the crowd's hearts. After all, the star martial artists dispatched for this battle were all Jianhai City's top combatants, representing the guarding force of the entire downtown area. If they all lose, then who else can save Jianhai City? Seeing this, everyone felt despair, and countless negative pop-ups floated across the live broadcast. Hold on, Master Li. Quickly continue with the sword. It's too late. Look at how white Elder Li's face is, and his hand is trembling as he draws his sword. Who else can come to our rescue? Is our Jianhai City going to be finished like this? In the meantime, outside the glazed water lake, Xinjiang finally arrived at the scene. He stepped on the 7-star swimming dragon steps and stood at the highest point of a construction building, occupying the position with the most open view, looking distantly at the battle trend on the lake. This blood demon is really tricky. One could only see the blood demon's huge body covering the sky, as if it was standing like a mountain in the center of the glazed water lake, and the large amount of blood mist spewing out from its mouthpiece was like an ink cloud. Anyone who came into contact with the blood mist fell into midair one after another, and one after another star martial artist fell as if they were stars. The blood demon's strength was already so perverse the first time it showed up. How come it's still an emperor-level star beast after 500 years? Maybe it's not a given that they'd been seriously injured in the meantime. There are still quite a few strong ones among the humans as well. Xinjiang shook his head and lamented as he began to think about where to go next. If it continues as it is, once the blood demon was allowed to completely gain the upper hand, it would be difficult for the other two powerhouses to escape death at that time. If Jianhai City didn't have these experts to fill the doorway, it would truly become a star beast killing cafeteria. When that happens, the library where I work is going to suffer. With this in mind, Xinjiang touched and observed the situation, searching for the blood demon's weakness. It is not advisable to make a rash move. You still need to be a little more stable and prepared for everything. If he himself were to really strike, then he would have to feel out the blood demon's weaknesses and achieve a one-strike ending. Otherwise, not only would it be ineffective to strike indiscriminately, but it would also take a lot of effort, and would only end up in the same situation as those star martial artists, a futile endeavor. TSK, this blood demon is so strong. I wonder what big rewards it can burst out. Xinjiang thought expectantly, his small hands already starting to move a bit. Unexpectedly this time, a mechanical sound suddenly sounded. Ding! Blood demon appearance detected. Extremely dangerous. Warning, the host is requested to flee this place immediately and send female disciples to exterminate the blood demon. The system's prompts were raucous and repetitive, and hearing them was a distraction. Damn! This dog system is barking again. Xinjiang ignored the system's beep and continued to keep his gaze on the fierce battle by the lake while observing the bloodthirsty locust's huge body. Suddenly, a familiar scent came from the southeast and sped into the battlefield. Ha! This is... Xinjiang narrowed his eyes slightly as his gaze gathered on the man, quite surprised, only to see that the person who joined the battle was no one else but Li Zixuan, who had just been reading a book in the library. The silly girl had rushed here without even changing her civilian clothes, still in the same jeans with a t-shirt neighborhood outfit from before. Simply pulling up a high ponytail, she charged straight into the fray with her sword. Teacher, I've come to wish you luck. Li Zixuan floated on the surface of the glazed water lake, her toes lightly tapping the ripples, her body slender, her ponytail gently swaying. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the gazes of all the star martial artists in the room. Xian, why are you here? What nonsense! Elderly looked at the suddenly appearing Li Zixuan. His eyes widened in shock, and he sternly rebuked. Today the situation is critical. Numerous experts of the late Hotian realm had fallen, and even an innate expert like himself was tired of dealing with it. As for Li Zixuan, she was only a star martial artist at the 8th level of the Hotian realm, and she had never even participated in a proper battle, so how could she get involved? What's the difference between that and seeking death? However, the next scene that the crowd did not expect happened. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard and the water soared. That bloodthirsty locust body suddenly moved as if it had sensed a great sense of crisis and turned its direction towards Li Zixuan's side. What's going on? The locusts actually moved? Not good. It's heading for Elder Apprentice Li. The many star martial artists reacted, all looking at this incredulously. Why did the locusts shift the focus of their attack? Is it possible that this apprentice was more of a threat than himself as a master? Xian quickly retreat. Seeing this, Elderly could no longer think carefully and shouted towards Li Zixuan. A mere Hotian 8th level star martial artist was no match for the bloodthirsty locust. Some of the supporting star martial artists even showed regret when they saw this, as if they had already seen Li Zixuan's demise. Geniuses are rare in this world, but there was never a shortage of news about its fall from grace. The wind seemed to stand still for a moment. The bloodthirsty locusts came running in, as aggressive as a mountain. Li Zixuan looked at the running locusts in front of her. Her heart turned up a wave of nausea, but the movements of her hands did not hesitate for a second. Straight away, he used the sword stance that he had comprehended in the previous few days. A sword opens the gates of heaven. Madaka! As the sword came out of its sheath, daylight shone on the blade, and a piercingly cold aura shook across the eyes of the crowd, as if it were a flash of thunder. The sharp tip of the sword pointed straight at the locust's muzzle, breaking through any incoming blood spray. The majestic sword intent erupted, and the bloodthirsty locusts charged against the tip. instantly exploding a terrifying and incomparable sound. The fog of the glazed water lake then exploded, concealing the figures of the bloodthirsty locusts and Li Zixuan, but it quickly dissipated with them. The many-star martial artists followed the sound and couldn't believe their eyes, only to see that the bloodthirsty locust's huge body was unexpectedly stopped by Li Zixuan's sword and briefly suppressed in place, and the price she paid was surprisingly only the long sword in her hand shattering as a result. This is the power of the innate realm? Elder Li froze in place, his eyes wide. What kind of swordplay is this? When had he taught this girl such a powerful move? Too many questions of disbelief arose in Elder Li's mind, but now is not the time to dig deeper. A miserable hiss rang out. It was the bloodthirsty locust's roar of shock and fury. No good. Li Zixuan's pretty face chilled as she gripped the broken sword in her hand and tried to back away. That sword just now had poured out all he had, and the mortal weapons in his hand couldn't withstand the power and had all shattered. He himself was now unarmed and was no match for the bloodthirsty locust. Die! The bloodthirsty locust spat out human words and pounced on Li Zixuan, and all the star martial artists rushed forward, wanting to help her get out of the trap, but all of them were already too late. Xian! Elder Li put his best foot forward and stepped on his withered form in an effort to keep up. The three innate masters had their cards out, trying to obstruct, but in the end, it's still too late. The bloodthirsty locust's bloody light covered their epidermis as they rapidly approached Li Zixuan, opening their bloody mouths as if they were about to directly devour her. However, just as Elder Li and the others were despairing, suddenly, a dazzling purple light flashed from the sky and shot up into the clouds. The killing intent that had almost condensed into substance blasted and locked onto the bloodthirsty locust's shell, as if the millimeter pen of the Book of Life and Death had fallen. Noticing this terrifying sword intent, Elder Li and the others quickly reacted, their faces showing excitement. It's that senior. He struck. End of chapter. 033 Kill the blood demon with one sword. Host, the system is kneeling to you. The purple-violet haze at the edge of the sky emerged, overshadowing the noonday sun, causing the entire heaven and earth to be dimmed, as if dusk had descended. Solemn, dead silence. The bloodthirsty locust shivered and its fat, dark flesh fell backward. The shell as huge as a mountain was trembling madly. It's going to die. It's really going to die. Spiritual wisdom first opened it. Has long been able to clearly distinguish all kinds of dangers. Immediately perceived the horror of this breath. It's trying to escape from Lake Lazarus. However, the boundless killing intent coming at it was directly blocking all of its ways out. It was as if some kind of traction beacon had been planted. Boom boom. Immediately after, terrifying sonic booms came from the southwest, like countless falling thunderbolts exploding at the same time. The majestic sword intent swept through the air currents, kicking up wild windstorms and forming an astonishingly loud tornado eruption. Along the streets of the city, parked cars began to siren in a cacophony of sad whimpers. Look over there, something's flying. The many-star martial artists on the glazed water lake turned their heads and pointed to the southwest. Elder Li and the commander and the others heard the sound and immediately followed that guidance. Soon, everyone saw it. It was a long sword of magnificent shape that swept over the city, with a dragon wrapped around its hilt and cloaked in a sky of haze, as if it was pulling the vast firmament to come. In an instant, wherever it passed, the trees were destroyed, and the waves were discharged into the air. It swept across the surface of the glazed water lake, inducing thousands of water currents to surge backward, and exploding lurid waves on both sides, so that even the riverbed at the bottom of the lake could be clearly seen. Such a terrifying sword intent struck, causing all the star martial artists present to feel suffocated. Even if you know it's a shot at the bloodthirsty locusts, even when you know it's one of your own, even if you know. This was the sword intent that was displayed in the Sword Valley that day, but these star martial artists just couldn't help but be afraid. This is out of reverence for the strong. Miracles. Li Lao was even more deeply shocked by the scene before him, unable to even speak complete words. His dying eyes flashed with incomparable hot pillow reverence. However, he eventually suppressed his excitement and controlled his body to land on the shore, avoiding the range of the sword intent. The moment. Those killing intent mixed with sword chi was several times stronger than the attack of the bloodthirsty locusts, and anyone who blocked the surrounding area could be implicated by it. Seeing this, the rest of the star martial artists followed Elder Li and avoided between the purple-violet divine sword and the blood demon, landing on the shore to defend against the sword chi. After getting out of danger, Li Zixuan stood at the edge of the lake and raised her head, looking at the flying purple-violet divine sword, eyes full of adoring little stars. Finally, I'll be able to see the teachers strike with my own eyes. The vastness of the sound was hundreds of times more splendid than she had expected. A sword induced a heavenly phenomenon and broke through the sky, only to kill a worm. Under this overwhelming lock of killing intent, the bloodthirsty locusts dragged their clumsy bodies in an effort to dive to the bottom of the lake. A flash of humanized fear flashed across its eyes. It's like saying, Biggie, I'm just a little locust. What on earth is so virtuous that you would make such a move? Pust. The purple-violet divine sword arrived in an instant and directly failed to enter the blood demon's head. The aftermath shook and exploded a layer of ripples in the folded epidermis. In just an instant, the tendons and veins in the blood demon's body were broken, and all the tiny locust detachments were implicated and crumbled. The flesh of the ant locust body shattered in an instant. But spare me. The strong vitality still makes it possible to have a respite. Not dead yet. In a distant building, Qin Yang stood on the top floor, sensing the state of the blood demon's physical body, and counting on the right moment. He strangled his knuckles and silently chanted, "Rise. Start mending." The divine sword had a spirit, and as his words fell, the purple light above the purple-violet divine sword grew even more intense. Buzz! The Z-way inserted into the flesh of the bloodthirsty locust emitted a sword sound, echoing and singing against the haze that filled the sky. Next moment, the light of the sky dimmed to midnight, and countless stars fell with it, encircling the blood demon's circumference, forming a sharp sword silhouette and blocking its 4 directions in 8 positions. Elderly looked up at the magnificent sight and muttered, "Sword formation. Elder is forming a formation to kill the bloodthirsty demon insects." He had once had the chance to see a Zhongsher level sword cultivator form a formation many years ago, but that is just a few short swords, and the sound of the purple-violet sword formation in front of us, a difference of 100,000 miles. Words. The other star martial artists were all shocked as they looked at the violet sword formation. They had never seen such a spectacular view before, and all of them were subdued in place. Put. In the sword formation, the blood demon had nowhere to escape, enduring the torture of death by 1,000 cuts. The majestic sword chi cutting through the carapace, the flesh sliced into pieces. The purple-violet divine sword erupted with high temperatures, and even the blood mixed with the lake water evaporated into white smoke. The previously invincible blood demon was strangled like a fish on a chopping board in this sword formation. See this scene. The scene was all abuzz with people in an unbridled frenzy, worthy of being a kendo senior. One sword. Surprisingly, it's only one sword. It's really a divine tactic. This must be the divine sword that came out of the valley that day. It's so beautiful. On the side, Li Zixuan silently listened to everything and proudly raised her head. Awesome. That's my teacher. If it wasn't for the fact that she had sworn in front of Qin Yang when she paid her respects to the master that day, Li Zixuan was afraid that she would have blown her own identity by now. While the Star Martial Police Commander looked at this scene, he was overwhelmed with emotion. This senior is incredibly strong. He can already form an army by himself. Commander, you're talking small here. Elderly shook his head and looked at the sword formation respectfully. This sword is already capable of stopping 100,000 armies. It was a rippling miracle. In the live broadcast room, thousands of netizens witnessed this scene and even left countless shocked comments. Too handsome. Sword chi spreads across 30,000 li. A sword light chills the 19 states. Outrageous. It's fucking over. Where are the immortals? Only heard of his sword, not his person? The blood demon is so powerful, battling the 3 great innate realms with force, and as a result, he can't even draw out the higher human face? The big man is up. 1 sword second. What's there to say, brothers? In the meantime, Qin Yang stood on the roof of the building and sensed the aura in the glazed water lake. Only after determining that there was not a trace of the bloodthirsty locust's vitality present did he let out a long breath of relief. Done and done. This blood demon predecessor has finally been killed cleanly. Cut off the roots and kill them forever. This was the first time he had met such a strong enemy. It took a sword to get rid of it. It's about time. Qin Yang stretched his waist and sat by the rooftop, hauling the Z-way return while calling the system in his mind. System, speak. Half a day later, the system panicked as promised. My god, the host actually killed it with a single sword. This system is on its knees for you. Less fucking bullshit with me here. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and directly interrupted. Hurry up and serve up the old man's reward. End of chapter. 034 Blood God Technique, Sovereign Realm. Ding. Detected the host slaying a beast emperor level blood demon. Rewarded with a 30-fold increase. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Blood God Technique. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 years of cultivation, 2 times in a row. The system's prompts rang in his ears, and Qin Yang's expression perked up. Another wave of fat. Previously, borrowing 50 years of cultivation, he had reached straight to the peak of the innate realm and had vaguely touched the threshold of the sovereign realm. Now relying on the increase in cultivation brought about by this time, breaking through to the sovereign realm was merely a thought. Nice. Qin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Along the way, it seemed that he hadn't practiced much proper cultivation, properly sitting on the ground and traveling 80,000 miles per day, and leveling up while lying down. After looking at 20 years of cultivation, Qin Yang put his eyes on the new technique, Blood God technique. Judging by the memories in my head, the so-called Blood God technique, it was actually a technique taken from the blood demon's own body. Cultivating this skill can understand the hidden secrets of the flesh and blood, with the help of the blood of a strong person to dissect the secrets of their bloodline, to enhance their own strength. If you are attacked by a serious injury, you will not die, and you only need to eat the flesh and blood to achieve the purpose of nourishing your injuries, replacing the shape with the form. And, most anticlimactic, this technique could even be used in the same way as the bloodthirsty locusts, condensing the blood god sun to split into thousands of cells out of the world, sucking up the essence and blood storage for the main body. Good lord, this is too perverted. It should be considered an evil technique, right? Qin Yang was a bit surprised, but on second thought, it was quickly relieved. You should know that all living things are led by blood, and in this way they contain the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. If we don't want to find human blood, why don't we just find some dragon and phoenix blood instead? In this side of the world, there are many powerful star beasts, dragons and phoenixes. If you devour the dragon's blood, and then rely on this blood god skill to enhance, wouldn't it be possible to directly transform into a dragon and ascend? Hiss, this wave is taking off straight away. Thinking about this, Qin Yang was pleasantly surprised. If drinking blood could make him stronger, he would go out and hunt star beasts for their blood when he had time. When the time comes to use the raw materials with tripe, lettuce, oil nourishing red oil a sprinkle, made a pot of spicy mal blood want. Just the thought of that Spitfire scene. Non-verbal grunt as interjection. Next meal. Buzz. At this time, the violet divine sword returned, accompanied by a cheerful sword chime, clearly still immersed in the afterglow of the bloodthirsty locusts it had just slaughtered. Come back, and we'll let you out to spread your wings when we have time another time. Qin Yang lightly laughed and silently chanted, driving the violet divine sword to converge into his body, when he suddenly detected a few unfamiliar wisps of aura drifting in from the distance. This is? Qin Yang sensed the sense and realized that they were the 3 major innate realm experts of Jianhai City, as well as some companions in the late stage of the Hotian realm. Did you come here on the Violet Trail? Qin Yang frowned slightly, counting the time, and had no thoughts of contacting them. After all, he had just gotten his increased reward and needed to find a secluded place to absorb it alone. How could there be time to waste on these practitioners? This crossroads can be fought by whoever you like, and it's not like you can give me a bonus for popping it. Thinking of this, Qin Yang skimmed his lips and turned around, stepping on the 7-star steps to vanish away into the distance. A few breaths later, Elder Li's figure appeared above the building. Gone again. That's Senior. Elder Li looked at the empty rooftop, his white eyebrows lowered as he sighed helplessly. The tone revealed deep regret. He had thought he was fast enough, following the trail of Excalibur all the way across between the tall buildings. I didn't realize it was still a step too late. Swish! A few other martial artists came afterward, and after seeing that Elder Li was the only one on the rooftop, they rushed forward to inquire. Elder Li, where is that senior person? How come you're the only one left? Gone. And the old man hasn't seen his predecessor. It seems that the other party has a rather special temperament and doesn't like to communicate with us. Elder Li looked at the distant glazed water lake. The water level had long since dropped by several meters during that battle to execute the blood demon, and the white mist from evaporation steamed and filled the air. I also don't know when the next time I will see Senior strike again. After leaving Lake Lihu, as usual, Qin Yang sought a place in the suburbs to stay. The sound of water flowing by the creek. The pebbles at the bottom of the river are clear, swimming fish weaving and bobbing in the water, and there is no trace of homes for miles around. Let's first try to condense a blood godchild split and see. Qin Yang stretched out his right thumb and cut out a small slit of about 1 centimeter. Immediately, a drop of blood gushed out from his body, rushing out of the wound and falling to the ground, as if a seed had fallen to the ground and taken root. After that drop of essence blood touched the ground, it immediately began to spread and derive, multiplying the edge to make a human shape. Soon, it coalesced into a brand new Qin Yang. From the appearance and clothing not a bit different, ordinary people from the outside world, it is impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. This doppelganger looks good, perfectly inheriting my handsomeness. Qin Yang speculated his chin, circling around this blood godchild bilocation, repeatedly observing and surveying it as if he was admiring a work of art. After admiring it for a moment, Qin Yang directly ordered towards the doppelganger. Give me a sword to open the gate of heaven. The words just fell. The subdivision immediately raised its own right hand, using its finger as a sword, and pointed out towards the approaching stream. Boom! The rushing stream was cut off on the spot, its bed exposed, and then quickly restored. Not bad, a little less powerful than me, but it's enough. Qin Yang nodded slightly. This doppelganger was condensed from his own essence blood and was only 1/10 as strong as his main body, but it also possessed all the martial arts he had mastered. Relying on the support of these martial arts, crushing Hotian realm powerhouses was easy. And, after this blood demon bilocation came out of the body, the vision was able to be shared as the main body as well, and at the same time, even if it was killed, it wouldn't affect itself. But, even such a powerful detachment had certain flaws. For example, abilities like immortality and enlightenment space are unique. A small detachment does not qualify for possession, and as the granted true energy runs out, they dissipate into the world in an instant. However, these are minor issues. Right now, I am still only an introductory to the blood god skill. When the technique developed into a great success later on, integrating 10,000 bodies would not be a problem. Disperse. After fiddling with it for a while, it gradually became tasteless. So he dispersed the blood godchild split and turned to start advancing to the sovereign realm. As far as Qin Yang knew, the difficulty of promotion in this was so great that even a genius like the dean of the Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, who had labored for his entire life, had only stopped at the peak of the innate. One has to be careful. With this in mind, Qin Yang sat down on his knees and his mind gently moved. Swish! 20 years of cultivation was poured in with a roar, as if running water had opened the floodgates, impacting the true element realm. The cultivation level that was already at the peak of innate rose again, as if poking through thin paper, easily breaking through the sect master realm. That's it? It's that simple? Qin Yang froze for a moment and slowly opened his eyes. This seems to be less difficult than one would expect. Hoo. He raised his hands and felt the vast body-shielding astral energy that covered his body, no longer fearing human thermal weapons and easily hardened against human missiles. Take a step forward. Kala. The figure instantly appeared 100 meters away, crossing the void at will. This was the terror of the sovereign realm. Mortal bodies are comparable to gods. End of chapter. 035 Jianghai Sword God. Jianghai City, Sword Valley. Several Blackhawk helicopters circled and flew overhead as the pine forest waves surged. The reporter stood in the cabin, leaning outward to peek into the camera to report on the situation in the Valley of the Sword behind him. Just see the canyon below. A gully hundreds of meters deep across the two sides. The valley sword spirit rhyme all without, but left full of barren. Yuanchuan hanging in the air in this wound above. Star pressure surge, condensed a substantial blockade line. Boom! The arriving helicopters, seeing this, did not dare to get too close, but could only surround the airspace area near him, and through their cameras, transmitted the horrific scene online. Within moments, the entire internet was an instant sensation. Netizens voiced their opinions, sparking a huge outcry. Excessive, it's too much. This Sword Valley is the jeweled sanctuary of all sword cultivators, and it's actually destroyed just like that? Yuanchuan is absolutely crazy to even do this kind of lake smoking fishing? Kenya, please open the microphone to communicate, to break the chances of those who came after him with a single sword. Yuanchuan has truly created a sin. At the moment, people on the internet about this are righteously indignant. Public opinion, without surprise, all tipped in the direction of Jianghai City. However, this is just incompetent rage after all. After all, Yuanchuan's strength was a peak Zongshi realm expert. Placed in the entire country was a phoenix feather. There were not many people who could help him at all. Meanwhile, outside the Sword Valley, the forest and sea waves clamored. The Star-Armed Police Division's police force was urgently mobilized, pulling out a yellow blockade line to block the entrance to Sword Valley. The superintendent commander was currently standing at the mouth of the canyon, commanding the scene while looking up at the Yuanchuan that hung high above. The curator was also on hand to help. That's nuts. They sighed at the same time, anger and bitterness mingling with mixed emotions. The battle across the border is like turning a mountain into a sea. Once a peak sovereign like Yuanchuan made a move, it would be impossible for those at the innate realm like himself to beat it. In the other party's eyes, killing them was as easy as crushing an ant. The situation is now extremely critical. Now Yuanchuan had destroyed the Sword Valley in order to force out the Jianghai Sword God, wearing down a Sword Dao treasure with his bare hands. But if the Sword God didn't come out to meet the battle, according to Yuanchuan's character, wouldn't he head to Broken Peak Mountain to continue destroying the treasure land? When the treasure is gone, only innocent people will be left. In other words, at this moment, Jianghai City had fallen to the edge of purgatory, and something could happen at any time. Calamity comes to the door. The more he thought about it, the heavier the commander's mood became. The only way to calm Yuanchuan now was to find the Jianghai Sword God. But one of the biggest problems is Kenshin still in the city or not? Thinking of this, the commander looked at Yuanchuan in the sky above and took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it to relieve the pressure. The pavilion master on the side shook his head at the words and said, "These patriarchal masters all have extremely eccentric personalities. most preferring to travel the seas and reside in no fixed place. Yeah, the commander sighed helplessly. After so many days of not responding to the challenge, perhaps Lord Sword God didn't care about this tiny city and had long since left Shanghai. Alas, Elderly has already gone on a quest to find traces of the Sword God. But we can't just sit around and wait for death. We have to deal with the Grassland Sword Saint. The commander finished the last puff of his cigarette, crushed it out, and turned his head in the direction of Sword Valley. We can't let him go on being so crazy. His words had just fallen. Suddenly, soughing, a harsh sound of stepping on the wind rang out. Without waiting for the crowd to react, they saw a slender figure transform into a speeding shadow, directly breaking through the blockade and recklessly rushing into the Sword Valley. It is? In an instant, the pavilion master and the commander recognized the owner of that aura. It's actually Li Zixuan. Inside the Sword Valley, Li Zixuan stepped on the forest leaf sword. Her pretty face was full of anger. Her good-looking eyebrows were twisted together, and the hand holding the sword was trembling. This asshole actually dared to destroy the teacher's things. She clenched her silver teeth, her hot blood rushing to her head, sensing the painful and unbearable loss of Sword Valley's aura along the way. Everything is ruined. As far as the eye could see, the stone walls were shattered and scattered all over the place, and the deeper one went into the Sword Valley, the more wretched it became. All those memories of the teacher's lectures, all of them vanished at this moment. Nothing left. As soon as she thought of this, Li Zixuan's emotions instantly overpowered her reasoning, and her anger was so great that she immediately came underneath the culprit. Yu Wenxuan, overlooking Li Zixuan at the bottom, was also surprised and transmitted. It's actually you? Senior's approach is truly disgraceful to the late generation. Li Zixuan was so anxious that her eyes turned red, and she directly rebuked the Sword Saint to his face. A hallowed Sword Saint, actually doing this kind of disgraceful thing for people. Ha ha, you're in such a hurry, you little doll. I must have ruined your most beloved thing, right? Yuan Xian laughed at his words and looked around at the miserable state of the surrounding Sword Valley. It seems that you really are a disciple of the Sword God. Let your master answer the battle. If I lose the battle, I will definitely make amends to him. Sensei wouldn't cross paths with someone like you. Li Zixuan stared at Yu Wenxuan and hissed lowly with a single word. Teacher never put you in his eyes. He wouldn't re a pathetic clown like you. The words fell, and the words were put to death. Unbridled. The pupils of Yu Wenxuan above suddenly shrunk, his face instantly gloomy. That comment hit him right where it hurts. If Zhanghai Sword God still didn't answer the battle, then this action of his own would be a basket case and a big joke for nothing. And now you're actually being lectured by a junior? Hubris. Thinking of this, Yu Wenxuan looked down at Li Zixuan underneath, his gaze flashing with gloom. Did your master ever teach you that trouble comes out of the mouth? Unfortunately, there are some truths you'll have to spend your whole life to realize. As soon as the words fell, he slowly raised his sword and picked at Li Zixuan's position. Next moment, a strong sword intent jumped out of the tip of the sword and fell straight down, as if a mountain was weighing down, sealing off all of Li Zixuan's positions. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to go. Slow and torturous, it was actually trying to crush her alive. Madaka! Li Zixuan raised her sword to try to resist, but the moment she drew it, the blade crumbled inch by inch, turning into pieces and dissipating into the air. Death seems inevitable. Li Zixuan's face showed despair as she futilely imperialized her star power to resist, but she was still unable to block the sword Chi's approach. And just when she was desperate, suddenly, the wind was still, the space beside her shook violently, and in the next moment, ripples of fluctuations visible to the naked eye actually occurred. Boom! A black-robed figure crossed the sky, instantly descending at Li Zixuan's fingertips and blocking in front of her. Immediately after, an even stronger sword intent erupted, completing the hedge with Yu Wenxuan's sword intent, easily canceling out all attacking sword intent. Yes, high above the sky, the Grassland Sword Saint looked at the visitor with a hideously excited smile on his face. Zhanghai Sword God, we need after all. End of chapter. 036 Disciples of the Sword God. The week passed quickly as time passed. On the network, with the Lishui Lake words and the 6th day of continuous domination of the hot search list, finally fell from the throne, the heat is also gradually subsided. But the heat about Zhanghai Sword God is still fermenting in Zhanghai City. The related media made a big fuss about it. Plus the video of that sword chopping the demonic worm was widely circulated, making many young people in Zhanghai City regard the Zhanghai Sword God as their idol. As far as fanaticism goes, weapon store, sword category from the original shelf cold directly jumped to the sign hot. Hot goods, orders full, once off the market. Some stores simply more ruthless, seize the business opportunity to follow the appearance of the sword. Make the same model on sale, just on the shelves on the sales exhausted. Developed to later, if you go out in Zhanghai City without a sword, You are embarrassed to say that they are locals. This day, the foot of Broken Peak. Li Zixuan changed into a lightweight sweatshirt and slowly stepped down from the taxi, preparing for her daily participation in the way of the sword. She was already in the typical slim-waisted, long-legged shape, with a slender Achilles tendon, and extremely youthful with a sports hairband on her forehead. As soon as he stepped out of the cab, he immediately felt many eyes cast over him. So many people today, too. Li Zixuan slightly frowned, looking at the Broken Peak mountain gate in front of the people noise. All are rushed to participate in the sword intent of the people. Has been a long line, but she could understand that. After all, ever since that day when the flying swords decapitated the insects, Master's reputation had become very famous. Having seen the God of Swords, the young generation of Jianghai City has already picked up the sword, addicted to the sword way, wanting to chase the Master's pace. The Broken Peak Mountain and Sword Valley no longer belonged to the Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. Instead, it was changed to be open to star martial artists from all over the country. Anyone who was low or high, poor or lowly, as long as one's heart was into the sword Dao, they would all be able to come to comprehend the sword intent and share in the blessings left behind by the Jianghai sword god. With one's own strength, open the peace of the sword road. Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel emotion in her heart as she walked and looked at the flourishing scene. Worthy of a master. It's just awesome. Coming to the back of the line, she followed the others. Just then, an unfamiliar voice came from behind him. Beauty, are you also here to realize the sword intent? Li Zixuan subconsciously followed the sound and turned around, seeing a boy with freckles on his face, holding a high imitation of the Ziwei divine sword in his arms, picking up his eyebrows and accosting him. Aha! Li Zixuan spared her words and returned coldly. She'd seen this kind of pickup line many times before, and she didn't want to tangle with the other person much. The boy, however, was beaming at the sight. Hiya! What a coincidence, me too. Pretty girl, we'll go in together then, just so we can have some company. With that, he raised the high-fashion Ziwei in his hand and proudly said, I'm the disciple of the God of Swords, so if you don't understand anything, you can come and ask me. Disciple? Li Zixuan froze at the words, and immediately stared with wide eyes, incomprehension written all over her face. What disciple? When else has sensei taken on new disciples? Hey, it looks like you're just learning how to sword fight. Pretty girl, and you don't even know it. The man smiled broadly at the sight, his face suddenly displaying a sense of superiority. I'll show you a hand to see. As the words fell from his lips, he flicked to draw his sword. Madaka! The moment he drew his sword, a wisp of sword intent so weak that it was better than nothing surfaced, as if it was an old man in the wind and could go out at any moment. This is the sword intent I previously comprehended from Broken Peak Mountain, from the Jianghai sword god. Proper. Put. When Li Zixuan heard this, she couldn't help being amused somewhat. So that's what the so-called discipleship means. Just now, he had really surprised himself and almost bluffed his way through. A large number of martial artists had entered Broken Peak Mountain in the past few days to participate in enlightenment, and there was no shortage of people who had realized something from it. As it turns out, it's fine now, as long as there was a bit of comprehension. Any cat or dog would dare to call themselves a disciple of the sword god. What are you laughing at? Beautiful? When the man saw Li Zixuan smile sweetly, his face was a bit unsettled. No, just remembering something happy. Li Zixuan boarded up her face, and her mind went through all the previous heartbreaks, trying to stop her laughter. This man's face even pretend to their own head, is really a class act. If he's a disciple, what am I? Teacher's true disciple? Big sister? Wouldn't it scare him to death if he revealed his identity? Nope. With this kind of person's trashy strength, saying that he was a teacher's disciple was putting gold on his face. Some of the surrounding swordsmen couldn't look at the man's face when they saw him acting like this, so they came forward to advise. Dude, who are you fooling here? Do you know whose disciple this beauty is? Who? The man's face froze at the sight. She's Li Zixuan, Elder Li's disciple. You're beating your face against the wall here. Ha ha, just your little sword Dao talent. Comprehending chicken scratch. Take your head and compare it to others. Shame. What a shame. A passerby's sneer sounded. The man's face swished red, lowered his head, and hurriedly defended himself feebly. How am I not considered a disciple? Then came a series of incomprehensible words, such as beginners. What the swordsman's heart wide, causing the crowd to laugh. The foothills of Broken Peak were filled with an air of rapture. In the library, Xia Yang also took a purple-violet Excalibur high imitation plus. Is the same, all day to flaunt the city, but also a look of honor. Qin Yang looked at him breathlessly for a while. This was the 6th time today that this kid had, for the 6th time, wandered around in front of his eyes, full of triumph, living like a majestic rooster. And you don't practice with a sword? What's the point of hanging around with a sword all day? Hey, old Qin, look at what you're saying, you've gone too far. Xiaohe touched the high-fashion Ziwei and said, I really do not practice sword, but my father practice His old man went to Sword Valley the other day to understand the sword intent, and got some of the god of the sword's richness is also regarded as the god of the sword's disciples. Then how can I, as a son, be a sword god apprentice grandson? Qin Yang, as the apprentice grandson of the god of swords, of course I'm going to hold the sword. Xiaohe rightfully said, raised the hand of the high imitation Ziwei, suddenly showed off, your kid do not envy. This plus or I find someone customized. Cost me 50,000 yang it. How much? 50,000? When Qin Yang heard this, he was speechless to the extreme, and at the same time, he felt a meat ache. This pirated high imitation Ziwei are damn up to their own wages for several months, and do not do the quality is not good. Pure industrial garbage. Only Xiaohe, the grandson of the god of swords, would fall for it. Thinking of this, Qin Yang shook his head and let out a long sigh. I didn't expect I'm so young, but I actually even have a disciple grandson out? End of chapter. 037 The Master's stronghold descends on Zhanghai City. Old Qin, do you still remember the imperial capital sovereign powerhouse I mentioned to you last time? I've heard that he's coming over in the next few days. At that time he'll be lecturing at the Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy. We can go and listen together. Xiaohe said, and suddenly took out 2 gotten vouchers from his arms. Signaling, this is something I've made a lot of connections to get. Do you want to come along? The Grandmaster's lecture? Upon hearing this, Qin Yang pondered for a moment and froze. Trance remembered that a few days ago, while the sword god incident was festering, there were already whispers on the internet about the descent of a Zhongshe realm powerhouse. The only thing is that its heat level has always been steadily suppressed by the Zhanghai sword god, so it did not cause too much of a stir. What's the point of sending strong men down here so soon from above? Qin Yang and Xiaohe walked side by side towards the post and asked softly, maybe it's because of that glazed water lake thing earlier? That's all there is to it. What else could it be for? Xiaohe yawned, holding the violet plus in his hand, said, who would have thought that the monster bloodthirsty demon worm would have come out before, directly collapsing our battle force here in Zhanghai City. If it wasn't for senior sword god's intervention, we would have been dead long ago. Since the incident with the bloodthirsty locusts, the whole country now knew that Zhanghai City's combat power was insufficient. Even the mayor was removed from his post and punished for it, so now that the patriarchal powerhouse has descended, 9 times out of 10 it's for the purpose of reorganizing the battle force. And old Qin, I'll be honest. In fact, this wave of sovereign-level powerhouses parachuting in may be somewhat of a bad arrival. Xiaohe suddenly approached Qin Yang and whispered, a visitor? What's that supposed to mean? Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiaohe, somewhat puzzled. Think carefully, Lao Qin. Are these people really coming over just to teach? Xiaohe said in a deep voice. As I see it, rather than teaching, they may still have a utilitarian purpose, like trying to find traces of the sword god of the river and sea? Qin Yang's thoughts turned electrically after hearing this and immediately took over Xiaohe's words. After all, he had previously sent out his own sword to intercept the locusts. The strength had already demonstrated the terrifying might of destroying a city, and had long since reached the standard of the Zhongshe level. And for this top-of-the-line battle, how can those at the top of the country sit back and do nothing? And this time, the strong Zhongshe realm master sent down would most likely be under the guise of teaching, with the intention of getting drunk. Yo, not bad, old Qin. When did you get so smart? Xiaohe swept a glance at Qin Yang in surprise. Quite surprised. I didn't expect to be guessed by this stuffy man who had guessed his own meaning. Ahem. So are you coming to the lecture, old Qin? Xiaohe coughed lightly to hide his surprise. Me. Qin Yang pondered for a moment, somewhat wanting to open his mouth to refuse. After all, that airborne over the sovereign master's lecture. In response to the explanation of the problem, it is also estimated that it is all about the small problems below the innate realm. And the fact that he was now at the sovereign realm didn't help him at all. What do you get out of going there for a hustle? It's a waste of time to go. But soon, Qin Yang turned his thoughts and choked the words in his throat again, suddenly realizing a new direction. It doesn't really matter if you listen to the lecture or not. It's important to be able to go to lectures to pry for information. Since the other party may be coming at you, you can't just wait and sit on your hands. You should take the initiative to get to know the other party. There is also a difference in the gap between the realms of the sovereign masters, and he himself took this opportunity to observe his opponent's strength. Saving for a rainy day is the best way to prevent problems before they occur. Thinking of this, Qin Yang nodded at Xiaohe and said, well, just let me know when the time comes. Good, don't worry about this, old Qin. When Xiaohe saw Qin Yang agree, he was all smiles. In the meantime, on Broken Peak Mountain, the sound of water flowing in the stream, Li Zixuan sat cross-legged on the ground. sensing the sword intent surging around her, constantly strengthening her understanding of the Tao of the sword. At the moment, her position was near the mouth of the mountain section, only one step away from the center of Broken Peak Mountain. A powerful storm of sword intent raged around her, and other than her, there was no longer any other star martial artist in sight. Almost there, Li Zixuan looked at the center of the broken peak in the distance, and her heart perked up. Ever since that day when he witnessed his teacher's immortal sword, he had become even more intoxicated with the way of the sword, and dedicated himself to practicing the one sword to open the heavenly gate to great success at an early date. From the Budokan's sword practice, to the library's study of basic sword techniques, as well as Broken Peak Mountain's realization of sword intent, the 3 o'clock and 1 o'clock life is boring, but it is finally paying off. Now that this Broken Peak Mountain's sword intent had been gradually mastered by Li Zixuan, it could no longer hurt her body in the slightest. The day she arrived at the center of the peak pass would be the day her sword Tao became a great success. 3 days later, Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy entrance. In front of the opulent stone masonry gate, there was a sea of people, a clamoring and noisy crowd, surrounding the arrival of the strongest person of the Zhongshe realm, Elder Li. On the other hand, dressed in a Chinese mountain suit, led a parade of the academy's senior leaders and personally stood by the side of the road to greet and wait. Not much longer, a black limousine came from the distance, kicking up dusty winds and rolling, and soon stopped by the curb. Then the door slowly opened and a young man stepped down. With his sword eyebrows and starry eyes, dressed in a light and decent suit, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Mo Feng, welcome to the Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy. It's been a hard journey. Elder Li stepped forward and greeted him warmly. Teacher, you're out of line. A look of respect appeared on Mr. Lin's face as he saw this, and he humbly returned the greeting. I am your student whenever I am. After some humility, the two men were flanked by other academy leaders as they made their way to the academy auditorium. When the people around them saw this scene, they were even more caught up in the frenzy and took out their own credentials to follow closely behind. Xiaohe and Qin Yang moved with the flow of people, and on the way, Xiaohe looked at the background of the young sect master and couldn't help but tsk. Achieving the sovereign realm at such a young age is truly a promising future. What kind of person is this young man? Qin Yang asked. This guy isn't simple. Old Qin. He's called Lin Mo Feng. A proper teenage pride. Xiaohe Su explained for Qin Yang. He used to be from the Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy as well. His talent was superb. He achieved the Zhongshe realm at less than 30 years old, and now he has gone to the imperial capital Divine Martial Arts Academy as a tutor. Hearing this, Qin Yang sensed the aura on Lin Mo Feng's body, breath as much as convergence, as if the celestial sympathy, hands and feet as if in heaven and earth unity. It is clearly precisely the sign of the realm of the patriarch. The strength is really nothing to sneeze at. It's very strong indeed. Only, it's still a billion points worse than yourself. In this way, Qin Yang was able to put his heart down. It seems that my current strength has far exceeded the ordinary sovereign realm. End of chapter. 038 Crippled Patriarchal Star Power Technique. The college's avenue is flanked by verdant birch forests. Lin Mo Feng and Elder Li strolled along the road, followed by the teachers and students who were on the sidelines. With 10,000 people watching, everything in the school is still the same. It hasn't changed at all. Lin Mo Feng looked at those birch trees. Some reminiscent look surfaced on his face, and said to Elder Li beside him, in the past, I was too stubborn, and always made you angry. Teacher, Mo Feng, what are you talking about? Young people always have to be young and vigorous. Elder Li smiled and stroked his palm. This Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy is ultimately shallow water, but you are gifted, and you have still become a true dragon on this side. Teacher is overrated. Lin Mo Feng's eyes lowered as he arched his hand and said, if it weren't for your teachings, teacher, it would be impossible for me to be recognized by the family, let alone be able to achieve what I have today. There's no need to say more. Mo Feng, if it wasn't for the martial arts techniques and martial arts you gifted over the years, our Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy wouldn't be where it is now. Elder Li thanked Lin Mo Feng. When the surrounding people heard this, their gazes all followed and turned to Lin Mo Feng with all kinds of envy. It was important to realize that the previous Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy had a very average status, far from being as good as it is today. It was only middle of the pack in the national rankings, at best at the level of an average institution. But then, after Lin Mo Feng was promoted to a zone master expert, one gets it and the chickens fly. Relying on the star power feats that he had fed back to him, the Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy's base had increased greatly, which had allowed it to construct a strong faculty and become one of the top existences in the country. So, now that Lin Mo Feng has returned to school and returned home, it can be completely described as a brocade coat and scenery. Teacher, I actually came back this time because I was a little curious. Lin Emophone looked at elderly beside him and asked softly. I heard that in the past few days, there was a Jiang Hai sword god in our city. I wonder if you have a doorway. Teacher, to introduce me to students? Emophone, you want to see senior sword god? Upon hearing this, elderly froze, then sighed despondently. I understand what you mean, but there's no way. I don't have a doorway either. Could it be that sword god's senior? You don't recognize him either. Teacher? Lin Emophone was surprised. I don't recognize him. Truth be told, the old man hasn't even met him once now. Elderly regretfully let out a long sigh. This, sword god senior's disposition is really. I didn't expect elderly to be this answer. Lin Emophone's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. Then after a moment of deliberation, he slowly said, it's really weird. Speaking, he stopped dead in his tracks and looked ahead to the academy square. On the vast and spacious square, sporadically walking past a few students rushing to class, the white pigeon took flight and landed on a black diamond in the center. This rock was just moved a couple days ago. When elderly saw Lin Emophone looking at the stone, he opened his mouth and introduced it. It hasn't been artificially carved yet. It's waiting for a suitable solution. Aha! Hearing this, Lin Emophone pondered for a few seconds, nodded, and suddenly decided, why don't we just do it here? Teacher, the auditorium won't be going. I'll just lecture with everyone here. Lecturing here? Elderly was stunned at his words, and was very surprised by this answer. Seeing this, Lin Emophone explained, the auditorium is too small to accommodate many people, so why don't we give the lecture here in the plaza, where the entire school can hear it? Well, Emophone, you have a heart. Upon hearing this, elderly narrowed his eyes and smiled, nodding his head in satisfaction. Other school leaders see the situation. The action is faster. Immediately sent the message to the major class groups, but also gave the whole school to a unified transfer. Soon, in the empty academy square, other students arrived one after another at the news, filling the entire space in less than 10 minutes. After all, this was a lecture by a powerful person of the patriarchal realm. To hear is to earn. Thus, Lin Emophone stood in front of Pushur to give a lecture, and was soon surrounded by a dense crowd of students, and the square was noisy with the sound of people mingling. Thank you to all the underclassmen for taking the time to come here, and all be a little quiet. Lin Emophone cleared his throat, relying on the voice transmission technique of the innate realm. The voice was clearly transmitted in everyone's ears. In an instant, the square was silent. Countless eyes blinked and stared straight at Lin Emophone, waiting for the lecture. First of all, as your senior, I'm coming back to the academy today. I won't be talking about those innate realm and Zungsher realm things after all. These are too far away for you guys. False and empty, and will only disturb the mind of cultivation. Lin Emophone pointed to the sky and said slowly, the things I'm talking about this time are the fundamental secrets of this star martial artist. Whether it's the sovereign realm or the Hotian realm, all of them act according to this one-to-one reason. As we all know, the fundamental power of us star martial artists relies on the power of the stars in the sky to condense our true essence. Ancient clouds had said, palm of the sky star, in order to G-star sun and moon changes, in order to observe the world's move, to identify its good and bad luck, with the star earth to distinguish the land of the 9 states, the sealed domains are all divided into stars, in order to observe the demon auspiciousness. As early as the time of the former dynasty, the stargazer had already begun to observe the stars in the sky, relying on the intersection of heaven and earth to introduce the trajectory of all things occurring on the earth. And nowadays, we star martial artists are even borrowing the power of the stars in the sky to refine our own flesh in order to achieve celestial unity. Along with watching the meticulous explanation of Lin Emophone that follows, the crowd in the square gradually came to their senses, revealing dawning looks. When they looked at Lin Emophone again, their eyes were all filled with admiration. The lectures of the strongest members of the sovereign realm were just different. In the books issued by the academy, the things taught were some promotion techniques and skills, and there were rare explanations of the source of star power. Now Lin Emophone looks through the phenomenon and reveals the essence. Many students and teachers were enlightened and felt they had gained new insights. Not bad, it really wasn't for nothing. In the crowd, even Qin Yang couldn't help but nod his head. Normally he read tons of books in the library, but a lot of them were very basic popular stuff. Instead, this patriarch's lecture addresses the doubts directly at the root. There were also some interesting and crummy stories about the imperial capital in a row. This trip to the academy by himself was really quite rewarding. Alright, gentlemen, these are some of my cultivation understandings. On the square, as Lin Mophone's lecture wrapped up, the surrounding teachers and students all looked at him fondly, still somewhat unfulfilled. Don't worry, everyone, this lecture may be over, but in order to repay the academy for all these years of training, I've decided. With that, Lin Mo swept his gaze towards the crowd and slowly said, I will leave behind a crippled patriarchal star power technique here in the plaza for my schoolmates to peruse. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire room was at first silent. Subsequently, the whole room boiled and clamored directly. Crap, I didn't hear it wrong. Is Senior Lin crazy? Even if it's no longer crippled, this is still a patriarch-level star power technique. Put it outside. It'll be snatched up like crazy in no time. That's so cool. Senior brother Lin's shot is so bold. The crowd was shocked beyond belief. Next moment, then he saw Lin Mo come to the square's poo stone, pressed his palm on it, and said, This technique is something I obtained by chance. It has nothing to do with the family or Divine Martial University, so don't worry about reading it. The words just fell. Boom! Terrifying star power erupted on the poo stone. Crushed stone chips splattered, and the brush strokes engraved a neat paragraph. And in the meantime, when Qin Yang from afar saw this, he immediately brightened up. Okay. You're giving it away like that, aren't you? Thank you for the gift of nature. Straightforward open notes. End of chapter. 039 Technique Fusion. Patriarchal Star Technique. Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy. Martial Arts Plaza. The fact that the Patriarch-level Star Force technique was close at hand directly caused everyone to fall into a frenzy. Wow! In a flash, the crowd surged as they all tried to crowd towards the stone monument. Teachers and students walking in front of them stared with wide eyes, desperately trying to memorize the contents of the stone tablets, while others in the back stood on their tiptoes or pushed and shoved others in an effort to cross over the crowd of people gathering to look towards the center of the square. Old Qin, this is a Grandmaster-level technique. Even though it's mutilated, that's still worth a lot. In the crowd, Xia He excitedly pulled Qin Yang and looked at the inscribed stone monument and said, We've really made a fortune on this trip. Aha! Qin Yang nodded his head and looked at the words on the stone tablet, then glanced at Lin Mo. The heart was in good hands. Have to say, this dude has a really big heart. There are goods are really reserved for schoolchildren. Not at all. His own trip to listen to the lecture with Xia He and stand in the first row by borrowing the credentials he had gotten was a real treat. It's like Qin Shi Huang knocking on the door. Winning at home. The surrounding teachers and students were also emotional, with excitement written all over their faces. Senior Lin is awesome. If you take this technique out and sell it, you'll be free with your wealth. And you're giving it to us for nothing? That's all the ambition you have. What is Senior Lin's status? How can he still be short of money? Preaching the 10,000 dermas and opening the way for all living beings can be comparable to Zhanghai Sword God Sword Valley and Broken Peak Mountain. A sound of praise kept ringing out, surrounding Lin Mo. And without any surprises, tomorrow it would definitely be on the #1 hot search, and be famous for thousands of miles. After all, everyone took the patriarch-level feats and hid them as heirlooms, and like Lin Mo's behavior, directly in front of the public without compensation and openly, there was no one before or after. After a moment of cajoling from the students and faculty, Elderly stood out and raised his hand toward everyone. All right, all of you, settle down. Rolling waves of sound rang out, instantly overpowering the cacophonous noise of the plaza and drawing everyone's eyes to gather on him. I know you're all excited, but the lecture isn't over yet, so keep up your manners and don't disgrace the academy. Saying that, Elderly turned his head to look at Lin Mo beside him, sighing with relief. Mo, after not seeing you for these few years, you really have grown too much. Now even old me can't catch up. You're welcome, teacher. Lin Mo nodded his head and humbly said, the student left this gong method behind for the sake of his schoolmates and siblings. And secondly, it is to wish you luck in your breakthrough to become a sect master. The words just fell. Elderly's gaze towards Lin Mo became a little softer. One must know that he had been stuck at the innate realm for more than 10 years, but now with this patriarchal technique, there was naturally a hint of being able to break out of the innate realm. When the time comes, we'll invite the commander of the Star-Armed Police Department, and the library master to observe with them. It was not guaranteed that after that, Zhanghai City would be able to have 3 great patriarchs sitting in the town, and the battle power would directly increase exponentially. Think about it. The corners of Li Lao's eyes were vaguely glistening with tears, and he said with relief, well, really, this patriarchal stone tablet is a supreme treasure. We at the Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy will definitely take good care of it, and prohibit others from approaching within 3 meters, and can only observe it from a distance. When Lin Mo heard this, he nodded slightly and said, all according to you, teacher. Since the technique has been engraved on the stone tablet, it is like water that has been thrown out, and all of it belongs to the management of the academy. By this time, the lecture had also ended. Lin Mo chatted with Elderly for a while and left the square along with him. A small number of students and faculty continued to leave after them. Instead, most people stayed behind, wanting to observe the stone tablet. However, the staff of the college acted swiftly and immediately upon arrival built a human wall to keep the students and faculty 3 meters away and dismissed the students to disperse. We can't reopen the plaza until tomorrow when it's all set up. In the crowd, Xiaohe saw this, but he couldn't help but break out into a yell. Damn! I can use this voucher just this once. What the hell am I looking at after that? Just now he tried to take a picture of the monolith with his cell phone. Instead, it turned out that the stone tablet engraved by Lin Mo foam contained a large amount of star power bursting out, directly forming a disturbance field. It makes the pictures that come out blurry and impossible to look at. And as far as going for hard memorization by brain, it's even harder. To the patriarchal realm, Gongfu has vaguely resonated with the heaven and earth. Without excellent enlightenment assistance, the average Hotian realm martial artist reads is also water over the duck's back. Gain little. It's not too much of a stretch to say that you can forget the words in a book. How much do you remember, old Qin? On the way back, Xiaohe hung his head and asked with Qin Yang. Not much. Qin Yang thought about it and said casually and perfunctorily, just 1 billion points. Just a little? Xiaohe immediately put his heart down after hearing this and smiled as he wrapped his arm around Qin Yang's shoulder and said, don't be discouraged, old Qin. I reckon I've memorized a few more sentences than you have. So when the time comes and you don't understand, come and ask me. Flirting and chatting along the way, the two quickly returned to the library to continue working. Qin Yang was not in a hurry, slowly returning to the fish-touching area, finding a comfortable old spot next to it. Gnosis space, activate. After his consciousness sank into the enlightenment space, Qin Yang checked the sovereign realm feats that he had just jotted down. Word for word, all of it was copied in its entirety. It was as if the tablet inscription had been moved into his mind and flipped through it at random. What memory hindrance? It's nothing in the face of heaven-defying enlightenment. In the corner, Qin Yang hemmed and hawed and giggled with joy. Patriarchal star power technique? Bring it to you. After some checking, Qin Yang roughly understood the crippling aspects of this star force technique. A total of about 26% of the content was missing. Not even the name of the Gong method, and it was unknown from which ravine Lin Mo foam had fished it out. It would be extremely difficult and risky for an unusual Zhongshe realm expert to launch the complete content. One wrong step and launch a walkabout. It would be a loss of a wife and a soldier. Even the capital is finished. However, this is nothing to Qin Yang. Enlightenment space, let me see where your limits are. Derivation, activate. Qin Yang's thoughts moved. Next moment, buzz, characters fluttered in his mind, diffusing the missing content, and the ancient technique that had been severed for 1,000 years was restored to its perfect form within a few moments. Halfway done, Qin Yang slowly exhaled a breath and wiped the sweat from the corners of his forehead, then proceeded to fuse it with the star technique he cultivated. Spin. In his mind, the characters of the two techniques surfaced, separated and reorganized once again, constantly deleting and progressing, as if they had been diffused as if they were alive. This one is slightly more difficult. A full 5 minutes passed. Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes, recalling the contents of the Gongfu in his mind with satisfaction. Patriarch level star skill. To hand. End of chapter. 040I. Qin Yang, never favors. The power of a patriarch level star power technique was already extraordinary. When he raises his hands and throws his feet, he can pull the stars in the sky and merge them into his body, refining his flesh to a level that is hard to match. And nowadays, after the fusion of the star technique, it directly stepped into the ranks of the one-step sect master level, and could be said to have reached a qualitative leap. Cool this wave. Qin Yang couldn't wait to run the star technique and test the waters. He looked around and walked to a spot near the skylight. The moment, the sky outside the window was getting darker, and the bright stars could be seen hanging high in the sky, looming between the clouds. It was a good time to draw the power of the stars. Qin Yang stood under the skylight, closing his eyes and concentrating as his thoughts moved slightly. Next moment, the power of the stars in the night sky came in response to the call. 1,000 strands, gradually becoming larger and larger from the stream that turned into a sea, surging more than that, and converging into the body in unison, as if the deep-sea vortex was being devoured wantonly. What speed! Qin Yang was pleasantly surprised as he felt the star power rushing within his body. This speed was several times faster than surpassing those normal sovereign-level feats, totally the difference between a regular VW and a top-of-the-line sports car. Not bad, not bad. Qin Yang opened his eyes in satisfaction. The depths of his eyes seemed to have galaxies of stars leaping about, splendid and incomparable, vaguely darkening the heavenly Tao. This was the terrifying aspect of the star technique. The speed of drawing in star power was extremely fast, far exceeding that of an unusual sect-level star power technique. It's like a heifer on a plane. The bull is in the air. Who? After a few trials, Qin Yang, who was bathed under the stars, exhaled and stopped running the star technique. Not bad. This one was very rewarding. Thanks to the Zhonghai Martial Arts Academy's speech, the fact that the star technique could make such a huge progress nowadays was also thanks to Lin Mofeng's selfless sharing. It's certainly a favor that has to be paid. Otherwise, if you keep owing, you will have a knot in your heart to store. After all, Qin Feng, never owe favors, but the question is, how to pay it back. Qin Yang frowned slightly and suddenly remembered that he had just replenished the complete Star Force technique. Wait a minute, let's return this Master Star Power technique directly. Wouldn't it be easy to end this karma? Thinking of this, Qin Yang glanced at the darkening sky outside the window. It's better to choose a day than a date. Just for tonight. Quickly, directly send this complete Star Power technique to the Academy. Late night, Moon Star, Zhonghai Martial Arts Academy, Martial Arts Plaza. A blazing column of flashlight light swept by. 2 patrolling guards passed by the monolith, checking the surrounding grass with their flashlights as they did so, making sure there was no sign of any living thing before leisurely leaving. Vaguely, there were a few sounds of their whispered conversations. Weird. Old Zhang. Why do I always feel like I'm being watched? It's not like someone broke in, is it? What are you imagining here? Psychological effect. Now the academy is guarded by people in 3 layers. We are still the most central here. Who can turn in so deep? Fair enough. Maybe I'm just too tired from working overtime. With soft footsteps, the 2 of them walked further and further away. However, just 2 seconds after they had just left, Sasha, the shadows of the woods swayed with the wind, and Qin Yang's figure slowly appeared under the trees, as if a ghost was silent. That little guard was pretty alert just now. Qin Yang lightly laughed and shook his head as he glanced in the direction of the stone monument. Then with a single step, his figure fluttered and disappeared, arriving directly in front of the stone monument. Buzz! As soon as he got close to the stone tablet, Qin Yang immediately sensed the residual star power left behind by Lin Mofeng, buzzing and full of arcane aura. The dark surface of the rock was engraved with passages of neatly written text, but luckily there were still large gaps left to fill in beside them. This is it. I didn't take it for nothing when I used your crippled technique to fuse the star technique before. I'll return a full one back as a courtesy. So it's a win-win. Qin Yang raised his hand to cover the astral body. With the true essence running in his body, he used his finger as a sword and complemented the remaining star power feats against the stone tablet. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Stone chips splattered. Strokes walked like dragons and snakes. The remnants of star power on the stone tablet encountered the sword intent that escaped from Qin Yang's engraved words, and were crushed and dissipated in an instant. It doesn't take a moment. The engraving ended, and the patriarchal star power technique was once again complete, and along with it, Lin Mofeng's star power residue dissipated as much as it could. Shit. No. This kid's star power is also too weak. So uncarrying. Qin Yang was speechless, looking at his fingertips, and was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Forget it, the feats are mended anyway. No harm done. Qin Yang shook his head and stepped on the 7-star swimming dragon steps, disappearing in place. The next day dawned bright. In the high-level parlor of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Academy, the fragrance of the elegant tea was overflowing, and the ancient rosewood table was set with fresh and moist pastries and sweet tea of various colors, which was sumptuous to the extreme. Senior sisterly, you're not even an adult yet, and you've already reached the 8th level of the Hotian, so you really do have a promising future. On the sofa, Lin Mofeng picked up his teacup and blew on the white air whisked up from the surface of the tea, smiling and talking to Li Zixuan across the table. No, senior brother Lin is overstating his case. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, lowered her head and said politely. Then she did not continue to follow up on the conversation, only chewing and slowly swallowing the osmanthus cake. Senior sister, senior brother, I didn't talk big. Lin Mofeng smiled and said softly, with your current talent, you would be a phoenix in that part of the imperial capital. With that, he turned his head to look at elderly and said, moreover, senior sister's character is not as jumpy as it was in my year, and under the teacher's tutelage, she will definitely be able to step into the sovereign realm in the future. That's what the master thinks. Elderly stroked his white beard with a smile, looking at Li Zixuan beside him, and then glancing at Lin Mofeng across from him, his face showing pride. The former was exceptionally talented, and it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the sovereign realm. The latter, on the other hand, had already entered the Zhongshe realm for many years, and had traveled far away from the imperial capital, and was even more prosperous. Now that he could have these 2 disciples, it was truly a great fortune in life. If junior sister needs any information on the sovereign realm, just feel free to come to senior brother when the time comes. Lin Mofeng looked at Li Zixuan in front of him and laughed. I will definitely help you with all my might so that you can step into the Zhongsha realm as soon as possible. Well, thank you for your kind words, Senior. Li Zishuan gently nodded, her voice calm. If I had put it before, I would have been very happy, but now since meeting her master, she realized that the sovereign realm was also just the beginning. The heavens and the earth are so big that someone like master should be the one to go after. Just then, duck duck, a series of sharp knocks on the door suddenly sounded. At the sound, Elder Li frowned slightly. Reasonably speaking, no one should have disturbed their master and disciple gathering at this time. So in a low voice, he asked, "Who?" "Elder Li, it's me, head of the security section." A voice from outside came in a rush of panic. "Big deal, the guards this morning just discovered that the stone monument has been maliciously vandalized." End of chapter. 041 Lin Mo Feng's shock. Senior sword god is truly unfathomable. What? Upon hearing this, Elder Li's face suddenly changed and he subconsciously slapped the table. Bang! The precious sandalwood table instantly shattered into pieces. Tea was spilled on the table, and pastries and cookies fell all over the place. Seeing this, Li Zishuan and Lin Mo Feng, who were beside him, were all shocked and looked at each other, not daring to say another word. There was no doubt that Elder Li was truly shaken. It was only yesterday that he had just ordered a strict defense, forbidding anyone to go near the monolith. As a result, this destruction happened early in the morning. That's a real slap in the face. Who did this? Elder Li's face was grim as he took an arrow step to the door, pulled it open, and barked at the rushing director of defense. Boom! Between the words, a horrifying pressure was released on the director, as if it was a titanic pressure, which scared him softly to the ground at once. I don't know, Elder Li. When I went over there this morning, I realized that someone had carved lettering on it. He trembled, afraid that the next second Elder Li would come over with a palm and split his brain. Teacher, you smooth out your breath first. Behind her, Li Zishuan saw the scene and stepped forward to softly say, "Let's go to the scene first to see what's going on." Junior's sister has a point. Teacher, don't be angry. Lin Mo Feng, who was on the side, followed and said helpfully, but in his heart, he was also a bit displeased. After all, it's a gift to your alma mater. It's infuriating to see someone out and out trash it the next day before it's even available for schoolchildren to see more of it. But in the way of good upbringing, he still suppressed the displeasure in his heart and advised Elder Li, "The three of us will go to the stone monument first and take a look. If it's not serious, I'll just make a direct effort to repair it." Hear this. Elder Li, who was stationed at the door, also realized that he had lost his temper. Phew! He closed his eyes and exhaled a heavy, cloudy breath. It was only after the anger in his heart was suppressed that he helped the head of the defense section on the ground up and said, "Today's incident is a major dereliction of duty on the part of your defense section. Old Me will find you guys to settle this account afterward. As for now, first follow Old Me to see the damage to the stone tablet." Yes, thank you, Elder Li, the head of security said shakily, leading the way. Elder Li was hunched over, following behind him with his hands behind his back, his face still gloomy, and Li Zishuan and Lin Mo Feng followed closely beside Elder Li. A few people went downstairs all the way straight to the Performing Arts Plaza. As far as the eye could see, the square was packed with people, mingling and looking raucous and noisy. "Coming, the dean is coming, everybody get out of the way." Too abominable. Who on earth did this? Actually even dared to carve words on the stone monument. It's really excessive. AI. It's not easy to have a patriarch level technique. I still had time to take a look at it twice, but it's been spoiled like this. A sigh of relief reached Elder Li's ears. It caused his already poor mood to become even more irritable, and his Dao heart was disorganized. "Silence, all of you!" Elder Li fiercely shouted angrily, his voice like a flood of thunder exploding and spreading throughout the entire martial arts square, instantly shocking everyone in place. Silence, silence! Countless gazes gathered on Elder Li, but not a single sound could be seen coming out anymore. The crowd parted to either side, making way for a large, spacious road. With his hands behind his back, Elder Li walked quickly through the crowd to the stone monument, nervously inspecting the engravings on it, and immediately his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Sure enough, there were many new engravings on the stone monument compared to yesterday, and I don't know who drew the snake, but even privately filled in the words for the gongfu. This lawless behavior of the inscribed person was undoubtedly not putting the Jianghai Martial Arts Academy in their eyes. If it were to spread out, the entire Jianghai city would have to shame their martial arts academy for it. Check, find out for me at once. Li Lao's forehead corners rippled with veins, his chest burned with anger, almost word for word, biting his speech. "I have to pull out that little brute." The words just fell. "Wait, teacher." Lin Mo Feng suddenly stepped forward, closer to perceive the star power on the stone monument. Surprised, The inscription of this stone monument seems to be somewhat wrong. Elderly sniffed, unsure. Mo Fong, what do you mean by that? Just a moment, teacher, until I take a closer look. Saying that, Lin Mo Fong took a step closer and released his star power to cover the stone tablet to perceive it. However, just as he covered it up, his face suddenly changed drastically, shocked, bewildered, followed by a look of incredulity as he murmured, "How is it possible that my star power is gone?" At this moment on the stone tablet, in its place, an extremely stern sword intent escaped. Lin Mo Feng's complexion suddenly changed. Sensing that sword intent, his body unexpectedly trembled slightly instinctively. Just the residual sword intent alone was enough to indicate one thing. The strength of the person who carved the words was extremely terrifying, and his comprehension of the way of the sword was even more gramercy to the point of realization, far beyond the scope of his own understanding. At the same time, Elderly followed suit and calmed down. Just now, he himself was caught up in a sudden situation and was momentarily swept off his feet. After carefully perceiving it at this moment, he also discovered the raging and overpowering sword intent on the stone tablet. What's up with the contents of this gongfu? At that moment, Lin Mo Fong let out a shocked eep, his eyes looking at the contents of the stone tablet and discovering even more things that were wrong. At this moment, on the stone monument, the broken portion that he himself had inscribed earlier had not been damaged in any way. The mysterious inscriber had merely added a new part to the extra vacancy. But, why did he do it? Thinking about this, Lin Mo Feng's back went violently cold, and a frightening thought surged through his mind. Did that person make up this patriarchal feat? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. One must know that this was a patriarch-level star power technique. The difficulty of trying to make up a patriarchal-level technique was extremely difficult, and it would not necessarily be possible to accomplish it after spending more than 10 years of time. Even the respected old professors in the imperial capital would not try it easily. And how could such a powerful figure appear in this small Jianghai city? However, next, Lin Mo Fong held a skeptical attitude and tried to run his body's true essence according to the added steps on top of the stone tablet. Results. It was really smooth and unhindered, without a single obstruction, and the true essence flowed through the meridians in the body, incomparably smooth and natural. Facts don't say panic. Lin Mo Fong looked at the stone tablet in a trance, feeling that his worldview had been greatly impacted. That person really made up the gongfa. Teacher, Lin Mo Fong choked and muttered. The moment. His heart is broken. The mutilated technique that had once been severed for 1,000 years had been easily mended overnight. Simply unheard of. What kind of person could have such a passable skill? What? Elderly on the side was equally filled with shock when he heard this. Because, when he went up with Li Zixuan and felt the sword intent on it, he suddenly realized that there was something familiar. This is Senior's sword intent. It was made up by Senior. Elderly raised his white eyebrows and said in shock, immediately understanding everything. Li Zixuan beside her also understood, and immediately looked adoring, her eyes full of excited little stars. Teacher, no less. End of chapter. 042 Old Qin. You will be wasted sooner or later if you go on like this. In the square, the stone tablet stood in the center. The engraved patterns on the surface were notorious, and vaguely, there was a flow of sword intent. Lin Mo Fong looked at the inscription and tried to calm his rising and falling mood. Finally coming back from the shock, this Jianghai sword god's strength was terrifying. Far more terrifying 100 times than what he had thought. Just for the subtle sword intent engraved on the tablet alone, I'll never be able to live up to it. There's a man out there, and there's a man out there. Nowadays, Lin Mo Fong finally understood this. One must know how difficult it was to make up a patriarch-level star power technique. Even the old professors in the empire couldn't do it. And now what? Not only had Jianghai sword god accomplished it, he had also used only one night's time. This must not get out. Thinking of this, Lin Mo Fong murmured and glanced at the nearby onlookers. Then he looked in Elder Li's direction and transmitted his voice. Teacher, now that the gong method is complete, even a patriarch-level powerhouse would be moved. If they were to learn of this news, the academy would surely suffer a catastrophe. Don't worry, Mo Fong. This is something the old man naturally understands. Elderly nodded slightly and nodded in response. The piker is not guilty of a crime. It's like a carefully carved jade bracelet. How many times is the price difference between broken and intact? In the event that some cult demon learns of this, the consequences will be unimaginable. If there is a 50% profit, they are desperate. For a 100% profit, it dares to trample on all earthly laws. With a 300% profit, it dares to commit any crime, even at the risk of hanging. If the news were to leak out to the outside world, it would definitely cause those demons to go completely crazy and directly launch a siege operation against the martial arts academy. When that happens, the entire school will be plunged into an all-consuming purgatory. Read this. Elderly pondered for a moment, and an idea quickly came to his mind. He walked slowly to the stone monument, feigned a huffy expression, raised his hand and pressed it on the extra engraved part of the stone monument, revolving his true essence and releasing terrifying star power. Boom! In the blink of an eye, debris splashed, dust and fog rose in all directions, and the stone monument was truncated into two parts on the spot. When the surrounding students saw this scene, they were all incomparably terrified and felt a solemn killing intent. Out of hand. Elderly is really angry. Can this not be angry? He's lived half his life, and now it's so hard to have the possibility of stepping into the clan. But the stone tablet was scribbled by someone else, so it's really outrageous. Hush hush, don't talk nonsense, be careful of being heard by Elderly. At this moment, Elderly was furious, and no one could say whether he would even bring the fish to the pond. Seeing this, the onlookers, teachers and students dispersed, while the guards in charge of defense stayed in place, waiting for Elderly's next instructions. Li Lao, the head of the security section trembled as he stepped forward, his head lowered, not daring to look directly into Elderly's eyes, fearing that a single misstep would draw a palm strike from the other party. However, what he didn't expect was this. Elderly did not sternly reprimand him, but only casually cast a sidelong glance at him. Then he flipped his hand and took half of the stone tablet into his arms, as if he had hidden it in some kind of space magic weapon. You from the defense section, send someone to clean up this ground. And next thing about the destruction of the stone monument, the old man will personally send someone to investigate. Yes, Elderly. The head of security nodded and agreed in a hurry. Also, immediately go and write down all those students who were present just now, and instruct the appointment to seal off this news as much as possible, so as not to jeopardize the reputation of the academy. Lin Mo Phone followed with another instruction. Okay, I understand, Mr. Lin, I'll send someone to do it. With that, the head of the defense section nodded and hurriedly rolled away. With that, everything is accounted for. Lin Mo Phone and the three of them also turned around and walked towards the conference room. Teacher, what are you going to do with this stone tablet next? On the way, Lin Mo Phone couldn't help but ask. Ahem, since it is something left behind by the predecessors, the old man naturally can't ignore it. Elderly narrowed his eyes, the joy that only comes from a great harvest showing on his face, and laughed. Definitely to be offered up and treated as a collection. Zhanghai City Library. Achoo! In the corner, Qin Yang, who was touching the fish, suddenly sneezed heavily. Shit, who's thinking about me again? He pulled out a tissue to jerk his nose, and was wondering if it could be that boy Shaha was chanting now that the weather was so hot. Qin Yang looked up. Speak of the devil. Immediately, he saw this brat, Xia He, walking towards himself. Old Qin, you this physique also cannot the weather is so hot can still catch a cold. Xia He walked to the side of Qin Yang, skillfully rubbed a touching fish position. Told you to cultivate more, you do not listen to. That gong method yesterday, do you remember? Forgot. Qin Yang blurted out. Forgot? TSK. Old Qin, you're losing your memory really fast. Get less hand jobs, in the future. Xia He shook his head and fished out a new voucher from his pocket. Showing off. Look at this. Qin Yang swept a couple of eyes and realized that it was yesterday's voucher, but it was the version that was valid for a long time. You got someone to get it again? You don't even look at who I am? When I got home yesterday, I immediately told my dad about the sovereign feat. Xia He said with a smile. What did you do? My dad was so happy, and gave me the connections to get a new voucher. Are you interested, old Qin? I can get you a long-term one then, too, and we'll go observe the stone tablet again together. Forget it, I'm not interested at all. Qin Yang shook his head and said lazily. Off-duty time is so precious. How can I have time to waste on running tabletops to play more games and brush up on short videos? Doesn't it smell good? Upon hearing this, Xia He was speechless for a moment and looked at Qin Yang with disgust, thinking of swinging and lying down every day. Old Qin, you can't do this 3-minute fever. When I get to the point where I've memorized all those feats, my dad will probably want to use it as a family heirloom. Hearing this, Qin Yang couldn't tense up and teased with a smile. By the time you memorize it according to your enlightenment, I guess this clan-level technique will be rotten. And this is a family heirloom? It's too cheap to be true. After saying that, Qin Yang didn't bother to talk nonsense with Xia He anymore and directly closed his eyes and meditated, continuing to comprehend the star skill that he had obtained last night. After all, this was a patriarch-level star technique. Even if one relied on heaven-defying enlightenment to comprehend it, it would still take a certain amount of time. But the good news is that the work is laid back. There's plenty of time for groping, and the last thing that's lacking in the library is time. Qin Yang took some time every day to comprehend with his eyes closed. The moment. A rippling landscape of star maps was constructed in his mind, and the 28 star constellations in the sky were clearly visible. In a few days, he would be able to complete the final enlightenment. Vaguely, Xiaohi's voice of shame and indignation came slowly. Old Qin, you'll be wasted sooner or later like this. Qin Yang was speechless. I'm already in the Grandmaster realm, and you're still calling me useless? End of chapter. 043, Prairie Sword Saint. Inside the martial arts space, Qin Yang perfected the details of the Soul Destroyer sword. The initial prototype was soon completed. This technique, called Soul Decimating Sword, as the name suggests, it was essentially a sword condensed with spiritual energy, and it also carried Qin Yang's sword intent, which was incomparably sharp. Qin Yang could turn his spiritual power into a 3-foot-long sword and easily exterminate the souls of living beings. Soul Sword. Qin Yang was satisfied in his heart as he sensed the memories in his mind. Now after having the Soul Chopper sword, he himself had made up for another shortcoming in the field of cultivation. When the next time they encountered a soul-devouring insect attack, they would not be as passive as before. Good, and it's time to get back to work. Qin Yang yawned, pulled out his cell phone to check the time, and waved towards Little White in the distance. Come back, Little White. Ooh-hoo, here it comes, Master. Little White quickly stopped playing at the sound of the voice and, barefoot, trotted towards Qin Yang through the gap between the bookshelves. Tapping her toes on the ground, her petite figure shook and transformed back into her true form of a white fox, lightly climbing onto Qin Yang's shoulder to nestle. Then, one person and one fox leisurely left. Going down to the second floor, Qin Yang returned to the lending area he was responsible for, pushing the previous cart and continuing his daily routine of numbering and shelving books. But just then, a rustling movement suddenly appeared in Qin Yang's spiritual realm. Chop chop. It came from the sound of insects crawling across the floor, coming from the nearby wall, constantly moving away from the bandpipes, and the faint sound of fine tentacle contact could be heard. Cockroaches. Qin Yang froze for a moment, hastily putting down the book in his hand. He amplified his mental power to sense the cockroach's location. In an instant, the mental power enveloped the entire library. 17 weak mental sources were quickly targeted, all from the infestation in the wall. These cockroaches lurk behind rugged, intricate walls, roam between pipes year-round, and reproduce quickly. Every now and then they lay white, fine egg sheaths, and it is useless to medicate them. It's not too much of a stretch to say it's come to life. The steward in charge had a headache over this, and it's in the way of wall interference. After each in-progress capture, one or two are always missed out and breed a nest again. It's not all mutiny, does it stay for New Year's? With this thought, Qin Yang no longer hesitated and directly released his spiritual power in place. Pounds of mental energy came out of his body like water filling a mountain, quickly locking onto the cockroaches, even the unformed larvae in their egg sheaths. Subsequently, the soul-slaying sword was unleashed without reservation, cutting towards the consciousness beacons of all the cockroaches. Next moment, though spiritual energy gathered on the cockroach's head instantly coalesced into shape and crashed down as a sharp sword. Buzz! Death comes silently. Silence, silence. It's a silent massacre against the soul. The cockroaches that were still active were all on the ground. Obviously their bodies were still energetic, but they no longer showed any signs of activity, as if they had become a puppet with broken strings. Then there was silence behind the wall. It won't take long. These bodies that lack souls reach true death because they are not supplied with nutrients. Okay, done. Seeing this, Qin Yang had a face of relief. Dead bugs are good bugs. When he encountered that soul-devouring insect next time, he was bound to take it down himself. Shanghai International Airport at dusk. Under the setting sun, a shuttle jet landed out of the clouds, eventually slowing down and taxiing on the ground for some distance before coming to a steady stop in the far bay. Click! The hatch opened and the gangway dropped. Yu Wenchuan and Hu Yanjian's figures appeared at the boarding gate. Finally, we're in Shanghai City. Teacher! Hu Yanjian breathed in the fresh air, his eyebrows spreading as he saw the pickup trucks that were arriving not far away. The news of their arrival this time had long been notified by the Ningchuan side, and at the moment they were being transported by the Shanghai municipal government, fully responsible for the master and disciples' clothing, food, housing and transportation. After all, this challenge was a big deal. It was no longer just an unusual challenge match, it was more about the official facade. So at this moment, the whole city of Shanghai is on standby. Teacher, when are we going to find that Shanghai sword god? Hu Yanjian slowly walked down the gangway and asked with Yu Wenchuan beside him. There's no rush. You should rest and get your mental state rested first. Yu Wenchuan laughed, the wrinkles on his face scrunched together as if he were a rough old herder. At that time, I will personally come out and issue a challenge invitation for you from that Shanghai Martial Arts Academy. Time passes in a flash. Night. A gentle cool breeze crosses the street, and there is a steady stream of pedestrians on the road. A car sped through the center of the road, its taillights pulling into a brilliant stream of light at the alternating commanding traffic lights. Here, master. Two scantily clad couples stood on the side of the road, waving a cab a short distance away to come closer. As the cab pulled up, the two men pulled open the door and got in. Where are you two going? To Broken Peak Mountain, master. The girl placed her satchel of designer bags on the edge of the seat. Okay, listen to the accent. You two are from out of town, right? The driver asked casually as he turned the wheel and turned the car around in the driveway. Yes, master. We just got off the plane not long ago. The boy looked out the window and laughed. We even met that prairie sword god himself just now as we were leaving the airport. Looking plain as an old farmer. You youngsters still don't understand that the masters are all in this disguise. Laughing, the driver shook his head and said, when a few more days, this Jianghai city will be lively. The disciple of the sword god challenges the Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. TSK, TSK, think about it, it's something to see. That's what we're both here for, master. The boy lowered his head and swiped his cell phone. Now that the internet is making a lot of noise. The tickets to Jianghai City were sold out long ago. We almost didn't even book this flight and had to pay more to get it from a scalper. Between the words, the green light at the intersection ahead came on and pedestrians on both sides stopped. The driver pressed the steering hairpin and drove through the crosswalk with a kick of the gas, somewhat out of breath. I've been in this line of work for about 10 years now. It's been a long time since I've seen Jianghai City so bustling, all thanks to Lord Sword God, who brought us this time of heavy traffic. Hearing this, the boy's eyes glistened as he said, there's no way. The Jianghai sword god is indeed handsome. How nice it would be if I could see him in person. Saying that, he couldn't help but ask, master, have you seen the Jianghai sword god himself? Me. The driver was just about to reply when he suddenly turned pale, as if he was suffering great pain. The next second, the head fell heavily on the steering wheel. Brother driver, hey, wake up. It's going to crash. Ayaha. Bang. With a startling thud, the vehicle rear-ended another heavy truck, and the massive impact hit instantly, sending the couple into a coma. All of a sudden, the roads were chaotic. Traffic was in a jam, with honking horns blaring everywhere, and in the meantime, above the stoplight, a transparent worm wriggles and crawls, looking down on everything as if it's digesting something. End of chapter. 040 For the neighborhood is haunted? Drop. In the evening, at the entrance to the library, the punch card machine on the wall makes a pleasant sound. Clocked out. Qin Yang, off duty at 1700 hours p.m. Qin Yang yawned lazily, retrieved the pass for punching the card, and leisurely walked out of the door of the library. Another day off on time. It's a good habit he's always maintained. After leaving the library, Qin Yang leisurely strolled under the setting sun. The surrounding streets were crowded with people, many food vendors out of their cars, the iron pots of nourishing oil. The smell of smoke and fire is thick. With the end of the Blood Demons incident, Jianghai City returned to its usual tranquility, and he returned to his previous life of lying flat, every day from 9 to 5. Ordinary, even touched the fish off work. A small life is very comfortable. Just then, tick, there was a long blast of horns from the street. Hey, old Qin, going home, get in the car, I'll give you a ride. A luxurious red limousine drove up and parked next to the curb, the window lowered to reveal Xiaohe's smug face. The limousine shone brightly and immediately attracted many passers-by to look at it. It's not that far. I can just get back by myself. Qin Yang waved his hand and glanced at the surrounding gazes, feeling a bit speechless. With Xiaohe this kid mix long time. Have to almost forget that this thing is still a dog big household to come. Alright then, take care on your way home. Buddy, I'll go first. Xiaohe saw the situation, did not say anything. A foot gas pedal driving the luxury car sped away, leaving a butt of car exhaust in situ. Cough cough cough. Qin Yang covered his mouth and nose to block the dust, and looked at the back of the faraway car, and cursed in his heart. The big dog family, by the billionaire people, is amazing. He was out on his own. No match for an old capitalist like Xiaohe with a strong family background, and he could only rent a cheap house. Forget it, don't think about it, hurry home. Qin Yang shook his head to get rid of the distractions, bought a leek burrito on the street, ate it while walking, and soon returned to the rented neighborhood. The neighborhood is small, the location is relatively remote from the city, and many of the amenities are a bit dated. The elevator is either under repair or on the way to being repaired, and the pipes freeze and burst every now and then in the winter. Those shortcomings aside, there are still advantages. That's cheap. After all, at that price, what's the point of having a bike? Qin Yang made 7 turns in the neighborhood and skillfully walked towards the unit he lived in. As a result, just as I walked downstairs to the door of the flat, I saw a moving company van, as if someone was moving, running around busily, stuffing boxes of appliances into the cargo box. And the man who was in charge of directing the removal, and who himself knew, it's the upstairs neighbor. But at the moment the other party's complexion was poor, and his eyes were haggard, as if he hadn't had a good night's sleep for a long time. Xin Yang couldn't help but take a couple more glances at the situation and went up to greet him. Is this moving to a new home? Moved. Can't stay in this place. The neighbor shook his head helplessly and sighed. Shanghai City is unsettled and plagued with disasters this year, so I'm going to go to Lin Chang's to take shelter. Yeah, life's not easy. Xin Yang nodded his head at the words and expressed his understanding. This side of the world is infested with star beasts, and the powerful fly through the sky. But in the end, it is the toiling people like them who suffer. What would one be like if one didn't have a system? I'm afraid I'll be like my neighbor, taking refuge in order to survive. That said, you should hurry up and get out of here sometime too. The neighbor glanced at Xin Yang, surveying him with those bloodshot eyes and said wearily, our neighborhood is not safe. It's best if you move out early. Don't try to get a bargain and end up getting yourself killed. What do you mean? Xin Yang froze at his words. It's the first time I've seen someone persuaded to move after living here for most of my own life. However, just as Xin Yang was wondering, the neighbor looked around furtively, as if on guard against something, and whispered mysteriously, this neighborhood is not clean. There are dirty things hanging around in the building. Just last night the third floor of the Wang Ant saw that thing seems to be a female, and then Wang Ant saw it on the spot to the stunned. Woke up this morning, her son rushed over to her to pick up. Haunted? A female PPO? When Xin Yang heard this, he immediately remembered. In the past few days, the neighborhood has been in a state of panic, and there are always people who say that they see a white shadow in the hallway, and they also hear a similar woman's sinister laughter in the middle of the night. At first Xin Yan thought it was a prank, but now it seems there may be something else going on. So that's why, Yang, you should hurry up and move out too. The neighbor looked at Xin Yang, then looked up at the scattered lights upstairs and said, in a few days, the people in this building will have moved almost all the way out, and when that time comes, you'll be the only one living. You're not afraid. Afraid to be not afraid. Xin Yang pondered for a moment and said, I'm so used to living here, and the rent's so cheap, it's gonna be hard to find another place, and with the haunting, I can bargain with the landlord. Others fear, I add to my position. This wave is actually bloody profitable. The neighbors were speechless when they heard this. What kind of brainwave is this? How can you play like that? Nowadays young people don't even want to die in order to save some money. Hey, good words are hard to persuade dead ghosts. The neighbor shook his head with a rotten expression. The poor man versus the woman. You two are the real crouching dragon in Phoenix. I'm flattered. Into the night. The stars are shining brightly. Xin Yang lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling instead of sleeping, but put on his astral force perception to keep an eye on the movements in the neighborhood. In an instant, the powerful star power covered the entire neighborhood, as if spring rain was falling, moistening things silently, and not letting go of any wind-blown grass. The squeaking and clamoring of rats in the pipes, the whispered conversations of other neighbors, and a few gasps that made me blush when I heard them could all be heard. TCH, playing so flowery on a big night. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. Xin Yang monitored the various sound sources in the neighborhood, then rolled over on the bed. This astral coverage was incomparably powerful, as if it was on full map eavesdropping mode. One would never have turned it on if one hadn't met a neighbor who talked about female ghosts. After all, it really isn't very nice to pry into your neighbor's bit of privacy. But there's no way. Women ghosts are stomping on their noses and are about to ride their heads. How can we allow others to snore on our couch? If I don't find you out, I won't be able to sleep well. Xin Yan thought like this. Suddenly, a ripple of astral energy flooded the mind. The location instantly locked onto the neighboring building. Coming. Seeing this, Xin Yang hurriedly got up and directly stepped on the 7-star traveling dragon steps, following the sound. A few moments later, he came to where the source of the sound was. Cold and silent corridor. Escape signs with a strange green light, accompanied by ghostly laughter. As if in hell. End of chapter. 045 Little Fox. Is it really haunted? Xin Yang stood in the hallway puzzled by the cold wind at night, but also feel the back of the cold wind. The mournful laughter resounded through the building, hitting the walls and creating an echoing crossover that repeated itself over and over, sounding terrifying. It's as if there really are evil spirits parasitizing the building. No, trust science. Xin Yang stabilized his mind and suddenly had some regrets. Had he known that it would have been better to bring a scythe hammer along just now, and then dump 2 copies of When the Stars Shine for Mankind over there to suppress it? I don't give a shit about you, PPO. Starting seconds. Just as Xin Yang was thinking, a system prompt came from his mind. Ding, detected the breath of the imperial star beast nine-tailed fox, light the host to leave as soon as possible and ask the female emperor's disciple to come and subdue it. Nine-tailed fox? Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Yang was instantly overjoyed. Here we go. The dog system is acting up again. It's actually a nine-tailed fox this time? This is a creature of myth and legend. Born with 9 tails and living for 1,000 years. It is a heaven-defying creature that can gather the aura of all things for its own use. And now it's actually here? Nope. Qin Yang thought for a moment. According to the dog system's urination, the last time I encountered a cockroach spider could become a beast emperor. Then the 9-tailed foxes in this encounter would have to shrink a bit. Say maybe. It might just be a little fox that wails. But this is not an absolute either. Like the previous blood demon was a counterexample. Even now it was a very dangerous existence. And even with the cooperation of the 3 great innate realm experts of Jianhai City, they were unable to suppress it. I'd better play it safe. Thinking of this, Qin Yang did not dare to be careless and released his star power to cover the building's perception. In a short while, he figured out the source of the star power fluctuation. That's movement coming from the 7th floor. And the fluctuations aren't that great. According to this state of affairs, the strength of the other party will not be able to pass the realm of the sovereign master. In front of himself is simply not enough to be feared. This should be stable. 1 for 1 above the sovereign. And below the sovereign himself was invincible. Think about it. Qin Yang put down his doubts and strutted down the steps, thumping towards the 7th floor. A few moments later, corner of the 7th floor, the incandescent lights in the ceiling flickered on and off, and an eerie wind whistled through the hallway. I saw a female ghost in plain snow and white standing under the lamp, her long hair like a waterfall, and laughter coming from her throat as if she were a baby crying. And right at the woman's feet, there was a middle-aged woman who had been stunned into unconsciousness, and the fruits and vegetables in her vegetable basket were scattered all over the place, her face pale. 7th. The female ghost stared at the woman on the floor, murmured a tally, and bent over to brace herself with her limbs low to the ground. Next moment, green smoke billowed up, her body suddenly shrunk, her white clothes dissipated, and she turned into a young white fox, her silky fur silvery white like snow, and her 3 big fluffy tails stood up, and the round fox eyes turned and flashed with a hint of cunning. Looking around, as a wild fox wandering in the wilderness, it knew how difficult it was to take human form. It wasn't enough just to draw on the star power in the sky. Some animals were lucky enough to meet the chance of spiritual fruits and get the chance to transform into adults. But wild creatures like her were not lucky enough to meet that kind of chance in their entire lives. But the good thing is that the 4-9 heavenly derivatives, disappear one of them, all things will always have a way out. And this harvesting of human aura, it is one of the Taoist sects that takes shape. Foxes use their tails to gather qi. 1 turns into 2, 2 turns into 3 until 9 is the pole, achieving a truly immortal body. These days, it had been stealing the essence of the residents in the building, and it was finally getting closer to that goal. It's almost 4 tails. The white fox looked back at her 3 large fluffy tails, her gaze full of compassion. It snickered and came closer to the middle-aged woman, arching over her hand, and was about to continue sucking in essence. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded in the hallway. So it's really a little fox. The sudden male voice, which appeared as if out of nowhere, immediately startled White Fox. There's someone else in the building? Why didn't I sense it? His heart pounding, his skinny fox carapace trembling, he snapped his head around, showing his teeth at the source of the sound, only to see Qin Yang walk out from the entrance of the building, still wearing the pajamas he hadn't changed out of, with slippers on his feet, as if he was a resident passing by chance. Another human? Seeing this, White Fox thought in confusion, his small round eyes full of doubt. It's 3 in the morning. What's with all the walking? And how did he avoid my senses? Too many questions could not be answered, and the White Fox shook his little head and subconsciously actuated the spell. Next moment, palm, the green smoke rises again to hide the real body. It once again transformed into a hideous female ghost and floated through the building. White clothes and plain snow. Her face was covered with festering flesh, and the white bones were vaguely visible, and blood continued to ooze down her cheeks. Against this dim hallway light, it was like a severe ghost that had just run out of a horror movie. Very frightening and horrifying. A normal human being would have already been scared into incontinence and fainted on the spot. However, Qin Yang not only did not run, but instead held his hands on his chest with interest and stayed in place, staring straight at the female ghost. The expression on his face was subdued, as if to say, I'll just be quiet and watch you perform. For a while, the atmosphere of the scene fell into awkwardness. White Fox and Qin Yang stared at each other, both staying in place without moving. As time passes, it's the White Fox's side that's getting the creeps. Why doesn't this human run? Am I not scary enough? Confused, the The white fox looked at Qin Yang as he clenched his silver teeth and once again released his own illusion spell. Next moment, the scene of the surrounding building suddenly changed in Qin Yang's field of vision. The walls peeled away to reveal countless holes from which ghastly white arms and legs protruded. Shaking and swaying, accompanied by mournful screams, Qin Yang bathed in these horrifying sights, his face calm and composed, releasing his true essence to check his surroundings. He soon understood everything. There's no hand-holding at all. He remained in the hallway himself and didn't go anywhere. All of this is just an illusion. This nine-tailed fox looks strong on the surface, but the truth is that the outside is stronger than the outside, and it's all an act. Its real strength couldn't make it to the stage, so it could only rely on this bluff to make a living. Thinking of this, Qin Yang stood still and became more and more peaceful, silently enjoying the white fox's seductive performance. From the red-pink skeleton, to the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, to the midnight ghosts of the night, all sorts of horrifying illusions swept across the room, and Qin Yang admired them with interest. 2 minutes later, the white fox looked at the stalwart Qin Yang, finally unable to tense up, asked with a confused face, "Why aren't you afraid?" Qin Yang was instantly a bit surprised. So it's still a talking fox. End of chapter. 046 Master. The slave was merely joking. In the hallway, awkwardness was spreading. Qin Yang and Little Fox were wide-eyed, with an unconscious middle-aged woman lying in the center, making the situation at the scene a stalemate. Now, because the white fox had released too many illusions, the white little face had long climbed a few touches of scarlet, and on the contrary, Qin Yang on the other side, there was no redness in his face, as if he didn't care at all about the landscape brought about by that illusion. This instantly made White Fox a whole lot less confident. Off the charts. Just now, he had released all the illusions he knew in his life. Logically speaking, Qin Yang would have already been stunned in place and fainted a dozen times on the spot. But what happened? Not to mention moving, he didn't even take a step. How can it be? The white fox was shocked beyond measure, narrowing its slender eyes as it stared at Qin Yang in front of it and sized him up. She remembered an old saying she had heard before. People are 3 times afraid of ghosts, and ghosts are 7 times afraid of people. Don't tell me, this is the case with Qin Yang now? Why don't you continue? Qin Yang felt the illusions around him disappear and laughed lightly. This is powerless? You. Hearing this, the white fox gritted its teeth, its gaze glaring angrily at Qin Yang as a low hissing growl of warning sounded from its throat. This immortal ant has lived for so many years, but this is the first time she has seen someone as arrogant as you. Only to see her bend down. Green smoke rose up and once again transformed into her original fox true form. 3 fluffy, snow-white tails stood up, as if they were fried and erect. Boom! Terrifying star power erupted in an instant. The air in the building roared, forming a strong wind pressure towards Qin Yang, vaguely carrying a few fox hostile calls. This realm is. Qin Yang stood against the wind in the hallway and slightly sensed it. Early innate realm. No wonder this little fox dared to run into the neighborhood and do evil. The highest level in Jianghai City was only the peak of the innate realm like elderly. On the strength level of the little fox alone, looking at the city of Jianghai, there are really not many who can help her. As long as it wanted to run, it could easily avoid everyone's eyes and rejoin the deep forest to hide. And when the wind stopped, it would come out again to draw essence and be done with it. No matter how you count it, this drawing of essence is foolproof. It's just a shame. Meet me. Qin Yang smiled and shook his head. After figuring out the ins and outs, his heart was relieved. And with the little fox exploding its star power just now, the system also finished its detection and exhibited her relevant panel in front of Qin Yang. Race, Snow Fox, contains a trace of ancient nine-tailed fox bloodline. Cultivation level, early innate. Aptitude, Xingqiu illusion. Sonic charm. Characteristics, gluttony for the essence of living beings. Along with that, there was a system beep. Ding! It has been detected that the nine-tailed fox's aura has locked onto the host. Extremely dangerous. Please escape quickly. Qin Yang listened to the warning and rolled his eyes, expressing indifference. Just this one little fox of the innate realm. He could kill himself with one hand, and was not to be feared at all. Die, human. At the same time, the white fox on the opposite side also finally couldn't stand it. His front paw slammed the floor, the tiles bursting apart, and he took the lead and started attacking towards Qin Yang. The wind whistled and drummed. The little fox's body was like a dark shadow, instantly arriving in front of Qin Yang. It swung its right front paw, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air, and it was about to slice into Qin Yang's neck. Too slow. However, Qin Yang just shook his head and slowly raised a palm and slapped it back. Snap! A huge shock rang out. The white fox that came running hadn't even arrived in front of Qin Yang. Suddenly he felt his face red and swollen. His body trajectory changed, and the whole person flew backwards, directly smashing a cracked big pit to the wall. The white fox slid slowly down the wall, and was a little confused as he touched his red, swollen right cheek with his front paw. What the hell? He made a move? How come I didn't see it at all? For a while, countless question marks popped up on White Fox's head. That scene just now was unbelievable. He himself was a fox who had entered the innate realm. And you actually ended up getting a whoop-ass without even seeing the shot? That's not even close to being in the same ballpark. This man is scary. A big scary. The sense of crisis in the white fox's heart instantly exploded, subconsciously lifting his hind legs, wanting to bolt. However, Qin Yang's voice came again. If you take one step, it'll be more than a slap. At those words, the white fox's body trembled violently. Dropping its ears, it cowered in place holding its three large fluffy tails. In front of its powerful strength, the feeling of oppression that Qin Yang brought to it was unparalleled. The only thing she can do at this moment is beg for mercy. In the next moment, the fox looked at Qin Yang in fear and cried, "My lord, I know I'm wrong. You are generous," it said. It pointed to the middle-aged women who fainted on the ground. "I just sucked the essence. Never hurt them too deeply. After half a month these people will be able to recover." Between the words, all sorts of trepidation flowed. "That's a confession?" Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and walked over to the little fox, one hand carrying the back of her tender neck and lifting it up with ease and said, "I still like the unruly look you had just now. Please recover." Hearing this, the white fox stared indignantly at Qin Yang, but just as his eyes made contact with him, he immediately lowered his eyes and abased himself. At this moment, she was like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others, without the slightest right to speak. "You can if you want to live. I'll give you two ways to choose." Qin Yang looked at the white fox and smiled blandly. "First rule, submit to me. Listen well and don't play any tricks on me. And this second way is for me to stay and make a fox skin coat to keep me warm in the winter." There were pros and cons to each of these two paths, and no matter what the nine-tailed fox chose, he would not lose out. As far as Qin Yang knew, there existed some special star power cultivators in this side of the world that relied on collecting star beasts as pets and living with them for mutual benefit. There were even some star power martial artists who practiced the anti-feeding wonder technique, raise star beasts directly to return their abilities to their physical bodies as a way to enhance their strength. These people are collectively known as beast masters. Now that he had this fox demon in his hand, he could try in that direction as well. "You choose yourself." Qin Yang put down a sentence and waited for White Fox to choose. "Let me drive you?" At those words, the white fox's small face stifled its redness and subconsciously became angry. "What class are you? This immortal ant has a noble nine-tailed fox bloodline. How could I possibly submit to a tiny human like you? It's so humiliating." "Good. Have a backbone. I appreciate you like that." Qin Yang lightly laughed, carrying the little fox to the front. Even scared and lied, "Don't be afraid. After all, I'm not a devil. Never force people to be difficult. Is that the weather is really too cold. There is still a fox skin coat missing." Hearing this, the white fox suddenly changed drastically, and quickly changed her tone to a sarcastic smile. "Master, don't be angry. The slave is just joking with you." End of chapter. 047. You still need to warm the bed. "Master, I'm still young." "That's a wimp. I still like the bratty look you had just now." Qin Yang shook his head and said, slowly placing the white fox in his hand on the ground. As the hand that was pinching the back of his neck loosened, the white fox lightly rolled over and landed on the ground, shaking his body before coming to spin around Qin Yang's leg, rubbing against his pants leg to curry favor. "Master's strength is profound. I didn't see it before with my poor eyesight. I will definitely serve Master properly in the future." "Ha!" Hearing this, Qin Yang stared at White Fox with a smile on his face and asked, "Is that really true? The internet can say that your mouths are so smooth that you can't trust a single word." "Slander. This is all a slander against our fox clan." The white fox once again exploded, gritting his teeth and saying indignantly, "All stereotypes. Master, you can't believe those people talking nonsense. Smear or not, I don't know, but I only care about one thing. Only by constructing chiseled covenant can I be completely at ease." Saying that, Qin Yang suddenly raised his hand and pointed his fingers together towards the center of the white fox's brow, before slashing across the little fox's front paw, cutting out a tiny wound, causing blood to gush out in no time. Hiss! White Fox huffed instinctively against the pain. In the next moment, a strand of pure beast blood flowed out of her claw, oozing down to the ground with a resounding thud. Seeing this, Qin Yang recalled the words of the contract that he had read in the library and searched for what contract should be appropriate. "But, since we're both masters and servants now, it's not too much to ask for the toughest life and death contract ever, is it?" After making up his mind, Qin Yang pondered over his memories while chanting the deed. At the same time, he operated the true essence in his body and directly communicated with the laws of heaven and earth. Next moment, buzz! In the hallway, There was a faint sound of sonority. The blood on the ground fractured in response, hooking up to the white fox's mud pill point, immediately constructing a prison rope linking life and death for her, and then fading into nothingness. Phew, it's done. Qin Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the contract had been finalized. Now that he had the blood contract in his hand, he was equivalent to holding the power of life and death of the white fox. If the white fox dared to betray, no matter how far and wide it traveled, he himself would be able to remotely pinch her sea of consciousness and make her go drink manhwa soup on the spot. So much for that. After having the means of prevention and control guaranteed, this is where the deed itself is truly done. Master. The white fox sensed the changes in his body, and also understood that the covenant between the vaguely has become helplessly admitted. But soon, it regained its spirit. After all, this world is supposed to be weak and strong. What else can you do if you're not as skilled as you are? After just received Qin Yang that palm suppression, White Fox has long understood that the gap in strength is as big as the sea and mountains, simply cannot be overstepped. And under this horrible strength crushing, it was useless to have any more caution. Well, now you should be able to believe what you say. Qin Yang clapped his hands and felt relieved. Foxes are cunning by nature, and if they don't rely on this life and death blood contract bundle, they are bound to be full of lies. Truth is adulterated and falsehoods are true. It's always good to try to be as secure as possible in what you do. Thinking of this, Qin Yang looked towards the unconscious middle-aged woman on the ground before turning his head towards the white fox and asking, "Tell me, why are you here playing God? And what's with this injured older woman?" "Master, I didn't hurt her." The white fox stepped with a light fox body and came to the woman's side, complaining, "I'm just borrowing a little aura with her. It won't cause any major harm, at most this human will just have a low fever. It will soon recover." "That's more like it." Qin Yang nodded slightly at his words and thought carefully. "It's been a rough couple of days in the neighborhood though, but it's also true that there wasn't a single dead victim. White Fox was at best pretending to be a god in the cell block during this time. Then using an illusion to scare someone unconscious and take some essence to extract their cultivation was just a matter of taking some essence and not doing anything out of the ordinary. But you've got quite a lot of guts too. Actually daring to break into human territory?" Qin Yang looked surprised and said, "Aren't you afraid that the experts in the city will find out and surround you?" "Fear? Of course I'm afraid, Master." The white fox lay on his side on the ground, revealing the fur on his soft stomach, and said with a tired look on his face, "That's why I'm lurking in the flat by illusion." Before that, he deliberately avoided the downtown area and picked such a remote and poor neighborhood, just to avoid the 3 innate experts in the city. "But who would have thought that I would meet you here, Master?" The white fox rolled over and looked at Qin Yang, her eyes filled with resentment. 1,000 times, I thought I had avoided everything, but I didn't expect that there were actually experts. Stay low, stay low." Qin Yang waved his hand and asked again, "Where are your family elders? Do you foxes have litters of foxes? There's no more of your kind in this cell block?" "No, Master, it's just me here." Speaking of which, White Fox lay on the ground, his paws drooping over his chest in remembrance. "After I got separated from my clan in the last beast tide, I've been living on my own, barely extracting my cultivation by taking a bit of essence for a living every day, and I've barely been able to get by." When Qin Yang heard this, he somewhat remembered. The so-called beast tide only happens about once every 20 years. Each time it was unleashed, an overwhelming number of star beasts laid siege to human cities, and life was lost. But this little white fox in front of him was obviously different from those ferocious beasts, with a relatively tame disposition. And since she had been able to hang out in the city for so long, it meant that her IQ was pretty high, so she would be a good choice to give herself a hand in the future. Not bad, not bad. Picked up a little 9-tailed fox for nothing. This wave is cool. Qin Yang nodded his head in satisfaction and looked at the white fox and asked, "What's your name?" "White Beaver, Master." The white beaver sounded a bit shy as she spoke her real name. "You can just call me by from now on." If the clan knew, the sisters would surely be ashamed of themselves for telling their true names to a human. But now that his life is in Qin Yang's hands, he can only admit it. "White, that's a good name." Qin Yang nodded his head, remembering the female ghost-like appearance he had just seen. He curiously said, "Was that your original appearance just now?" "No, Master, it's all pretend to scare you humans." Little White spat out his tongue and circled around Qin Yang cheerfully. "Let me show you my original appearance." The words fell. Green smoke filled the air. Xiaobai's fox form dissipated and soon coalesced into a new form, a little lowly with a pill head. At first glance she was only 7 or 8 years old, powdered and carved, wearing a green dress, her eyes flickering in the darkness, slightly appearing to be somewhat naive and hazy. Qin Yang looked over and sked. "All right, that's a nice gesture. How's it going, Master?" White spun around, displaying it recklessly. "Ahem, Not bad. Qin Yang lightly coughed and paused. Since you are now my beast pet, then in the future, the chores in the house will be hard for you. Like what? Cleaning laundry and cooking, warming the bed and so on. You have to do it. Ha! Xiaobai froze at his words. Still want to warm the bed? Master, people are still small. End of chapter. 048 Secret Art of Spiritual Power, Purple Sun Viewing Thoughts. You're still young for your age? After hearing this, Qin Yang swept a glance at Xiaobai in front of him. Xiaobai is petite, bare feet on the ground, snow-white long hair trailing on the ground. The top of the head is also drooping 2 animal ears. Pathetic, living like a small paper doll. But since she was already in Shanghai City in 20 years, this was definitely not a young age. Master, you don't believe me? I didn't lie to you. Little White raised his small fists and flaunted. Qin Yang laughed at the situation and shook his head, naturally not believing what she said. You know, foxes are cunning by nature. After the first opening of spiritual wisdom, they even extend their lifespan, and it is not uncommon for them to live up to 100 years or several hundred years. It has long since passed beyond the realm of human perception. But even with such a long lifespan added, they also have to honestly cultivate in order to take on human form, which takes up a lot of time. It is as little as a few hundred years and as much as 1,000 years. That is to say, the current Xiao Bai, although she had a chaste appearance and appeared to be a lowly, her actual age was probably older than several Qin Yangs. So, is this playing coy with me? A fox who's been alive for I don't know how long is pretending to be young with me? True down to the head. Thinking of this, Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and smiled at Xiao Bai, and did not poke at her, but reached out to rub her little head and said, Let's go home. Yes, master. Xiao Bai nodded his head thinking that Qin Yang really believed, secretly pleased to steal joy. The corner of his mouth grinned out of budding tiger teeth. The two of them pulled each other like this, their figures fading away, and they soon returned to Qin Yang's home. Qin Yang rented a room is not big. It is an ordinary one-bedroom. Living alone is accustomed to. The things in the room are not often cleaned up, so it is a little messy. With Kahaku doing the chores, I'll be able to relax in the future. Just thinking about it. Qin Yang slapped his head and suddenly remembered another big thing. Where's the reward for the dog system? According to reason, he had just subdued the star beast. It was only right that he should have exploded the rewards long ago at this time. But why was the system silent? Did the reward get swallowed by it? Thinking of this, Qin Yang instantly couldn't hold back and said silently in his head, System, where did it go? Give me out. Pretend to be dead. As he droned on, the system in his head hurriedly responded with a voice. Ding, the host is at ease. This system has always been there. It's just too shocking. The host has actually subdued a beast emperor without any effort. That makes this system admirable. Qin Yang listened to the system's bragging and rolled his eyes without any good reason, saying, Cut the crap. Are you trying to swallow my reward? The host is overstating things. This system is never that kind of system. The system trembled as it responded, revealing deep trepidation in its tone, as if it was afraid that Qin Yang would destroy it if he was unhappy. It had been silently recording Qin Yang's strike just now, and it was too terrifying to raise its hand and easily suppress the beast emperor, and even take it under its wing. You, Lord Host, are simply too powerful. This system will distribute the rewards now, the system said, and then started to enter the settlement section. Ding, detected the host taking in a beast emperor, rewarded with a 20-fold increase. Acquire the secret art of spiritual power, the purple sun viewing thoughts. Gain 20 years of cultivation. Only after hearing the reward arrived did Qin Yang put his heart down and turn to support Little White. Go, clean up the floor for me. Oh, I know, master. White looked reluctant, but eventually obeyed and headed for the kitchen, grabbing a broom and starting to get ready to clean up. Sweep it clean, don't let me see you slacking off. Qin Yang yelled at her, then returned to the bed and sat with his legs crossed, unable to wait to check the rewards given by the system. First, it's the accumulation of 20 years of cultivation. After absorbing it, one could instantly reach the early stage of the sovereign realm, saving the time of cultivation and spanning a large chunk of cultivation progress in one step. Nice. Lying upgrade. I like it. Qin Yang sat on the bed to concentrate and meditate, slowly closing his eyes and pouring all his cultivation into his body. Boom! Shasta. The true essence flowed, and the astral energy that had been accumulated for 20 years flowed through the limbs and bones, flushing the original flesh. And along with it, there were countless understandings of astral energy that came pouring in. It was as if 20 years of life memories had flowed by. One thought through. When Qin Yang opened his eyes again, the true essence in his body surged as if it was a river jet, soaring a great deal more than before. This is the peak of the early stage of the sovereign? Comfortable. Qin Yang moved his body. His strength was full and there were hidden starbursts escaping. Unusual patriarchs who wanted to reach the peak of the early stage did not know how much painstaking work they would have to go through, but for themselves it was something that was easily surpassed. What cultivation bottleneck? It doesn't exist. Okay, moving on. The rest of the rewards are secret mental power techniques. Qin Yang closed his eyes and continued to return to the state of absorption he had just experienced, a relevant memory following in his mind. Zhang Guanyin idea. As the name suggests, close your eyes and mold the sun into a sunrise in your mind, casting a grand purple and gold sunrise and casting your spiritual power in this way. It is as constant as the blazing sun in the sky. Not bad. That's a pretty good way to look at things. My spiritual power is really poor right now. Qin Yang recalled the Dharma tricks in his mind and felt immensely satisfied. It was extremely difficult to get started in the cultivation of spiritual power. One of the hardest parts is the lack of a proper viewpoint. Although there were koans in the library, they were very inferior versions, and the gains from practicing them were minimal and a drop in the bucket. But it's a forgiveness. There were still many people flocking there every day to refer to the contents, eager to accumulate spiritual power one day. This shows how precious the idea of view is. And now, like the purple sun viewing thoughts in Qin Yang's hand, not only was the molding complete, but it also allowed the spiritual power to advance by thousands of miles per day. If it was placed outside, it would inevitably become an existence for anyone to go crazy over. Not bad, not bad. Fitting for the Dharma I cultivate. Thinking of this, Qin Yang was in a soothing mood and immediately began to visualize the purple sun. Close your eyes. As darkness surged in, Qin Yang meditated on the outline of the purple sun, and a round of purple and gold light instantly lit up, like a torch from the barbaric era, dispelling the endless darkness in his mind. As the silhouette of the purple sun grew larger and larger, the darkness and chaos dissipated, and the light was a visualization of spiritual power, as if the sun was shining. The next moment it directly spread to envelop the entire room. In the meantime, in the corner, White was full of reluctance to clean the room, and was sulking inside, his mouth broken. Humph, how dare you make Antony do odd jobs? It's simply outrageous. She looked at the broomstick in her hand and thought that her future fate would be like this broomstick, being controlled by Qin Yang wantonly. He was the descendant of the nine-tailed fox. How could he be so willing? Abominable humans. White's silver teeth clenched as he was about to think hard. Suddenly, a powerful fluctuation of mental energy appeared at first, attracting her attention. Ha, what's this? Checking the room for spiritual energy. She followed the trail and couldn't help but look at Qin Yang on the bed. End of chapter. 049. This little beast slave is pretty good. It's actually him? Xiaobai stared at Qin Yang on the bed with wide eyes, his face full of incredulity. The majestic spiritual power spread across the room, refreshing and filling the space like water, as if everything was within Qin Yang's perception. What strong spiritual power. Bad. He's not going to know about the bad things I just said, is he? Xiaobai's delicate body trembled. Her tail behind her erected like an electric shock, and she subconsciously took 2 steps backward. This human. So scary. It's not even if you're strong, but you actually have such strong spiritual power? How else is one going to run away? Hey, am I going to be stuck in this human's hands for the rest of my life? Am I going to be stuck in the hands of this human? White sighed softly, his animal ears drooping as his mood became overwhelmingly frustrated, and he honestly picked up the broom to continue sweeping. Soon, the spiritual energy in the room spread to the extreme, and Qin Yang's visualization was nearing its end. The moment. In his mind, it was no longer chaotic, but became radiant and warm and cozy, with a vast violet gold sunrise hanging high above, like the dawn, dispersing the darkness. It's done. Slowly exhaling, Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes. The world in front of me is transparent and refreshing, and I feel that if I were to stay up for a few all-nighters now, I wouldn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. Not bad. This spiritual power rise is truly terrifying. As his spiritual power improved, Qin Yang felt the changes and also realized that his use of the enlightenment space became more and more comfortable, and the speed of comprehending the techniques followed suit. Is it because of the elevated spiritual power? Qin Yang made the association that he was now energized. If it were those star martial artists, they would probably hate to start cultivating on the spot. There was a powerful spiritual force added to it. They were tireless and drew star power around the clock, which allowed them to rapidly increase their cultivation level, and they rolled their cultivation madly. Not so with myself. We don't roll with them, but raise your cultivation as usual. Are you angry? If those cultivators knew about it, I'm afraid they'd have to die of anger on the spot and yell at me for wasting it, huh? Think about it. Satisfied, Qin Yang withdrew from the state of visualization, then raised his hand and grabbed in the direction of Little White. Boom! True essence erupted, and terrifying star power ravaged the room, guiding the airflow to form a funnel, instantly pulling Little White over. Yikes, master, what are you doing? The little white in the sweeping ground was caught in his hands, helplessly twisting his petite body to struggle. But no matter how much he moved, he couldn't get out of Qin Yang's control. Next moment, Qin Yang grabbed the back of Xiaobai's neck with one hand and recklessly kneaded her little face with the other. His hands were delicate and bouncy, and he casually played with it. You think I didn't hear the bad things you just said? Qin Yang smiled and frightened. Secretly insulting your master. You should be punished. Punish me? Xiaobai sniffed, a delicate body trembled, directly scared to cry, oh, sorry master. I'm wrong. Never dare again. Before he could finish his words, Qin Yang increased the force in his hand and rubbed Xiaobai's face even more roughly, causing her to only let out whimpers. So soft. The soft touch coming from his hand was very soothing to Qin Yang. Apologize for nothing. White's hands are real nice. Well, the little white who was pinched in the face couldn't make a sound, whimpering and whimpering, looking pitiful, but in his heart, he had already broken his mouth. Pissed me off. This human dares to bully me like this. If I don't take this revenge, I'll swear not to be a fox in the future. While Xiaobai was being exasperated, he suddenly heard Qin Yang's voice again. Bring the right side of your face closer. It's too far away to pinch. Oh, still not feeling well? Come here a little more. Xiaobai obediently turned his head in aggression, obediently turned the right side of his face to Qin Yang, and was again kneaded by him for a while. I don't know how much time has passed. Qin Yang pinched Xiaobai, who finally lost interest before letting her lead his side, then pointed in the direction of the kitchen. I'm hungry. Go and cook some dishes out for me. 3 dishes and 1 soup. If you try to fool me, watch your ass. You. Once again being made to stare angrily, Little White stared at Qin Yang in shame, his tail instantly blowing up and towering. What? Qin Yang cast a sidelong glance at her and said, have an opinion? The plain words, accompanied by the terrifying star power sweeping through the room, as if it was poised like a rainstorm of dark clouds, instantly suppressed Xiaobai's newly rising aura. She looked at Qin Yang, wagged her tail, and changed her words in a jar. You as the master of this fox, how can 3 dishes and 1 soup be enough? I don't agree. I want more dishes. Qin Yang, this little fox is really quick to change her face. Forget it, just 3 dishes and 1 soup will do. Do it properly for me. Got it, master. Xiaobai nodded and hurriedly broke away from Qin Yang's hand, running into the kitchen as if relieved. In a short while, we can hear pots and pans colliding, chopping boards ringing, bubbling oil sound with a tantalizing aroma of meat wafting out. Smelling let a person's appetite. A few minutes later, Xiaobai carried the dishes and delivered them one by one to Qin Yang. Steamed tofu with mushrooms and minced pork, sautéed squash, curried shrimp, and a seaweed and clam soup. Qin Yang held up the rice. Is a fierce dazzle. Tofu melt in the mouth. Curry shrimp meat tender and crisp throat. Quickly finished the table. Xiaobai's cooking tastes pretty good, so I don't need to order takeout in the future. Qin Yang lay comfortably on the sofa, watching Xiaobai wash the dishes for himself, and could already think of how awesome the days ahead would be. Little foxes live by drawing essence and need not eat grains. A proper innate made saint body. After Xiaobai finished washing the dishes, Qin Yang asked her to pound her back again. That's called a treat. Previously in the library, Qin Yang looked at the records of those ancient lords, but also scolded the extravagance of this thing. Such a big man with hands and feet, but also use maids to serve? Ugh, he doesn't understand. Until today, after having white, only then did Qin Yang realize that master is actually myself. The next day, Qin Yang got up early in the morning and followed his usual route to the library to clock in for work. But this time, it was drawing the gazes of countless passers-by. Nothing else. Just because he was holding a small snow-white fox in his arms. Docile and well-behaved. Cute bleeding kind. Passers-by turnaround rate directly 100%. Nice. That's a nice touch. Qin Yang stroked the little fox's head with a soothing face and leisurely walked into the library. Of course, it wasn't that he wanted to show off. It was just that he felt a little less at ease simply leaving Xiaobai at home. After all, he himself is her master now. It would be a problem if he got into any trouble and had to implicate himself again. It's always me, Qin Yang, who sells others. How can I let others sell my share? And again, other people jerk off dogs and cats. We just jerk off foxes. Is it cool? Adorable, alright. This little fox not only laundry and cooking and hygiene, but also even warmed the bed and whacked the back, so that they can casually jerk, but also direct blood money. Where can we find such a little beast slave? No one else who wants it has access to it. End of chapter. 050 Access to the second floor of the library. After clocking out, Qin Yang held the white beaver in his arms and walked straight to his workplace, and every now and then he could feel some envious gazes. The passers-by around them marveled in awe. Wow, look at that guy's arms. What a cute little fox. The administrator even has a beast slave too. Amazing. Humph. I'm afraid I didn't spend a lot of money. With his strength, it must cost a lot of feats to take in a beast slave. Fine comments came in. All kinds of envy and jealousy mingled. However, Xin Yang didn't take it to heart and just calmly placed the white beaver on his shoulder, letting her coil in a circle around between his neck, freeing his hands for himself. Then go on with your daily routine. He wasn't worried about being driven away by the stewards. In the library, the rules about beast slaves are pretty loose. It would not prohibit martial artists from bringing star beasts into the museum. After all, these beast slaves had been primed with divine wisdom since the moment they were taken in, and had long since stopped being as savage as ordinary animals. And for star martial artists who specialize in taming animals, beast slaves are even more like hands and feet, and can never be easily separated. With this in mind, the library owner was also very open-minded and directly netted the star martial artist to bring his beast slave into the library. Even the staff can be brought, as long as it doesn't interfere with the work schedule. Everything is arbitrary. Yo, old Qin, this is the little fox, quite cute. Your new beast slave? After Xiaohe saw Qin Yang's fox, he couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and came up. Aha! Qin Yang nodded his head and said, touching the little fox lying on his shoulder. His posture was soft and boneless, and he even took the initiative to bring his little head up, rubbing his hand affectionately. The meek and lovely look immediately made Xiaohe's eyes glow. Holy shit, that's a lot of sex, isn't it? I want to get one too. Xiaohe poked Qin Yang's shoulder, rubbed his thumb and index finger, and signaled, money is not a problem. Old Qin, what channel did you get it from? Picked it up in the hallway of the unit. Qin Yang answered truthfully. I'll believe the hell out of you. Xiaohe rolled his eyes. Forget it if you don't say it. I'm not going to force you. Lately I've been kind of thinking about getting a beast slave, so I'll get a mountain monarch out when the time comes. A mountain king? You mean the tiger? Qin Yang wondered. Yes, I'll get a tiger-type star beast by then. Are you interested? How about I trade it with you for the little fox at that time? Old Qin? Xiaohe stared at the white beaver on Qin Yang's shoulder and said slowly, although this little fox of yours is cute, its strength is low, and it's definitely not as good as a tiger-type star beast. Forget about it. Forget about tiger-like star beasts. Qin Yang shook his head and waved his hand in rejection. I won't change it even if you say anything. Tiger-like star beasts are powerful though, but it can't help that it also has a big appetite. The amount of meat you eat in one meal is 10 times that of other star beasts. The fierce dazzle of steak pork every day is only affordable for a big dog family like Shaha, and ordinary people will be forced to eat dirt after a few meals. What's a little librarian like yourself to feed? Not to mention, how could any other beast slave be better than Xiaobai? It can cook, sweep the floor, and massage the drooping shoulders. Soothing is just not an option. Hey, okay, brother, I won't force myself on anyone, since you like it so much. Forget it. Seeing Qin Yang's resolute attitude, Xiaohe's nature instantly softened and looked at the fox fondly. But you little fox is too weak. You have to keep an eye on it in the future. The words fell. Xiaobai, who was originally nestled on Qin Yang's shoulder, but his ears stood up and narrowed his narrow eyes to stare at Xiaohe. How dare you call me weak? How bold! If I can't rule my master, I can't rule you? Thinking of this, Xiaobai raised his head violently and met Xiaohe's eyes. In the next moment, just as the eyes met, a strand of illusions instantly converged into Xiaohe's mind, planting the seeds of the illusions. Ha! Old Qin, look behind you. There's a pretty girl over there, or black silk. Xiaohe suddenly raised his hand and pointed behind Qin Yang and said in surprise, where is it? Qin Yang subconsciously followed the sound and looked back. There were not many people behind him, so he saw a middle-aged uncle who had just borrowed a book. However, this was a completely different light in Xiaohe's vision. It was a beautiful woman with a slender waist and a choppy chest, wearing a short skirt that showed off her two big snow-white legs walking past there. This is superb. Old Qin, I really like it. I must have a number. Wait. Qin Yang just wanted to call out to Xiaohe, but the result was that he directly flung his hand and rushed out like an arrow off the string, and he couldn't be pulled by any means. It didn't take long to stand in front of the older man and start pulling out his cell phone to get into the conversation. For a while, the people in the neighborhood were confused, staring at Xiaohe in dismay and uncertainty. When Qin Yang saw this, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. It's an illusion. Thinking of this, he instantly understood and rubbed Little White's head closer. Stop it right now. Little White. Who told him to call me names just now? Xiaobai grunted in a low voice, full of reluctance, but looking at Xiaohe, who was hitting on the older man in the distance, and seeing that his purpose had also been achieved, he finally loosened his illusionary control. Buzz! Xiaohe's brain cleared, and even his eyes became clear, but after seeing the uncle in front of him, he was instantly dumbfounded again. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Where's the beauty? All sorts of question marks popped up in his head, and with the countless people watching around him, it was a scene of social death. Little White, in the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to release illusions privately again. Do you hear me? Seeing this, Qin Yang warned Xiaobai in a low voice. If you dare to perform illusions at will, you will be severely punished. Yes, master. Xiaobai knows. It won't happen again. The white beaver bowed his head and answered in an urn. Subsequently, Xia He died in public society. He immediately looked for a corner to hide, and Qin Yang's ears were rare clean, and he continued to touch the fish and flip the book. The moment. He had gone through all the books in the library on the first floor, and was more or less bored with how little they helped him. It's time to check out the second floor. Thinking of this, Qin Yang touched the fish and leisurely walked to the second floor near the entrance. One could only see that the doorway was covered with formations that were subtle and weird, and there were several Hotian Realm 8 or 9 experts sitting there, stationed in place like iron towers. The star power on the second floor escaped badly and had long since interfered with the monitoring equipment, relying on the presence of these experts to sit and monitor. Seeing this, Qin Yang checked out the other arrangements in the pavilion. The mental power released casually, like water percolating through the entire library, was silent, and quickly mapped out the situation. There's no smell of the pavilion master, just the right opportunity to get into the second level. Relying on the fact that Xiaobai had innate realm illusions, it was easy to fool these Hotian realm experts. Thinking of this, Qin Yang tenderly jerked Little White on his shoulder and softly said, Little White, have you seen those Hotian experts? Make them invisible to me. Oh, that's easy, master. Little White, who was coiled and nestled on Qin Yang's shoulder, nodded her head and released her illusion spell. In the next moment, the ethereal illusion filled the air, spreading silently and implanting itself into the minds of those Hotian realm martial artists. Seeing this, Qin Yang walked out from the corner without any need for concealment, strutting past them and brushing past them, shaped like air, successfully stepped onto the second floor of the library. End of chapter. 051 Painful Li Zixuan. Second floor of the library. Sandalwood bookshelves stood in rows, and gilt and silver columns were lined. Each pillar was carved with ancient star diagrams, subtle and profound, and the star power escaping between the books made the entire second floor extremely luxurious. It was as if a sea of stars had fallen to earth. When Qin Yang walked into the second floor, one person and one fox leisurely walked forward as if they were strolling on a vast river of stars. Looking at the spectacular scene in front of him, Qin Yang couldn't help but utter a crippling sentence off the top of his head, which instantly made Xiaobai very speechless. What kind of reaction is that? At this moment, the books gathered here could all be treasures collected by the Zhanghai City Pavilion Master, condensing the crystallized wisdom of a large number of martial arts predecessors. And you just said fuck? Qin Yang noticed Xiaobai's eyes and inclined his head to glance at her, frightening her so much that she quickly twisted her head to avoid the sight, pointing at the nearby Hotian expert Dao. Master, don't worry, look at it as much as you want. These people have all been caught in my illusion. It's impossible for them to break away in a short period of time. How long will you probably last? It depends on how long you want to read. Master. At those words, Qin Yang was stunned. So awesome? I can watch it as long as I want? White's illusions are also too unbelievable. Seeing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but glance at the approaching Hotian realm experts and realized that the other party's eyes were blank and their pupils were out of focus. And he didn't know what kind of illusion Little White had given them. But it's not expected to wake up anytime soon. Nice. Nice and cozy. Qin Yang put Little White on his shoulder on the ground, waved his hand and said, Alright, go play on your own side. Don't disturb my reading. The tone was cold and unfeeling, as if he had left a useless toolman behind. You! Little White's body exploded after landing on the ground, both ears standing up, just wanting to get angry, but ended up meeting Qin Yang's cold eyes. You, take your time to look. Master Slave, this will not bother you. Saying that, Xiaobai transformed into a white-haired little loli, stepping barefoot on the stars all over the ground, casually scattering among the bookshelves in a naive manner. After supporting Xiaobai, Qin Yang then went to the sword technique area and checked out the treasured sword Dao True Explanation. A wide array of books came into view, such as the Supreme Sword of Absolute Love, the True Explanation of the Red Yang Sword Intent, the 9 Swords of the Xianyin. Seeing straight to dazzle people, Qin Yang picked a few books and flipped through them, his eyes sweeping over the lines of text. Soon, the contents of the book were memorized word for word and all of it was topologized into his mind. It's also time to perfect a sword to open the heavenly gate. Qin Yang remembered the sword technique in his hand. There are only 2 doors that he can take out at the moment. One was the Emperor-level martial art, heaven-slashing sword drawing technique, which was currently at a high enough level that it was no longer necessary to do any upgrading, and could not be upgraded for the time being. However, this other sword technique, one sword opens heaven's gate, had a lot of room for improvement. Fusing all the sword paths in one sword, the blue is better than the blue. That's what is called truly invincible. When Qin Yang thought of this, he became expectant and continued to peruse the bookshelf sword techniques. After memorizing the 2 and 8 realm feats, he took out his phone and looked at the time. It's still working. Going up to the second floor on your own is the equivalent of being busy, poking around in the name of going to the bathroom, and always going back to reset. Read about it. Qin Yang swept the contents of the books he was holding, memorizing them all in his mind before placing them back on the empty bookshelf and turning towards the playful white beaver. Come here, White. Let's go back. Ooh-hoo, here it comes, Master. Xiaobai moved at the sound of the voice, stooped down and transformed into a fox body again, trotting all the way up to leap onto Qin Yang's shoulder and coiled into a ball. Then Qin Yang stepped on the 7-star swimming dragon steps and silently left the second floor, returning to his post on the first floor to continue working. Qin Yang pushed the cart containing the books to arrange the books while closing his eyes and organizing his memories. In his mind, all the collected sword techniques were reorganized with his thoughts, the characters stripped into sentences, and then merged into the sword opening heavenly gates technique, and his progress skyrocketed. TCH, there doesn't seem to be any difference between me and hanging around to cultivate. The next few days passed. Qin Yang's life could be said to be very relaxed and cozy. It's a 2-hour day, clocking in and out of work from home to the library. When I go to work, I take the time to touch the fish and take Xiaobai to the second floor, and turn out 2 new books of innate sword techniques to draw on the senses and improve the realm of one sword to open the gate of heaven. After work, go home and eat the dishes cooked by Xiaobai. Ma-pa tofu, pot roast pork, braised pork chops, dishes from the south and north of the sky and the sea to eat all kinds of change, without any repetition. On this day, Qin Yang and Xia He daily teamed up to touch fish, and Xiaobai lazily lay on the railing, quietly listening to their conversation. Hey, old Qin, look over there, that chick is here again. Xia He smoked a cigarette and suddenly signaled Qin Yang to look at the rest area. The midday sun was warm, and Li Zixuan was sitting on one of the tables and chairs, with a dozen thick books stacked on the desktop, as if she was immersed in a sea of books, serene and dignified. Why do you think she's working so hard, old Qin, to be so gifted and so curly? How does that make us ordinary people live? Xia He took a depressing drag on his cigarette and snapped his fingers to extinguish it with his star power. Li Zixuan came to the library many times in the past few days. The fact that such a genius was still so hardworking instantly gave Xia He a sense of crisis. But fortunately, after seeing Qin Yang acting as if he was still a jerk every day, he was able to put his heart down. Who knows, might have something else on his mind. Qin Yang casually made a few perfunctory remarks and looked at Li Zixuan in the distance, then casually jerked the Xiaobai on his hand. The intimate movements made Xia He, who was on the side, see it and instantly became incomparably envious, reaching out to also touch Xiaobai's back. As a result, just as he stretched out his hand, he saw Xiaobai showing his teeth and letting out a ferocious grunt, and hurriedly withdrew his hand in fear. Shit, old Qin, you little white guy is a real murderer, Xia He said. I want to touch it too. Can you master of this give me a chance? Next time for sure. Qin Yang smiled and said, just think about it for now. Xia He. The sound of the 2 men's conversation crossed the sea of people and intermittently reached Li Zixuan's ears, which couldn't help but make her frown a little. So noisy. At the moment, she was in an irritable mood, feeling extremely pressurized inside, and any slightest breeze could cause her heart to flood with anger. Not much longer. The Prairie Sword Saint's talented disciple was about to come to Jianghai City. Time was running out, and as the representative of the Jianghai Martial Arts Academy, she had to practice the one sword opening heavenly gate to great success as soon as possible, and she absolutely could not lose. Otherwise, the Jianghai Martial Arts Academy would be dishonored, and it would also lose the teacher's face. Thinking about this, Li Zixuan felt a great deal of pressure. The fire of urgency attacked his heart, and even the books in his hands felt very obscure, and his originally firm sword heart showed signs of disintegration. The anxiety spread out unconsciously and was unintentionally captured by Qin Yang's spiritual power. Old Qin, don't keep staring at people. You're not still harboring thoughts, are you? Looking at Qin Yang staring at Li Zixuan, Xia He said. Qin Yang didn't answer her, but frowned, his powerful senses allowing him to see at a glance that, at this moment, Li Zixuan was very wrong. End of chapter. 052 Li Zixuan goes off the deep end? Qin Yang steps in to help. In the library, people come and go. Qin Yang looked at Li Zixuan's position and quietly released a wisp of spiritual power, as if an unnoticeable current was slowly lingering around her. Less than a moment's work. All about her state of mind. All headed back to Qin Yang's perception. Breath is disorganized. And the fire is urgent. This is a sign that you're ready to go off the deep end. When Qin Yang saw this, he froze for a moment, incredulous in his heart. What's going on? An empress can go off the deep end? According to normal circumstances, Li Zixuan, as a heavenly pride who swept through this era, should not be in such a dangerous situation. It was important to realize that going off the deep end had extremely serious consequences for martial artists. In the light case, it will leave behind the sins of the heart, which will have a great impact on the realm of cultivation, and it will be difficult to take a step forward again in one's whole life. And in serious cases, it will result in the death of the body and the demise of the Tao. TCH, really, that's a bit of a problem. Qin Yang frowned slightly and weighed the pros and cons. It's a bad situation right now. First, Li Zixuan, as a female emperor handpicked by the system, her future achievements are unlimited, and she will be able to defend herself against thousands of star beasts in the future and keep the peace of the human race. By the way, with such a high level of natural talent in the sword Dao, plus the fact that she was still so young now, it's far from the point of going off the deep end to do so. But why did the walkabout come so early? Is it possible that? Is it because of your own presence? Once he thought of this, Qin Yang recalled the sword Dao that he had previously imparted to her at Broken Peak Mountain and gradually had some thoughts. That's it. It is indeed possible. My presence changes the future. After all, in a way, imparting one's sword technique to Li Zixuan was equivalent to another form of interfering with the future. Originally, Li Zixuan had her path to the sword, either grueling or straightforward. It's all up to her alone to live or die. But not today. By taking her as a disciple himself, he forcibly intervened in her life and changed the original course of her destiny. The moment. The core sword technique used by Li Zixuan also became one sword opening Heaven's Gate. No longer the original sword path and the destiny. Can't it be that the sword technique I passed on to her is affecting her? Think about it. Qin Yang couldn't help but glance at Li Zixuan's desk. The various complicated true explanations of the sword Dao were stacked into a mountain of books, almost taking one's breath away, while Li Zixuan's beautiful face was knitted tightly, and she was at the moment ambling through her notes, trying to strengthen her comprehension of the sword Dao. Vaguely, it's exactly the kind of situation that you get into with a bullseye. Hey, what's the point of this bullseye? After figuring out the ins and outs, Qin Yang shook his head inside, his right hand rubbing the soft fur on Little White's head, feeling quite helpless in his heart. What's next? In the future, he would have to fish for the system's rewards from Li Zixuan. If she goes off the deep end and something happens to her, then wouldn't he lose his identity as a cheap master? How many more times will you get to interact with the Empress in the future? Without the opportunity to interact, how else can you glean rewards from the dog system? No, we must find a way to enlighten this girl. Qin Yang looked at Li Zixuan and thought so. Helping Li Zixuan this time was also equivalent to helping herself. She must be preserved as a tree that can grip rewards. And, taking the time to interact with her on her own might even blow up some new system rewards. No matter how you think about it, you're not losing out. A show of hands will accomplish this win-win strategy. Old Qin, why are you still staring at others? At this time, Xia He, who was on the side, poked Qin Yang's shoulder and reminded him in a low voice. It's very impolite. Don't look at it. It won't be good if you make her angry later. Saying that, Xia He flung a book over and said, if you want to see it, you should at least do what I did and get some cover before looking at it. As his words fell, Li Zixuan, who was reading a book in the distance, seemed to feel something and raised her head following the sound. Her beautiful eyes gently turned and saw the direction of Qin Yang's side, and her heart became more and more annoyed. It's those two again. She turned her eyes to Qin Yang, still having some memories of him. The last time she was accosted in the library, Li Zixuan still has a vivid memory of it. Plus Qin Yang is handsome, so she has quite a deep impression of him. But inexplicably, now that Li Zixuan was looking at the two of them, she was suddenly a bit annoyed. No matter how you look at it, it feels bad. Every day you loiter. You know how to discuss others. Can't you put your mind on cultivation? If the star beasts come, how long can they survive with such low strength? Could it be that the human race I aspire to protect are all such existences? Several delusional thoughts rose up at first in Li Zixuan's mind, impacting her state of mind. Bang! Cracks suddenly appeared in the cultivated sword heart. Countless disturbing thoughts came to mind. The heart ape boiled and screamed, and anger spread throughout his body. The path of cultivation is inherently difficult. Heaven and hell are just a thought away. Li Zixuan held her pen, annoyed. Suddenly, a subtle and inaudible spiritual power spread, moisturizing her body and mind, as if spring rain fell and moistened things silently, easily dissolving her delusion. Li Zixuan was just about to get angry, but she suddenly realized with a shock that she was out of place. Strange. What's happening to me? Once upon a time, no matter how much people talked about her, she wouldn't be touched for a second. But now she was actually angry over two tiny administrators? I'm not supposed to be like this. Is it because you've been watching it too long? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan frowned and glanced at Qin Yang and Xiaohe, then got up from her seat, straddled her shoulder bag, sharply put away the books on the table, and headed out of the library to get some air. Xiaohe looked at her departing back and sighed to Qin Yang beside him. See, old Qin, what did I say? Now people are really angry. Qin Yang didn't reply when he heard this, but only silently stared at Li Zixuan's back, his eyes flickering. Evening. Migratory birds are returning to their nests and vehicles are streaming on the roads. Outside the suburb, Li Zixuan slowly stepped down from the cab and entered within Broken Peak Mountain alone. Ready to start feeling the sword intent, she strolled alone among the rugged mountain passes, dressed in light, sporty civilian clothes. Nowadays one's mind is so disorganized that it's hard to get peace no matter where one is in the city. It was only when he walked inside Broken Peak Mountain and felt the sword intent left behind by his teacher that he could regain a moment of relaxation. Teacher, when the hell are you going to come and see me? Li Zixuan rolled over a large rock and came to the break in Broken Peak Mountain, her thoughts drifting in 1,000 directions. The bright moon hung high above her head, and her form looked very helpless. However, just then, apprentice, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, as if a clear bell was vibrating, and came lazily from behind her. When Li Zixuan heard the voice, she was so excited that she looked back suddenly. Teacher, you finally come to see your disciple. End of chapter. 053. So what if the Prairie Sword Saint? If he comes to challenge me, do I have to fight him? The pine forest rose and fell with the wind in the moonlight. Qin Yang stood in the center of the mountain peak, with the clattering sea of forest behind him. As he appeared, the sword intent on Broken Peak Mountain seemed to have a spiritual nature, circling around his circumference in a natural way. Sensei, Li Zixuan raised her hand to lightly cover her small mouth, her pupils slightly trembling. Hard to believe the scene in front of her. It's really a teacher. The person you've longed for 1,000 years has finally appeared. For a moment, Li Zixuan was at a loss for words and hurriedly clutched the corner of her coat, but it was still hard to hide his excitement, and his hands couldn't stop trembling slightly. Be still, apprentice. Qin Yang saw that Li Zixuan looked excited and her chest was heaving, so he spoke slowly. You're in an unstable state of mind. It's not like the state you were in when I took you in. The words fell. A word to the wise. Teacher is so good. He saw right away that I was wrong. Li Zixuan raised her hand to gather the hair around her ears and said softly, recently, there have been too many things going on around the disciple, and her mind is indeed a bit unstable. Just an unstable mind? Qin Yang took a step, stepping across the void instantly spanning several meters, coming to Li Zixuan's side, his face grave. Do you realize how dangerous your current state is, apprentice? There is already an abyss of 10,000 feet in front of you. If you continue to walk forward, you will only go off the deep end and fall into a situation of no return. What? Hearing this, Li Zixuan's pretty face instantly turned white with fear, and she hurriedly arched her hand and asked, please also guide the teacher. There's no hurry, apprentice. Qin Yang released his spiritual power to pacify Li Zixuan's heart and smiled indifferently. For the master to show up to meet you. Of course it's free, you come and talk to the master. What troublesome things have you encountered lately? As his gentle words fell, it was as if they had an ineffable power. It instantly calmed Li Zixuan down. Sensei, I'm going to have a match with the Sword Saint's apprentice in a few days, Li Zixuan said in aggravation. Recounting the encounters of these days, there were a few hints of crying. Everyone is looking forward to my appearance. This match is of great significance. About the face of the entire Jianghai city, I absolutely cannot lose. The pressure is really great. Teacher. On the last word, her eyes had clouded over and her tone was all huffy. It's like a child who's been wronged. Too much aggression builds up and waits to explode. Before, when no one was around, she could still tough it out and act tough all by herself. But at this moment, the one who poured out the words had appeared. All the accumulated negative emotions directly erupted in an instant, like a tsunami landslide, drowning her in an instant. Under the moonlight, Li Zixuan's shoulders twitched. Tears dripped uncontrollably down her face to the ground. Pearly. Qin Yang was dumbfounded as he watched the scene. What? Why are you crying? I just asked a question. Is the kill actually that big? Qin Yang looked at the huffing Li Zixuan and reached out to comfort her. But on second thought, he eventually stopped. Sometimes crying is a great means of catharsis. 1,000 words are no match for a good cry. Qin Yang patiently waited for Li Zixuan to vent her emotions, his face calm and his heart expressing understanding. Sometimes a person's breakdown can be just a moment away. The moonlight was still, and Li Zixuan's cries faded. fading with the wind that drummed across the valley. A few moments later, she finally collected herself and wiped the tears from her face, saying, "I'm sorry, teacher. There's no need to say much. Disciple, you're under a lot of pressure. Master understands. Life is not supposed to be easy," Xin Yang said slowly and added. "But in the future, if you are aggrieved, you don't have to fear anyone anymore. Since Master is here, he will definitely protect you for the rest of your life. This heaven and earth are so big that you were born free." Hearing this, Li Zixuan's hand wiping her tears slightly stalled. The tears suddenly stopped and the hand stopped shaking. Xin Yang observed her mood stabilize and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If he continued to let Li Zixuan cry like this, he wouldn't know what to do. Now he himself had to stabilize her from the danger of going off the deep end. Thinking of this, Xin Yang realized. He raised his hand and sucked up a dark round stone. His fingertips condensed sword intent and engraved on the surface of the broken stone. Listening to your words just now, the master has already understood the general idea, and in the final analysis it is ultimately the word quiet. For the teacher is now secluded in the world. There is nothing outside the body. Can only put to this broken stone as a carrier, gifted to you to comprehend well. The words fell and the shards of stone just about fell away. A calm and powerful word Jing appeared on the surface of the stone, emanating a majestic spiritual energy that spread around like water. Li Zixuan reached out to receive the engraved stone and immediately felt inner peace. Once the annoyance is dispersed, greed and anger fade away, as if entering a state of Zen meditation. Not alarmed and not disturbed, take this stone, apprentice, and take it back with you. Comprehend the wonders of it on your own, and you will surely gain something, Xin Yang said softly, checking Li Zixuan's mental state in the meantime. Ancient wells, a far cry from just a moment ago. Seeing this, Xin Yang immediately put his heart down. This stone, gifted by himself, condensed powerful spiritual energy. Eternal peace is available to any living being who comes near. And coupled with the sword intent used for the engraving, it was exactly the sword Dao sense that Li Zixuan currently needed. Combination of both. It was enough to get her through. Thank you, teacher. Li Zixuan looked at the stone in her hand as if it were a treasure and carefully put it away. Since the knot in your heart has been opened, it's time for master to leave, Xin Yang said indifferently, and was about to unleash the 7-star swimming dragon steps. But just then, Li Zixuan suddenly opened her mouth. Teacher, wait, there's one more thing I need to tell you. What is it? Xin Yang stopped. Teacher, it's a matter of great importance, and we've only just learned of the news that the peak Grandmaster Prairie Sword Saint is going to descend on Jianghai City recently, and his target this time, it is you, Sensei. Li Zixuan looked straight at Xin Yang, her brows filled with worry. Hearing this, Xin Yang's face was steady, but his heart froze for a moment. Grassland swordsman? Who's this? I don't think I've ever messed with him, have I? What's the point of challenging me? Li Zixuan on the opposite side could not help but feel longing when she saw Xin Yang's calm face and thought that he did not care. Not bad for a teacher. Hearing a sword saint at the peak of the patriarch, he was actually able to keep his face unchanged. Could it be true that teacher had already reached the realm above that of a Zongshi, as senior brother Lin had said? However, at this moment, Xin Yang didn't know what she was thinking. Not to mention that he wasn't sure if he was an opponent of a peak zone master. But not a big problem. Doesn't matter. As long as you don't show up yourself anymore. What can you, the Prairie Sword Saint, do if you're even more powerful? And again, is there a benefit to this challenge? Why would you take it if it doesn't benefit you? Thinking of this, Xin Yang felt disinterested and instructed Li Zixuan a few phrases of cultivation tips before drifting away. Under the moonlight, Li Zixuan looked at Xin Yang's distant back with a determined gaze. Don't worry, teacher. Disciple will not let you down. End of chapter. 054 Upgraded version of a sword to open the gates of heaven. The next day, in the early morning hours, Ningchuan City, Ningchuan Budo Academy, Performance Martial Arts Square. You lost. A stern voice exploded and echoed in the sky above the martial arts stage, only to see a young man with a bare upper body standing in the center, his muscles puffed up, his long black hair dancing in the wind, and a wild and tough aura enveloping the entire field. And at his feet was a handsome man in a white practice suit, spitting blood from his mouth, his life nearly dying. The teachers, students, and audience under the stage were all dumbfounded at this scene, incredulous at what was happening in front of them. Even eldest brother has lost. We have no one left to go on. Did you guys see that? The disciple of the Grassland Sword Saint just made just one sword strike. What a monster. The Grassland side has produced such a horrible monster. It's also too scary. The crowd looked at the brawny young man, their gazes revealing deep fear. Standing on the field at the moment was none other than the Sword Saint disciple from the Grasslands, Huin Sword. The other person who fell at his feet was the eldest senior brother of the Ningchuan Martial Arts Academy, the number one talent in the entire Ningchuan city. Everyone was watching the course of the competition just now. With only one sword, Hu Yanjian easily extinguished his eldest senior brother's attack. It's hard to imagine how big the power gap must be. In a split second, the world is quiet. Everyone looked at Hu Yanjian, and their original hateful gazes had turned into awe and deep fear. It's just too strong. This world is supposed to be honored by strength, and there was no doubt that at this moment, Hu Yanjian could easily overwhelm the younger generation of Ningchuan City. Even the teachers of the Ningchuan Martial Arts Academy were not necessarily his opponents. With such a gap, the crowd's impression of it was only a deep scornful fear. Feeling the gazes coming from those people, Hu Yanjian's expression was calm as he walked alone towards the outside of the academy. People in front of him made way for him. At this moment, there was no one in the Ningchuan Martial Arts Academy who could make Hu Yanjian fight. It's time for this challenging event to come to an end. Hu Yanjian left the Ningchuan Martial Arts Academy and walked strutting down the street towards his and his master's hotel. Along the way, many pedestrians looked sideways, attracted by his rough and tough appearance. However, Hu Yanjian didn't care about the gazes of these people. He just thought back to the battle just now, and was more or less disappointed inside. Too weak. Are all the students in the city at this level? Hu Yanjian thought darkly. He had once fought the Elephant King with his bare hands on the grasslands, and had practiced for years on the edge of life and death and the tides of beasts, and his strength had long since far exceeded that of his peers in the grasslands. In order to seek a stronger opponent, that's why he decided to go out of the grassland with his master. In Hu Yanjian's original vision, he should have been able to usher in a good fight, but it turned out to be unexpected. The pampered students in the city can be compared to the ferocious and savage star beasts in the grasslands. Hu Yanjian traveled all the way, all of them easily crushing across the board, beating up all of the major urban areas' celestial pride without any effort. It's time to wake up with such a weak strength, but it's no wonder that the teachers in the academy can't even reach the innate realm. So how can they possibly teach talented people? With that thought in mind, Hu Yanjian walked down the road with a hurried gait and soon arrived at the hotel where he and his teacher were staying. The location of the hotel is located in the busy city center, luxurious and dignified. It is the entire city of Ningchuan top hotel. Live a night can be worth the unusual number of months of wages, but now it was paid for by Ningchuan municipality, providing them with a free place to live as master and disciple. And that is the privilege that comes from strength. Hu Yanjian walked into the hotel, followed the elevator up to the top floor, walked through the luxurious corridors, and soon came to the door of his room. Master, I'm back. He strutted into the room and instantly saw Master standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. A silver rat fur coat, dark face. The gusty winds of the prairie left furrows and wrinkles on his face, and the wind and sun made his appearance extremely vicissitudes, as if he were a herdsman who had been laboring for a long time. And it was the steppe swordsman himself. Wajimoto, why are you back so early today? Yu Wenchuan calmly asked as he overlooked the neon scenery below with his back hand. It's no fun. Master, not in this city, not a single one who can fight. Hu Yanjian shook his head, found a fluffy sofa and lazily lay on it. Teacher, where are we going next? Jianhai City, Yu Wenchuan said. Jianhai City? When Hu Yanjian heard this, he rubbed his head and sat up from the bed, his face showing excitement. You are rushing towards the Jianhai Sword God? These days the Jianhai Sword God is widely circulated on the internet. It is well known among the younger generation and has a very high status. Even Hu Yanjian had watched that video of flying swords for 1,000 miles 100 times. The only thing he regretted was that he didn't seem to have heard any rumors of a sword god's disciple flowing out. Otherwise, according to his nature, he would definitely pay a visit. And at this moment, after hearing his master say that he wanted to challenge the sword god, it made him even more excited. Master, when I look at the online videos, the sword god seems to be very powerful, and he can even kill the enemy with 1,000 miles of imperial sword. Hu Yanjian said excitedly. Not bad. It's precisely because of this that Master is going to meet this Jianhai sword god and see what he's capable of. Yu Wenchuan's gaze flickered, a ray of sharpness burst out from the depths of his eyes, and cold killing intent instantly enveloped the entire room. I'd like to see how many swords he can catch from me. The time wobbles. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In the library, the pace of life gradually slowed down. Xin Yang, as usual, clocked in for work normally, occasionally taking time to go to the second floor to read a couple of books, enjoying his leisure time. It's about time today. Xin Yang counted the time, and in the past few days, relying on Xiao Bai's illusion, he had already peeked at a lot of books on the second floor. Now that he had accumulated his sword Dao, he had reached the opportunity to advance. TCH, then again, I don't think I've seen much of it. Xin Yang searched for a moment, and it seemed that he had just memorized all the sword martial arts on the second floor. How can you call this bookish thing stealing? Thinking of this, Qin Yang smiled bashfully, closed his eyes, and sank into the enlightenment space in his mind, only to see countless characters surging in the sea. The main thing was a sea of knowledge swimming. Martial space. Fuse me. Deduction. One sword opens the gate of heaven. With his command. Boom. In the next moment, all the characters flipped over, as if they had been pulled by some sort of pull, and they all penetrated into Qin Yang's understanding of the one sword opening heaven's gate. The 10,000 swords returned to one, fusing 100 through and through. A few moments later, Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes, the sword intent in the depths of his eyes tumbling like a storm. The realm of a sword opening the heaven's gate was enhanced by the many innate sword martial arts methods and directly jumped up to the sect master level. End of chapter. 055 Soul-Eating Demon Worm, an Emperor-level star beast? Corner. Qin Yang felt a wave of relief as he felt the sword intent in his mind. At this moment, a sword opening the heaven's gate to reach the sovereign realm brought a very large gain. Not only did it make his understanding of sword intent deepen once again, but it also strengthened more of his sense of understanding of the way of the sword. The sword intent within his body was now layered on top of each other. It has long since reached an unthinkable point. Everything under the sky can be transformed into a sword. Rain, sticks, flying leaves if one wants to. One is able to strike with one's bare hands in the initial state of a sword that opens the gates of heaven. The power wasn't even inferior to the one that tested the sword to break the peak. Not bad, not bad. Thinking of this, Qin Yang was satisfied beyond measure. Even touching the fish became more energized, whistling and leisurely placing the books on the cart back on the bookshelf. After all, the fact that he had been able to reach his current level had nothing to do with this downtown library. Anyone who dares to take a shot at this library in the future, don't blame yourself for being protective. So the morning flew by and just slipped away. Qin Yang went to the staff cafeteria, picked up his dinner plate and came to the cafeteria, played 2 veggies and 1 meat, and found a place to eat alone. But as I ate, I suddenly felt my ears clear. Something seems to be missing? Strange. Where's that Xiaha kid? Qin Yang froze for a moment, remembering that he hadn't even seen his shadow today. This big dog usually drives a luxury car to work and shouldn't be late for his commute. I never thought there would be a day when I would take a vacation. Without realizing it, the whole day slipped by. Qin Yang waited for Xiahe for a full day without seeing him come to work. Until noon the next day. It was only late that Xiahe appeared in the library with an annoyed look on his face. When Qin Yang saw this, he was a bit curious and took advantage of the break to ask him, "Why didn't you come yesterday? Got caught in Buckingham again?" "Harm. Old Qin, you don't mention it." Xiahe sighed and said, "I've encountered a bad luck thing. It's annoying." "Oh, something upsetting?" Qin Yang smiled and teased. "Say it to make a brother happy." "Hey, you may not believe me when I tell you, but something weird happened to me yesterday." Xiahe took a deep breath to calm his undulating emotions and said in a low voice, "When I came to work yesterday, I was driving fine, but I almost rear-ended him at the intersection." "Car accident?" Qin Yang froze for a moment. "Aren't you an old driver? Can you drive so carelessly? Evil is evil here." "Old Qin." Xiahe took out a cigarette, tremblingly lit it with a lighter and exhaled smoke rings. "I was driving across the lane, but the driver in front of me, I don't know what kind of wind he had, suddenly stopped, and luckily I braked just in time, and that's why I didn't hit it." "Aren't you not bumping into it?" Qin Yang said in disbelief. "Hold your horses. Old Qin, hear me out." Xiahe remembered the scene. His hands shook terribly. After that the driver of that front car kept not moving, as if he was stuck on me, so I wondered and got out of the car to theorize. And guess what? The man was unresponsive. He didn't even have a heartbeat. Just died somehow. For fuck's sake, I obviously haven't fucking hit it yet. Hiss. It's a little scary. Hearing this, Qin Yang sucked in a breath of cool air and also felt a little creeped out. This is too weird. How did the driver die before we even hit the car? Is it possible that dead people can still drive? Hey, you should be able to guess what happened back there. Old Qin. Xiahe sighed. At that time, the traffic police came and directly controlled me on the spot, then escorted me to the Star Marshal Police Division to be locked up. It's a good thing I had my car recorder on, or I'd have been state-packed by now. Gee, it's pretty wicked. Qin Yang pondered about Xiahe, not realizing that there was quite a lot going on here, and it wasn't just ordinary bad luck. Damn, I'll never go that way again. Xiahe said indignantly, smoked the last mouthful of cigarette, crushed it out and threw it into the trash can. You should also pay attention to safety in the future. Old Qin, that intersection is not clean. It's near the road to your house. Does this kind of thing happen often? Qin Yang asked in disbelief. It's not often. It's bound to happen. Old Qin. Xiahe came closer, bent his head and whispered. I heard from the people of that Xingwu police department yesterday that this is not the first time this has happened. but that it happens once a month. But the problem is that the police superintendent's side couldn't find out anything after half a day's investigation, so they finally had to call it quits. And the Star Arms Police Department can't find out? Hearing this, Xin Yang's heart stirred, remembering the last blood demon incident. Most of the things that the Star Armed Forces Division can't find out by going to great lengths to find out are hidden dangers. And although he was usually a bit meticulous, since there was an unknown danger, there was a natural need to check it out. Wouldn't it be better if we could just nip that danger in the bud? It's a good idea to stop by when you get off work. Thinking of this, Xin Yang secretly made up his mind. Then he and Xiaohe stopped touching the fish and continued working, and the time in the library quickly passed. Toward evening, the soft music in the pavilion played. The people in the pavilion far dispersed, one after another out of the door. Xin Yang also followed the flow of people towards the outside of the pavilion, but instead of rushing to his home, he turned to the neighborhood food market first. A few picks and choices later, Xin Yang bought some mutton, minced green onions, vermicelli, sugar and garlic plus some potatoes in passing, ready to let the family's Xiaobai make a mutton burger to make up for it. Xiaobai's such a good cook, it can't go to waste. Thinking so, Xin Yang then walked towards his home with satisfaction. Originally, this journey near the outskirts of the city was long, but with the shortening of the 7-star wandering dragon steps, it only took a few minutes to reach it. Not a moment too soon, Xin Yang came to at the side of the road and soon saw the intersection that Xiaohe had mentioned. Vehicles were few and far between, and traffic lights exchanged flashes. The remote and deserted intersection in the clear cold moonlight, but also added a few points of eerie ghostly atmosphere. TSK, there are soul rings all over the place. Xin Yang looked at the environment, carrying the bag containing the vegetables, and felt an extra trace of coolness behind him as well. He looked around with his meaty eyes. Don't see where there's a problem. So they directly released their spiritual power to check it out. Powerful spiritual energy instantly centered on him, wanting to quickly spread out in all directions, encompassing all of the environment. Just then, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ears. Soul-devouring worm breath of Emperor-level star beast detected. When Xin Yang heard this, his heart was startled, and he hurriedly increased his spiritual power to look for it, and finally found a small transparent bug by the old tree by the roadside. Immediately afterward, the corresponding system panel popped up in front of his eyes following. Soul-devouring worm, contains ancient soul-devouring demon worm bloodline. Realm, Emperor level. Natural ability, unfazed soul body, devouring souls. Personality, sleepy. End of chapter. 056 Creepy and Cowardly Soul Eater. Li Zishuan breakthrough. The cold moonlight fell. Birch bark pale mottled covered with grooves. A transparent worm climbs its surface as if it were in tune with the birch tree at the side of the road. There's actually not even a star power fluctuation? Xin Yang came closer to observe for a moment and felt amazing in his heart. What old six behavior. This soul eater does not speak of martial virtues and hides under the birch tree every day to play sneak attack. If one only relied on the naked eye to observe it, one would not be able to find its whereabouts at all, and the only way to detect it was to use one's spiritual power. No wonder the Star Martial Police Department didn't find it after searching for half a day. Xin Yang came to a realization and carefully observed the movements of the soul-devouring insects. The key now is to figure out the characteristics of this bug. I'll reward you with a sword chi to see first. Xin Yang retreated 2 steps back, brewing up the 7-star swimming dragon steps to run away at any time before he raised his fingers and condensed his sword chi to strike out towards the insect body. Phew! A strand of sharp sword chi picked out the tip of his finger, instantly hitting the soul eater's carapace. However, the next scene caused Xin Yang to freeze, only to see that the sword chi of that hit the soul eater's carapace without causing any damage, merely passing through its carapace as if it was an iron rod stabbing into jelly and hitting the birch bark underneath. Attacks are ineffective. Seeing this, Xin Yang thought to himself that he was a good fellow. It's actually immune to physical attacks? How else can one fight with such a sick damage-free buff? Star power attack and see. Xin Yang raised his hand to condense the true essence in his body and seduced the vault of the sky to form a majestic star power that covered the surface of the bark once again. But the results? It still doesn't work. The raging and surging star power tumbled over the bark of the tree and repeatedly swam several times, but it just couldn't lock onto the location of the soul eater. It's not of this world, but a lower dimensional projection of some higher being. Hiss, it looks like we've run into some tough competition today. Xin Yang frowned slightly. Currently both means were ineffective, leaving only the mental power attack untried. Thinking of this, Xin Yang no longer hesitated and concentrated his attention on the soul-devouring insect. Boom! Terrifying spiritual power descended around the insect's body, then suddenly contracted, pouring all the pressure onto its carapace with a sound that grew from small to large. From a soft spring rain it turned into a blistering storm, as if countless fine steel needles were stabbing in. Next moment, the Soul Eater's body trembled slightly, finally reacting to these attacks and curling up into a ball. Effective! After Qin Yang saw the bug's reaction, his heart was immediately delighted. So it turned out that what this little thing was afraid of was mental power attacks. Under the fierce spiritual attack, the Soul Eater curled and twisted in agony on the surface of the bark, immediately awakening from its slumber. But that's exactly when it happened. Suddenly, a drilling throbbing sensation came from Qin Yang's mind. All the spiritual energy was being stripped out of the body, as if it had fallen into a black hole abyss, and began to drain away rapidly. No good. Feeling the condition of his body, Qin Yang was immediately shocked. This little worm can still devour spiritual energy? Just in the nick of time, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Risk warning. The host's spiritual power is currently plummeting. Please flee the scene immediately. If that state is maintained any longer, there will be a probability of transforming into an idiot in 10 seconds. The system's warning chirps repeatedly in your ears. As soon as he heard this, Qin Yang made an immediate decision to stop his mental power attack and directly cut off the connection with the soul-devouring insect. Buzz! In an instant, the sharp pain in his head dissipated. In the next moment, the soul-devouring insect on the bark followed suit. Its body became more transparent and sank directly underneath the bark, instantly disappearing under Qin Yang's eyes. When Qin Yang saw this scene, he burst into tears. This guy's got a lot of nerve. 2. At this moment, the birch tree was surrounded by tranquility and soundlessness, and the scent of the Soul Eater could no longer be found. It's no fun. It's a runaway. After checking it out and seeing that the soul-devouring insects had really disappeared into thin air, Qin Yang turned around and left with the vegetable bag. One is in no hurry anyway. This soul-devouring insect has escaped the first day of the year. Can it still escape the 15th? Now that it had gotten into the habit of devouring souls, it had long since become an irresistible physical instinct. I guess it won't be long before it's hungry and comes out to do evil again. And in the meantime, one just has to keep an eye on the matter. Wait and see what happens. And take time off work to stop by. Bound to be able to find it again. As for now, it's no good. Let's go home first. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan's home. Snow-white curtains swayed in the wind, and soft moonlight passed through the glass windows. Li Zixuan sitting on the bed, gelatinous skin in the moonlight reflection, like white jade, long and dense eyebrows micro, as if the moon under the water nymphs like serene and beautiful. And in front of this her, instead, a dark, unassuming stone lay. The surface of the stone is engraved with the word Jing, which is a big and clever design. Wisps of spiritual energy escaped from the ripples, easily stabilizing the mind. The tokens given by my teacher are really powerful, and my thoughts are so much clearer with them. Li Zixuan felt that spiritual power, and after sinking her thoughts into it, her whole body was soft and relaxed. With the aid of the stone her mind was empty. The mind is released from any further distractions. It was as if he had disappeared into the epiphanic realm of the Buddhist scriptures, and all 3,000 troubles were dispersed. In one moment the delusion is extinguished and you are able to see your true self. Li Zixuan closed her eyes and concentrated. Her chest rose and fell slightly as she began to breathe evenly, exhaling like an orchid. Time passes slowly, like water flowing by. Then she slowly opened her eyes and her body changed in a new way. At this moment, true essence flowed languidly through her meridians, and star power was contained therein, forging a path of the star river that was even wider than before. Li Zixuan sensed the condition of her body and was surprised in her heart. Then her pretty face flashed with a touch of surprise. Hotian 9 realm? I actually broke through. It's that simple? Li Zixuan was incredulous, somewhat unable to believe the facts in front of her, but the flow of true essence in her body could not be faked. True essence flowed and astral energy was majestic, 100 times stronger than his previous state. This was the state of the Hotian 9 realms. You broke through just by sitting on your own? No. It's all thanks to Master helping me. Li Zixuan raised her eyes and gratefully looked at the still patterned stone in front of her, feeling more and more longing. Immortals stroke their tops and tie their hair for long life. A single stone given by my teacher could help me have an epiphany and leap to the 9th level of the Hotian. Then to what great height must his true realm be? Will I really be able to catch up with my teacher? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan's beautiful eyes flashed with determination as she continued to close her eyes, sensing the sword intent of the tablet. Now with the help of this stone tablet, her comprehension of the one sword opening heaven's gate became more and more refined. At this rate of advancement, it wouldn't be long before one would be able to practice the one sword opening heavenly gate to the grand completion realm. End of chapter. 057 Deduction. Spiritual power attack secret art. The next day, early morning, the sky is light and white mist is dense. Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy. The morning is cool and refreshing, and the students who rushed to the early 8 walked on the campus, shuttling between the teaching buildings, vibrant and full of youthful vigor. And on the top floor of the tallest building, the Tempest, elderly stood bent over the window, overlooking the campus panorama, his face as heavy as water. In the past few days, things fermented next door at the Ningchuan Martial Arts Academy, spreading throughout the country. The news that Hu Yanjian had challenged the entire Ningchuan Academy by himself with one sword spread throughout the internet. Now the nation's netizens are watching for the next part of his trip. It's our turn at Zhanghai Academy next. Elderly let out a long sigh and slowly lowered his head, looking at the cell phone in his hand. The moment. In his cell phone, the video of Hu Yanjian challenging Ningchuan Academy was playing. Drag along with the progress bar. Hu Yanjian's figure appeared on the screen. Only his upper body was bare-bound, revealing lines of exploding tendon flesh. His back muscles were blocky and distinct, and his whiskers and hair were panging out, as if he were an evil ghost in the Yellow Springs. He held a thick wooden stick in his right hand, surprisingly using it as a sword. Just like that, he challenged the entire Ningchuan Academy, and at his feet was Ningchuan's first genius, spitting blood from his mouth. Long gone was the spirited look of the past. They had charged against each other with their swords, exercising their own sword Dao mastery and sparring with each other's sword intent. But in just an instant, that genius from the Ningchuan Academy flew out backwards, and Hu Yanjian easily took the fight with a crushing stance. This was the terror of the Hu Yan sword. Using only a wooden stick, he had shattered the face of the entire Ningchuan Academy with just his body. A pity. This genius of the Ningchuan Academy is destined to stop here. Elderly looked at the video and shook his head regretfully. As a person who had been there before, he was well aware of the importance of this battle. If a star martial artist chose to cultivate the sword, they would inevitably cultivate their heart first. After the heart is right, only then can you rule the sword in your hand. However, the Ningchuan genius in the video, after being suppressed, was directly ashen, with no firmness visible on his face. This is the broken heart of the sword. The future path of cultivation must be hindered. And on the flip side, Hu Yanjian was calm and self-contained. His chest was thunderous but his face was like a flat lake, a stark contrast to the Ningchuan genius in front of him, which was evident of his extraordinary talent. No wonder this kid can defeat so many geniuses. Elderly looked at Hu Yanjian in the video and marveled in his heart. Today's Hu Yanjian is dangerous. Not only is his strength far superior to his peers, but his heart is even superior to his peers. And coupled with the teachings of the Prairie Sword Saint, his future was unlimited, and stepping into the sovereign realm was only a matter of time. Can our Zhanghai Academy really take his challenge? Thinking of this, the stone in Li Lao's heart became a few points heavier. This challenge concerned the reputation of the entire Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy and had to be taken by all means without fail. However, after seeing the video of Hu Yanjian's battle, he couldn't help but worry about his future. Just then, crunch, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Teacher, I've already made the tea you asked for. Li Zishuan carried a teacup, gently walked into the room, came to the desk and said, I'll put it here for you. Take your time. The rich aroma of tea wafted through the room. Elderly sniffed the tea, his eyebrows slowly stretching as he looked at Li Zishuan with a soft gaze. Xian, how is your cultivation going these days? Is there anything you don't understand that you need guidance from your master? In a short while, she would be on the martial arts stage. One has to lean in to help. It's fine. Don't worry, teacher. I've been practicing every day. Li Zishuan looked at Elderly and saw that his face was heavy, so she couldn't help but ask, Teacher, are you still thinking about that Hu Yanjian? Aha. Elderly nodded slightly and looked at Li Zishuan worriedly. Actually, in the end, Master is still worried about you. Worried about me? Li Zishuan was confused. Xian, you're the only disciple the old man has, and I know that you've always had a high heart. Elderly sighed. But this time the Hu Yan sword is not some ordinary person. Old man worried about you this time. If you lose, perhaps the sword heart will be damaged because of this. The words fell. The scene was silent for a few seconds. When Li Zishuan learned of Li Lao's thoughts, she gave a valiant smile and said blandly, I thought it was something, so it's just this. Elderly was surprised when he sniffed. You're not afraid of that Hu Yan sword? No fear. Li Zishuan's heart was like still water as she said slowly, Teacher, have you forgotten what you taught me before? As a swordsman, one should be willing to bend and break without fear. The path of martial arts is already full of thorns and thistles, and regular people shy away from it. But since I chose to prove the way with my sword, I will just go forward, with no retreat. The calm words revealed Li Zishuan's firm determination. Whether there are lofty mountains or vast oceans ahead, she could only move forward, and would never back down with a hint of cowardice. As the words fell, the battle intent in Li Zishuan's heart and chest burned, inducing the sword intent of the sword opening heavenly gate to escape. Boom! In an instant, Sharp and incomparable sword intent swept through the office, whistling like a gale. Noticing this aura, Elder Lee's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he was incomparably shocked. This girl, since when has there been such determination? Not for a few days. Elder Lee realized that he was becoming more and more unfamiliar with this disciple. It's as if every day, Li Zixuan is undergoing a new metamorphosis. In the office, Elder Lee was silent for a moment before he once again looked at Li Zixuan and stroked his palm in relief. Good. Well said. You've really grown up. Xian. To have this kind of heart, old me is relieved. Don't worry, teacher. I will give my all in this match, and those who stand in my way. Li Zixuan looked out of the window at the morning sun and spread a smile. They are bound to lose. And meanwhile, in the library, Qin Yang was on the second floor daily touching the fish, while Xiaobai turned into a beast-eared little loli, scattering among the bookshelves and running and jumping recklessly. TCH, this little fox can really jump. Qin Yang looked at her cheerful appearance and didn't bother to pay attention to it, turning to continue searching the books in the shelves. After rummaging around and searching carefully, in total, he had found 2 books on the secret art of spiritual attacks. One of the books is still in disrepair. And that, in a nutshell, is all the books on spiritual mysteries in the entire second floor. To know, spiritual power cultivation was very difficult. Not many in Jianhai City could successfully cultivate an aim. Plus it was extremely difficult to collect these books again, so the library simply didn't bother to include it, and skimmed over it with 2 books to fill the doorway. Never mind, 2 books will do the trick. Qin Yang secretly thought to himself, if it wasn't for the sake of taking down the soul-devouring insect, why would he have gone to such great lengths to find the book? Thinking of this, he directly opened the enlightenment space. The fusion of the 2 mental power secret arts began. Characters surged and transformed into a supreme understanding of spiritual power, bombarding Qin Yang's mind. The mental power attribute is on the soft side, close to water flowing through and moisturizing. It is the root of all living things. With this in mind, Qin Yang gazed at his mind and regrouped the spiritual energy, emulating the sword intent and directly transforming it into an incomparably sharp water sword. The sword cuts the soul and obliterates the divine sense. A few moments later, this new secret art of the soul-severing sword took shape in Qin Yang's mind. End of chapter. 058. The arrival of the Prairie Sword Saint Master and Disciple. The Soul Eater returns. Inside the martial arts space, Qin Yang perfected the details of the Soul Destroyer sword. The initial prototype was soon completed. This technique, called Soul Decimating Sword, as the name suggests, it was essentially a sword condensed with spiritual energy, and it also carried Qin Yang's sword intent, which was incomparably sharp. Qin Yang could turn his spiritual power into a 3-foot-long sword and easily exterminate the souls of living beings. Soul Sword. Qin Yang was satisfied in his heart as he sensed the memories in his mind. Now with the Soul Decimator sword, he himself had made up for another shortcoming in the field of cultivation. When the next time they encountered a soul-devouring insect attack, they wouldn't be as passive as before. Good, and it's time to get back to work. Qin Yang yawned, pulled out his cell phone to check the time, and waved towards Little White in the distance. Come back, Little White. Ooh-hoo, here it comes, Master. Little White hurriedly stopped playing at the sound of the voice and, barefoot, trotted towards Qin Yang through the gap between the bookshelves. Tapping her toes on the ground, her petite figure shook and transformed back into her true form of a white fox, lightly climbing onto Qin Yang's shoulder to nestle. Then, 1 person and 1 fox leisurely left. Going down to the second floor, Qin Yang returned to the lending area he was responsible for, pushing the previous cart and continuing his daily routine of numbering and shelving books. But just then, a rustling movement suddenly appeared in Qin Yang's spiritual realm. Chop chop. It came from the sound of insects crawling across the floor, coming from the nearby wall, constantly moving away from the bandpipes, and the faint sound of fine tentacle contact could be heard. Cockroaches. Qin Yang froze for a moment, hastily putting down the book in his hand. He amplified his mental power to sense the cockroach's location. In an instant, the mental power enveloped the entire library. 17 weak mental sources were quickly targeted, all from the infestation in the wall. These cockroaches lurk behind rugged, intricate walls, roam between pipes year-round, and reproduce quickly. Every now and then they lay white, fine egg sheaths, and it is useless to medicate them. It's not too much of a stretch to say it's come to life. The steward in charge had a headache over this, and it's in the way of wall interference. After each in-progress capture, 1 or 2 are always missed out and breed a nest again. It's not all mutiny, does it stay for New Year's? With this thought, Qin Yang no longer hesitated and directly released his spiritual power in place. Pounds of mental energy came out of his body like water filling a mountain, quickly locking onto the cockroaches, even the unformed larvae in their egg sheaths. Subsequently, the soul-slaying sword was unleashed without reservation. cutting towards the consciousness beacons of all the cockroaches. Next moment, though spiritual energy gathered on the cockroach's head instantly coalesced into shape and crashed down as a sharp sword. Buzz! Death comes silently. Silence, silence. It's a silent massacre against the soul. The cockroaches that were still active were all on the ground. Obviously their bodies were still energetic, but they no longer showed any signs of activity, as if they had become a puppet with broken strings. Then there was silence behind the wall. It won't take long. These bodies that lack souls reach true death because they are not supplied with nutrients. Okay, done. Seeing this, Qin Yang had a face of relief. Dead bugs are good bugs. When he encountered that soul-devouring insect next time, he was bound to take it down himself. Shanghai International Airport at dusk. Under the setting sun, a shuttle jet landed out of the clouds, eventually slowing down and taxiing on the ground for some distance before coming to a steady stop in the far bay. Click! The hatch opened and the gangway dropped. Yu Wenchuan and Hu Yanjian's figures appeared at the boarding gate. Finally, we're in Shanghai City. Teacher! Hu Yanjian breathed in the fresh air, his eyebrows spreading as he saw the pickup trucks that were arriving not far away. The news of their arrival this time had long been notified by the Ningxuan side, and at the moment they were being transported by the Shanghai municipal government, fully responsible for the master and disciples' clothing, food, housing and transportation. After all, this challenge was a big deal. It was no longer just an unusual challenge match. It was more about the official facade. So at this moment, the whole city of Shanghai is on standby. Teacher, when are we going to find that Shanghai sword god? Hu Yanjian slowly walked down the gangway and asked with Yu Wenchuan beside him. There's no rush. You rest and get your mental state rested first. Yu Wenchuan laughed, the wrinkles on his face scrunched together as if he were a rough old herder. At that time, I will personally come out and issue a challenge invitation for you from that Shanghai Martial Arts Academy. Time passes in a flash. Night. A gentle cool breeze crosses the street, and there is a steady stream of pedestrians on the road. A car sped through the center of the road, its taillights pulling into a brilliant stream of light at the alternately directed traffic lights. Here, master. Two scantily clad couples stood on the side of the road, waving a cab a short distance away to come closer. As the cab pulled up, the two men pulled open the door and got in. Where are you two going? To Broken Peak Mountain. Master. The girl placed her satchel of designer bags on the edge of the seat. Okay, listen to the accent. You two are from out of town, right? The driver asked casually as he turned the wheel and turned the car around in the driveway. Yes, master. We just got off the plane not long ago. The boy looked out the window and laughed. We even met that prairie sword god himself just now as we were leaving the airport. Looking plain as an old farmer. You youngsters still don't understand that the masters are all in this disguise. Laughing, the driver shook his head and said, when a few more days, this Shanghai city will be lively. The disciple of the sword god challenges the Shanghai Martial Arts Academy. TSK, TSK, think about it, it's something to see. That's what we're both here for. Master. The boy lowered his head and swiped his cell phone. Now that the internet is making a lot of noise. The tickets to Shanghai City were sold out long ago. We almost didn't even book this flight and had to pay more to get it from a scalper. Between the words, the green light at the intersection ahead came on and pedestrians on both sides stopped. The driver pressed the steering hairpin and drove through the crosswalk with a kick of the gas, somewhat out of breath. I've been in this line of work for about 10 years now. It's been a long time since I've seen Shanghai City so bustling, all thanks to Lord Sword God, who brought us this time of heavy traffic. Hearing this, the boy's eyes glistened as he said, there's no way. The Shanghai Sword God is indeed handsome. How nice it would be if I could see him in person. Saying that, he couldn't help but ask, Master, have you seen the Shanghai Sword God himself? Me. The driver was just about to reply when he suddenly turned pale, as if he was suffering great pain. The next second, the head fell heavily on the steering wheel. Brother driver, hey, wake up, it's going to crash, ayaha. Bang! With a startling thud, the vehicle rear-ended another heavy truck, and the massive impact hit instantly, sending the couple into a coma. All of a sudden, the roads were chaotic. Traffic was in a jam, with honking horns blaring everywhere, and in the meantime, above the stoplight, a transparent worm wriggles and crawls, looking down on everything as if it's digesting something. End of chapter. 059. The host easily killed the emperor-level star beasts, worthy of being a godman descending into the world. According to the latest news reports, the evening 7:53 p.m., Tingyuan Road and AI Road intersection occurred a major traffic accident, has caused 2 deaths and 1 injury. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. Citizens on the route are advised to take alternative routes around the area. A drizzle fell from the overcast sky. The radio in the police car niggled, broadcasting the latest road news. Dozens of armed vehicles from the Star Armed Police Division sped down the road, sirens blaring and engines roaring and snarling, weaving in and out of the prolonged rain. Not a moment too soon. They arrived at the accident and surrounded the vehicle involved in the incident in layers. Everyone searched the perimeter and don't let anything suspicious go. The superintendent commander turned on his walkie-talkie and calmly commanded the scene while getting out of his car and quickly coming to the scene to check out the situation. The scene was gruesome. The minivan rear-ended a big heavy truck. The driver, who was in the driver's seat, died at the scene. His head a bloody mess after being penetrated by the steel bar that jutted in, the back of his head glued to the seat pillow. At this point, the officer in charge of the accident walked toward the commander, pulled out a work tablet, and began to report on his work. Sir, the dead that showed up this time, similar to the situation at the other intersection before, were unexplained deaths. Pull up the surveillance for me. The commander frowned at the driver's body, then took the tablet from the officer and checked the surveillance video of the intersection. Just see the surveillance. The driver in the front seat was just starting to talk and laugh, chatting with the passengers in the car in a peaceful atmosphere. But just the next second, the driver looked at the stoplight ahead, and after a kick of the gas, his face suddenly went white and stiff, and he collapsed on the steering wheel with a thud. Such a sudden situation exceeded everyone's expectations. Eventually the out-of-control vehicle skidded until it slammed toward a heavy truck carrying a horrible clash of gold and iron. The same death again. The commander stared at the surveillance video, feeling very confused. 1 second, the driver was chatting nicely with his passenger, and the next thing you know, you're dead in the driver's seat? How in heaven's name could something so outrageous happen? Moreover, the matter reveals eccentricity at every turn. Things like this happen every once in a while, either in the suburbs or downtown. The location is ever-changing. The commander-in-chief had joined forces with the librarian and Elder Lee to go to the scene of the crash to find the source of the accident. But no matter how you look, you never have any luck. Thinking about this, the police commander's face was heavy. With the last incident of bloodthirsty locusts still fresh in our minds, the safety of the public is the first and foremost priority of the Secretary for Security. And as the commander himself, he could not just sit back and wait for death. He had to find a way to snuff out all the dangers. Read about it. He handed the tablet back to the officer and asked, "Has the family of the deceased been notified?" "Report, sir. They've been notified and are about 3 minutes away. Go send a couple of officers to deal with them," the commander said in a deep voice. "Be sure to pay attention to the condition of this deceased, and if conditions allow, try to have the family cremate the body." "Understood, sir." Meanwhile, on the other side, when Qin Yang came home from work, he was lying salty on his bed, brushing his cell phone news in boredom. The sound of pattering water came from the kitchen. Xiao Bai, who was wearing an apron, stepped on a stool and stood in front of the wash basin busily washing the dishes, throwing a furtive glance towards Qin Yang from time to time. "Humph, playing with your cell phone again." Xiao Bai looked at the dishes in the sink, and his white little hand exerted too much force, breaking a small rape in an instant. So angry. Why should he get to play with his cell phone every day? "I have to do the dishes here. Not fair. Not fair at all." Little White was indignant, his small green onion white hands beating the water, his 2 beast ears high up, eavesdropping on the video. Qin Yang swiped to relieve his boredom. Major traffic accident at the intersection of Tingyuan Road and Ai Road has now resulted in 2 deaths. After swiping this video, Qin Yang's eyes lit up and he rubbed his head and sat up from the bed. Finally, Qin Yang was pleasantly surprised, staring at the screen and quickly noting the location of the accident. The Soul Eater came sooner than expected. After all, an animal was an animal, and could only live by primitive instincts, and did not yet have sufficient sanity. After just spooking it yesterday itself, it immediately appeared in the city today. It's a good time to try out the power of the newly created soul-splitting sword. Read about it. Qin Yang put down his cell phone and quickly walked towards the door with his feet on slippers. "Watch the house. White. I'm going out." "Where to go, Lord?" Before Kahaku could finish her question, the door slammed shut with a bang, giving her a hard time. "You." Xiaobai's pretty face red, silver teeth clenched, raised her small fists hatefully waving towards the door, but the thought that later Qin Yang will still come back, can only continue to aggrieved wash dishes. No way. Lit. When a man is under the roof, he must bow his head. On the road, the rain is picking up, the sky was hazy with water, and the blood washed along with the rain and carried down the sides of the road into the sewers. Qin Yang stepped on the 7-star swimming dragon steps and came to the tree not far from the car accident, observing the situation at the scene of the accident. The moment. Several people from the Star-Armed Police Division stood guard at the scene, pulling up an orange-colored cordon, as if it were an iron tower in the rain, not to be easily crossed. Officials went down as well. Qin Yang's vision drifted, turned from guards to alternate traffic lights. More accurately, It should be the soul eater that hides above the lamp, under the mental perception. The bug was hibernating and not moving in the rainstorm. Even the falling rain followed and penetrated its carapace without a phase or form. Ding! Warning! Soul-devouring worm, an emperor-level star beast, has been detected. Please escape as soon as possible to save your life. Listening to the system prompt in his ears, Qin Yang ignored it and instead focused all his attention on his target. Heavy rain fell and dark clouds covered the area. Mental powers were hidden in the ticking rain, spreading silently. 10 times as many killing machines converged around the soul-devouring insect, gradually coalescing into a sharp long sword that hung upside down above it. It's a rain hunt. Qin Yang slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, held his breath, and seized that close call when his thoughts pumped his spiritual power. Drop! The softly spoken voice fell. The soul-severing sword moved in response, coalescing and molding to fall. Pust! With the beautiful sound of iron-piercing flesh and blood. End of hit. The soul-devouring insect was instantly devoid of life, and its flesh slowly disappeared into the rain. But it didn't completely dissipate, instead leaving behind a transparent bead, with rich soul power spewing out. Ha! Old Den even popped a reward? Qin Yang was delighted at the sight and was just about to release his star power to collect it, but not before he took a closer look. The system's voice suddenly sounded. My goodness, the host actually killed an emperor-level star beast with such ease. Truly worthy of being a godly man descending into the world. Detected the host decapitating the emperor-level star beast, the soul eater, rewarded with a 50-fold increase. End of chapter. 060 Intermediate Sect Master, Soul Devouring Technique, Spiritual Power Skyrocketed. Ding! Detected the host slaying an emperor-level star beast, rewarded with a 50-fold increase. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret soul technique, Soul Devouring. A system beep rang out, and Qin Yang's heart was suddenly great. Woohoo! Take off! Qin Yang was satisfied with checking the rewards, and excitement bubbled straight up from the sky. It had only been a few days since he had last reached the early stage of the Sovereign Master, like less than a week. The result is another 50 years of cultivation before your ass is even warmed up. It's like a heifer riding a motorcycle. Bullseye boom boom. And on top of that, what Qin Yang cared more about was the soul secret technique called Soul Devouring Technique. One must know that spiritual power techniques were already rare. Even the Zhanghai City Library didn't have a few of them, which showed how precious this type of divine skill was. Nice and cozy. Qin Yang stood under the eaves, counting the harvest, feeling satisfied. He then looked towards the place where the soul-devouring insect had died, only to see the alternating flashing red and green lights, is quietly suspended a light-colored transparent beads, rainwater penetration, the rich soul atmosphere internal escape. This was none other than the soul force crystals of the soul eater insect. After a lifetime of hard work, in the end, it's a dowry for me. Qin Yang looked at the crystal, and without being polite, he directly thanked for the gift of nature and reached out to release his star power. In the next moment, the soul crystals on the traffic light were tugged and moved across the rain curtain, quickly falling into his hands. It was a small, round bead, transparent and spiritually moist, and vaguely eerie whispers of spirits could be heard. Qin Yang waited with 2 fingers, and a kind of joy of harvest rose in his heart, and he directly collected it into his arms. Now that the soul-devouring insects have been gotten rid of, similar tragedies shouldn't happen again in the days to come. Think about it. Qin Yang slightly released his spiritual power and sensed the situation at the intersection. The heavy rain fell in ghostly fashion. Standing in a pouring rainstorm, with loaded guns and ammunition, the working group of the Star Armed Forces Division is spread out around the road and is meticulously conducting a carpet survey. However, what they don't know is this. Just seconds ago, a thrilling hunt in the rain took place just above their heads. The xenomorph that had caused the culprit had long since been wiped clean in an instant. Qin Yang used his spiritual power to cover the entire intersection to make sure that there was no soul-devouring insect scent left behind before he quietly left. To this point, this accident about the crossroads was also declared to be over. The Singamu Police Division claimed to the public that it was an accident of slippery roads and rainy weather to reduce the panic of the masses. But in the end, it can't stop someone from spreading the gossip. In the following months, those news spread in the network. True or false, the masses of people gradually evolved into a Zhanghai City traffic strange story. In the hallway, Qin Yang carried the roasted chicken he had just bought, ready to celebrate himself, and took out his key to open the door. The smell of sizzling goat soup spread out. Master, you're finally back. Little White put down the haggis soup in his hand and ran and jumped to the door to greet him, his 3 big fluffy tails wagging behind him. Nice, that smells good. Qin Yang sniffed the flavor in the air. His index finger twitched, and he reached out to pinch Xiaobai's pretty face. The glowing skin was excellent to the touch. This little cook is getting more and more capable every day. When she doesn't want to do the library work anymore, we'll set up a small restaurant with her and cook a signature private dish every day. She does the cooking, I do the enjoying. Very reasonable. Go make a platter with this roast chicken. I want extra food tonight. Xin Yang handed the roasted chicken to Xiao Bai, then came to the sofa and prepared to absorb 50 years of cultivation on the spot. These days, he had absorbed more and more cultivation and had become skillful, just sitting on the couch. With a flick of his mind, 50 years of accumulated fusion instantly penetrated into the body as much as possible. Xin Yang's heart was like still water, but his escaping breath around his body was like booming thunder surging wildly, erupting into a powerful aura covering the entire room. In the kitchen, Xiao Bai was in the middle of relieving the chicken with a chopper when he suddenly noticed a strange movement in the air and subconsciously looked in Xin Yang's direction. A question mark slowly popping up on his head. Question mark. This guy got stronger again? It's only been a few days and you've actually broken through again? Don't be so outrageous. The ears of the little white beast drooped down, and suddenly her face turned ashen, murmuring, "It's over. It's over. It seems that this immortal nun can't run away in this life." A few moments later, Xin Yang's absorption of cultivation ended and his breath collected. Then he began to cultivate the soul-devouring art. Those who have practiced this method to its fullest will use the souls of all living things as their food, devouring them at will, and wantonly perusing the memories of those they swallow. Soul-devouring art, being a spiritual power-related divine ability, specializes in eating all kinds of spiritual power, and is also fearless of any undesirable repercussions, so it can be called a soul gourmand, just right for absorbing soul crystals. Xin Yang closed his eyes and covered his spiritual power over the crystallized indication. Wisps of spiritual energy penetrated it. A steady stream of souls were pumped and fused into the interior of one sea of consciousness, and the original range of divine sense skyrocketed, like a flash flood tilting, soaring from a stream toward the sea. Master, what good things do you have on you? At this time, Xiao Bai put down the dish in her hand, wrinkled her nose, and leaned close to Qin Yang and said intimately, "Why does it smell like soul power? I remember before you went out. It seems like there wasn't this flavor." "You mean this?" Qin Yang froze for a moment and flipped his palm to call out the soul crystal. Shasta. When the crystals appeared, lush soul power followed outwardly, raging through the room like a gale. "See the situation." Xiao Bai's eyes snapped wide and pointed at Qin Yang in shock. "Where did you get this thing from?" The soul power that erupted from the crystallization was incomparably dense, instantly appending her perception. A terrifying storage like this was the first time she had encountered it, even after living for so long. "Where did you get it?" Qin Yang looked at Xiao Bai and teased. "Picked it up on the road." Xiao Bai was speechless, but feeling the soul power brewing in the crystals, she was really greedy again. If one absorbed this aura, one might be able to reach the peak of innate and touch the doorbar of the sovereign realm. Think about it. Xiao Bai looked up at Qin Yang, leaning her entire petite body towards his side, whining, "Master, can you give this to slave? Slave also wants it." The words fell. However, Qin Yang was unmoved and gave her a big blank stare back. "I can't get enough of this stuff. How can you give it to someone else? White, you are thinking about fart eating." Saying that, Qin Yang increased his absorption efforts and directly swallowed the last of the soul power in one big gulp in front of Xiao Bai. Palm. After losing the stored souls, the crystals immediately turned into pieces and dissipated into the air. "You." Xiao Bai's eyes instantly reddened, inexplicably feeling aggrieved, her eyes misty with water. Although she wasn't human, Qin Yang was a real dog. "Look, another rush." Qin Yang pointed at Xiao Bai and laughed. "You are allowed to use your illusions on me once to vent your anger." Fine. This is what you said." Xiao Bai's eyes reddened with anger and shame, and with a clench of her silver teeth, she directly unleashed her own illusion technique. Next moment, groups of demons and devils danced, the gloomy wind drummed, and demons and devils wandered around the room as if 100 ghosts were walking at night. However, Qin Yang was unmoved in the face of the illusion and only smiled, looking through the cohesive mental energy. In an instant, all illusions were extinguished. With one glance, he broke through the Fox clan's strongest illusion. End of chapter. 061, Sword Saint, Sword Demon? Next day, morning, library, in the lounge on the first floor. Those guests who borrowed books looked down and read quietly. The sound of turning pages made a slight noise, and sporadically there were a few books that were not collected in time and were thrown haphazardly on the table. TCH, can you be a little civic-minded? Qin Yang, who was on his way to work, frowned. Slowly, he came to the desk and picked up the two books, checking the spine for the number they belonged to, then prepared to return them to their original place. Phew! Soft snoring came faintly over his shoulder. Little White curled up in a ball, eyes closed tightly. eyelashes fluttering slightly with his breathing, just as if he had already entered dreamland. Fell asleep again. Qin Yang glanced at Little White, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Last night was a lot of work for White and himself. Straight up pissed off to the point of using all the illusions he knew. But what happened? It was up until most of the night. Qin Yang didn't even see any drying up of his spiritual energy. Instead, Xiaobai took the lead in spiritual energy depletion. Both eyes rolled white, spitting out his little tongue and fainted first. So that brings us to this morning's situation. Qin Yang checked Little White's mental state. Nothing major. Just figured she'd have to be too groggy to fight any energy for the rest of the day. Spiritual power is so weak. What can you fight me with? Qin Yang wrote his face in mockery and came to the bookshelf with a comfortable face and put the book back. Nowadays, his spiritual power was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Enveloping a library was a breeze. Just close your eyes a little. All the movements in the pavilion were then transmitted to Qin Yang's mind. The rustling of a book, the whispered conversations of a guest, a spider crawling under the table. Everything in the world is visible. After Qin Yang finished collecting his books, he listened to the nearby discussions as he walked. At this point, the sound of discussion in the southeast section of the first floor caught his attention. I heard that the Prairie Sword Saint Master and disciple have arrived in Zhanghai City. They just got off the plane yesterday. I just don't know when they'll come to challenge our academy. That Huyan Jian is really fierce looking. I don't know if senior sister Li will be his opponent. I heard that the Sword Saint came all the way to Zhanghai this time, mainly to challenge senior sword god. The sound of intermittent discussion came. Qin Yang was slightly stunned, not expecting this news. The Grassland Sword Saint has already arrived in Zhanghai City? How can you be so early? He himself was so busy decapitating the Soul Eater last night that he hadn't really paid much attention to the message. Think about it. Qin Yang hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and scratched the screen to look for today's news. Just as I entered the page, a line of eye-catching headlines popped up. Warmly welcome the Prairie Sword Saint and his disciples to Zhanghai. A page full of news related to the Sword Saint. Qin Yang casually clicked on a link and immediately saw a photo of the scene. Just see in the photo. It's an airplane gangway as a backdrop. All the leaders at all levels of Zhanghai City were present, full of smiles, and surrounded an old, dark-faced herdsman in the center, as if they were all starry-eyed. And beside this old rancher, on the other hand, there stood a young man holding a long sword, with a brutal and wild face, full of plagiarism. Qin Yang zoomed in on the picture with both fingers, focusing his attention on arranging the C position. An old man and a young man. Undoubtedly, it was the Grassland Sword Saint Master and disciple duo. That looks pretty old. Qin Yang surveyed the old herdsman in the photo, ravaged by the winds and frosts of the plateau, completely unable to feel his true age. Yu Wenxuan, Huyan Jian. Qin Yang looked at the other party's name twice before silently memorizing it in his heart. This sword saint's strength was at the peak of the sovereign realm, not to be trifled with. He himself was only in the middle stage of strength, so he still needed to play it safe at best. Know your enemy and know yourself. Qin Yang read about it, then exited the webpage and was about to start working on touching the fish. Unexpectedly this time. Ding! Emperor-level powerhouse sword demon detected. Please host escape as soon as possible. The system's beep sounded again. It was as if a sharp, hypnotic bell had instantly curbed his next move. A sword demon? Another risk alert from the system? Seeing this, Qin Yang first froze for a moment, then opened his cell phone and carefully scrutinized the old herdsman in the photo. The beings that could last until after 500 years were all top-notch existences. And this Prairie Sword Saint after 100 years, it actually became a dominant sword demon? Wait, no. Qin Yang thought for a second and suddenly realized that he couldn't be so arbitrary. After all, the ones who appeared in front of him now were the master and disciple. This sword demon after 500 years, in the end, refers to the current sword saint, or the sword saint's son, real or fake Monkey King? Thinking of this, Qin Yang couldn't help but angrily curse the dog system in his heart. Master and disciples are both possible, and with a 50% probability each, it's kinda hard to tell. But that doesn't hurt. After experiencing this so many times, one had long ago figured out the pissiness of this system. The so-called sword demon could definitely not be an emperor-level existence at this moment. The most important thing that one currently needed to pay attention to was still this Yu Wenxuan who was at the peak of the Zhongshi level. Take him while he's sick. Even if it's the peak of the sovereign, it wasn't impossible to kill the peak of the sovereign when one played out all their cards. If he was able to defeat it now, he would definitely be able to receive another generous reward. Okay, one old man and one young man. No matter which one of you is the sword demon. Qin Yang looked down at the master and disciple in the photo. His eyes flickered, and he slowly said, I'm going to explode this reward. Originally, he hadn't intended to pay any attention to this whatsoever Grassland Sword Saint. But now that the other party had triggered the system prompt, it was not up to him to make a move. Thinking of this, Qin Yang flipped through his cell phone and remembered the student conversation he had just heard. After a few more days, it was the day the Sword Saint's son challenged Li Zixuan. The matter will be so important that the Prairie Sword Saint will surely be there in person. When the time came, it was necessary for him to make a trip over there to get a good understanding of just what strength this grassland Sword Saint was. Once this hidden danger of the peak of the sovereign is removed, this reward for belonging to the Sword Demon is still a handful? At the same time, within the Sword Valley, the cliffs on both sides towered high, carved with crisscrossing sword marks. The gusty wind swept through, and the terrifying sword intent filled the greater half of the Sword Valley. Two figures stepped on the sound of the wind, walking against the raging sword intent at the bottom of the valley. "Teacher, how strong is this sword god?" Hu Yanjian followed behind the Sword Saint and asked in a low voice. Under the pressure of these sword intentions, his face was a bit ugly, his breath was panting sharply, and he looked very tired. "Very strong, apprentice." Yuanchuan's face was grave as he tilted his head and closed his eyes, sensing every strand of sword intent in the Sword Valley. "It's been a long time since I've felt a level of sword intent like this one after so many years of vertical swordsmanship." Half a day later, he slowly opened his eyes, and for the first time, frenzy appeared on his wooden face, mixed with a slight crazy look. "Very good. This person's strength is not below mine." End of chapter. 062 Challenge. Zhanghai Budokan. A particular practice room. The incandescent lamps put on a soft light, and the four directions were open and neat. Under the light, Li Zixuan sat on the ground, a white dress bright as the moon, and in front of her, there stood a stone man engraved with star patterns, with the power of the stars vaguely escaping to the surroundings. "Who?" Li Zixuan gently exhaled, surrounded by the sword intent flowing around her body. In a split second, the air in the room shook as the powerful sword chi erupted out, actually emitting a crisp vibration similar to the sound of a sword. It's now the final realization of a sword opening the heavenly gate. One thought in this, Li Zixuan's mind settled down and followed her memory, carefully guiding the sword chi to spurt out. Buzz off! The sound of the swords in the room became more and more crisp, strung together as if someone was playing the sword for a song. But actually, Li Zixuan did not bring her sword into the pavilion, but chose to use her body to imitate a sword, sensing the great accomplishment of the mysteries of a sword opening the gate of heaven. If your heart is like the sea and the sky, everything can be a sword. The concept of time drifted away during this precious stage of epiphany, and I don't know how much time has passed. Li Zixuan slowly opened her eyes and once again looked at the stone man in front of her, flexing her arms and raising both fingers. In an instant, the raging sword chi in the room subsided, and then focused on a single point, all converging on her fingertips. The sharpness of the sword converged, ready to be released. "Chop!" Li Zixuan murmured, directly pointing at the stone man's brow. The air boiled in an instant, and the sword chi condensed in his fingertips instantly struck out, like a white rainbow, extending as a line of white light, lightly penetrating the centerline of the stone man's body. A sword opens the gates of heaven. Click! After the sword chi didn't enter, a thin line appeared on the surface of the stone man, immediately splitting it into two halves and collapsing to the left and right with a bang. "It's done!" Seeing the situation, Li Zixuan was in an agitated mood and hurriedly braced herself and came to the shattered stone man to check the condition. I only saw that the cuts separated by the stone man were flush and smooth as a guide, which was already a bit similar to the cuts of Broken Peak Mountain. "Great!" Li Zixuan stretched out her fingers and gently stroked the break, the corners of her lips curling into a smile. "Finally, I have also reached the great accomplishment of the sword opening Heaven's Gate, one step closer to the sword that broke the peak of Sensei." Thinking of this, Li Zixuan suppressed her excitement and quickly walked to the locker to take out her cell phone, then folded back and took a picture of the stone man. Such a historic moment had to be documented. Of course, after leaving a few photos, Li Zixuan exited the photo album with satisfaction, then clicked on the webpage and looked at a news story about the Prairie Master and Disciple. They've already arrived, and it's expected that the challenge will begin in a few days. Li Zixuan looked at Hu Yanjian's brawny figure. Her gaze was firm, and her bearish fighting intent surged in her eyes, like a blazing fire burning unquenchably. There's a lot at stake in this battle. Not only was it about the facade of Zhanghai City, but it was also a battle between the disciples of two strong sword Dao masters. "Teacher, I will never let you down." 2 days later, in front of the Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy, the crowd was boisterous. The onlookers clamored, and reporters from the official media stood at the front of the crowd, taking out their cameras to capture this historic moment. Elder Li, on the other hand, was dressed in a Zhongshan suit and stood side by side with Li Zixuan in front of the gate. "Prepare for the arrival of the prairie swordsman." Not a moment too soon. At the end of the road, A black stretch Lincoln was seen driving up and steadily parked in front of the martial arts academy. The driver took the lead and stepped out of the car, respectfully pulling open the door for Yu Wenchuan. Tap. With his hands behind his back, Yu Wenchuan slowly stepped out of the car, his gaze sweeping towards the people present, as if a Highland shepherd was patrolling his flock. I've long heard of Sword Saint Senior's great name, and today I'm finally able to meet. It's a pleasure to meet you. Without being humble, Elderly stepped forward and performed a basic meet and greet salute. Aha! Yu Wenchuan nodded his head, shying away from words, just glancing at Li Lao. Suddenly lifting his hand he flew out a piece of paper. Phew! A stern air-breaking sound rang out, accompanied by wisps of sword intent spreading. Obviously it's coming from a bad place. Elderly frowned at the sight, and with quick eyes, he immediately released his star power and intercepted the flying paper. After a trial and error, the crowd at the scene instantly quieted down, and the atmosphere was like a dark current at the bottom of the sea, ready to explode. Not bad, even though you are at the peak of innate strength. You are not far from the realm of the sovereign, Yu Wenchuan said coldly, looking at Li Zishuan beside Elderly. This is a challenge. 3 days later, my disciple will personally challenge the Zhenghai Martial Arts Academy, so prepare yourselves. Cold words fell as if they did not carry any emotion, just a more usual command. We will always be here to welcome your disciple. Elderly replied calmly, his face calm and collected, not condescending. This world is supposed to be honored by strength. An expert like Yu Wenchuan, who was at the peak of the sovereign master, was even more addicted to cultivation for years, and had an eccentric and bizarre temperament, not sticking to the smallest of rules. Very good. Yu Wenchuan nodded his head in satisfaction and suddenly condensed his star power, once again flying a new challenge towards Elderly. It is? Elderly took the challenge and looked puzzled. That previous challenge letter was to challenge the Zhenghai Martial Arts Academy. But what is the second letter for? Is it possible that? Is it for yourself? Seeing Li Lao's confused face, Yu Wenchuan instantly gained insight into his thoughts and directly opened his mouth to explain. This is my challenge to the Zhenghai Sword God. 10 days later, I would like to fight with him at the Sword Valley to learn your excellency the Sword God's swordsmanship. The words fell. The surrounding crowd instantly clamored. Outrageous. Actually wanting to challenge the Sword God? See, I told you. People are trying to have it all. An old man and a young man with impure intentions. If we let him win this, where will we put the face of Zhenghai City? Hear this. Elderly also had a helpless look on his face as he arched his hand at Yu Wenchuan. Lord Sword Saint, it's not that I won't help you. It's just that we can't contact this Lord Sword God either. It's really beyond our ability. No harm done. Yu Wenchuan waved his hand, not taking it seriously in the slightest. All you need to do is to make this challenge public, and I'm sure he'll come. This, Elderly shook his head inside. Since that's the case, then we respectfully disagree. As for whether or not this Lord Sword God wants to come, that's up to his personal will. He's bound to come. Yu Wenchuan repeated indifferently, then returned to the Lincoln Plus without looking back. The matter was closed, leaving a group of onlookers in place to discuss the matter. TSK. In the crowd, Xia he looked at the back of the distant car and shook his head inside. This prairie sword saint tugs like a 255, but he does have the strength to tug. With that, he stabbed Qin Yang beside him. You say so, old Qin. Qin Yang, on the other hand, had a strange expression on his face because he hadn't heard the system's beep just now. End of chapter. 063 Giving the female emperor's disciple a small meal. In the crowd, Qin Yang looked at the distant Lincoln limousine, looking in a trance, and fell into deep contemplation. No system alert? This Yu Wenchuan is actually not a sword demon? Since this was the case, it seemed that this grassland sword saint was not the future sword demon, and the disciple he had trained, Huyan Jian, was. As his thoughts reached this point, Qin Yang could not help but sigh in his heart. The dog system can be twitchy from time to time though. However, Qin Yang had always had his heart set on the future evaluation it gave. This Huyan Jian's talent is actually so perverted. 500 years later to be able to become a true emperor-level powerhouse, killing out of the thousands of living beings, cannot be underestimated. But then again, does how strong the future is have anything to do with the present? The current Huyan Jian is at most at the level of the innate realm and can't pass the sovereign realm. I'll always be able to overpower him. Think about it. Qin Yang's hanging heart dropped a bit. Immediately seek out how to pop this little friend's reward. Take him while he's sick. One's own main fight a difference in information. Occupying the right place in time, coupled with the fact that there is a sovereign realm evening. Beating you a Huyan Jian is naturally a breeze. Explosive reward, well, not too shabby. But now the question is, how to maximize the benefits. Also, what about this prairie sword saint? Well, Qin Yang speculated his chin. Remembering the arrogant expression of the grassland sword saint just now, it was a bit tricky. Judging from Yu Wenxuan's words and actions just now, there was no doubt that this bastard was a martial arts nerd. If he had seconds after his disciple, I'm afraid that this old martial arts nerd would immediately follow up and pester him for a match. It will surely turn into an annoying situation like the little one is beaten up, and then the old one is beaten up again or something like that. Hiss, it's a pain in the ass to think about. As soon as he thought of this, Qin Yang shook his head violently and turned to look at Li Zixuan in the doorway, decided to go the other route of popping rewards. That would be for Zixuan Li to pinch hit. Now that she was his disciple, she had long been bound to him, and this challenge from the Zhanhai Academy was, in essence, also due to the new bifurcation of destiny caused by his own decapitation of the locust in the first place. The two of them landed in it, as pawns in the game, and he's the player above the board. If he let his disciple defeat Hu Yanjian, then he would surely be able to explode rich rewards as well. Not bad, not bad. This route works. Thinking of this, Qin Yang was enlightened, and his heart was suddenly filled with new expectations. The apprentice fights for him, and he doesn't even have to do anything to reap the benefits. Lay to win. Think about it and feel comfortable. However, I don't know how strong the Empress apprentice is now. Will it be a match for that Hu Yanjian? On second thought, Qin Yang looked at Li Zixuan in the doorway and immediately had the idea of opening a small stove. Since you're betting on her yourself, raise that win by 1,000,000,000 points. It's not too much, is it? And it's not too demanding on its own. As long as Li Zixuan's win rate could get to 200%, it would be about right. Thinking of this, Qin Yang's listened and directly transmitted his voice to Li Zixuan. Come to Sword Valley at night. Next moment, the word sounded softly beside Li Zixuan, faintly inaudible. When Li Zixuan heard this, her body trembled slightly, and she instantly stared blankly at the surrounding crowd. Master? Master actually came too. She was overjoyed, but didn't make any noise, instead pretending to be as usual. Turns out the master was there too. The pressure that I felt from Yu Wenxuan just now dissipated at this moment. At this point, the boisterous crowd began to disperse. After sending out the message, Qin Yang also put down his heart and silently mingled with Xia Yang in the crowd as he turned to leave the entrance of the academy. Old Qin, do you think that chick can win? On the way, Xia He glanced back at Li Zixuan, then whispered, I see that the Sword Saint disciple looks really fierce and strong at first glance. It feels like this chick will lose. No, she'll win. Li Zixuan's wave is a sure win. Qin Yang smiled and took a big step in the direction of the library. Upon hearing this, Xia He spoke out and flirted. Old Qin, you can't just say that because you like that chick. Time passes in a flash. It was turning into night. The moon and stars were thin. The wind howled in the Sword Valley, and the pine forest shook and tugged along with the gale. Li Zixuan had arrived in the Sword Valley early, and was currently sitting on a jagged rock waiting, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky. One has been prepared for this meeting for a long time, just waiting for Qin Yang to show up. Apprentice. At that moment, a familiar soft call came. Clad in a black robe, Qin Yang appeared near her as promised. Teacher, you're here. Seeing this, Li Zixuan hurriedly got up from the stone, patted the dust and dirt on her buttocks clean, and came to bow respectfully in front of Qin Yang. Aha! Qin Yang nodded slightly and immediately released his spiritual power to check her state. At this moment, Li Zixuan's sword intent was vigorous and sharp, and it was obvious that she hadn't practiced less during this period of time. Not bad, as I observe your sword intent. It has taken shape. Very good, Qin Yang said with satisfaction. Thank you, teacher, for the compliment. Li Zixuan smiled sweetly. Hearing Qin Yang's praise, warmth flowed in her heart. In a few days, my disciple will be competing, and I definitely won't lose your face, teacher. Aha! When Qin Yang heard this, he had a moment of dark pleasure. This girl knows too much, and know how to share your worries. Since that's the case, the heavens have rewarded you, and today, the master has also come to wish you the best of luck in thoroughly comprehending the essence of sword intent. Qin Yang looked at Li Zixuan, raised both of his fingers, and pointed them deep into her eyebrows. Next moment, the thick spiritual energy was released along the fingertips and poured into Li Zixuan's mind as much as it could, holding a large amount of the true solution of sword intent to start and advance. Boing! Knowledge crushed roughly. Li Zixuan only felt her temples swell instantly, and couldn't help but softly wooing and panting. After all, you can't get fat in one bite. Even if these sword intentions were not offensive, they still required a period of time to understand and digest. Seeing this, Qin Yang was naturally able to understand, so he urged in a low voice, concentrate on your senses. The words fell. Li Zixuan hurriedly nodded her head and sat down on the ground, beginning to immerse herself in the sensation of sword intent. Those bombarded and disorganized sword intent surged in his mind. As vast as the sea, not just the understanding of a sword opening the heaven's gate, but also the countless experiences that Qin Yang had comprehended from the basic sword techniques through the Enlightenment space. Returning to the realm of the Real. To the realm of the Real. 2 hours later, Li Zixuan's hair was sticking to her forehead as she slowly opened her eyes, finally having eaten through this sword intent inheritance. Phew, this sword intent of teachers is also too arcane. She took a long gasping breath and suddenly felt her surroundings open up. Qin Yang's figure has long since disappeared without a trace. And just as she was puzzled, the spiritual message left behind from Qin Yang rang out at the right time. Continue tomorrow night. End of chapter. 060 for the challenge begins. For the rest of the day, news of the JHSE challenge went viral on the internet, continuously dominated the top of the hot search list for a long time, became the talk of the town after dinner. Who do you guys think the Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy will send to answer the battle this time? Nonsense. Other than Li Zixuan, the first genius. Can anyone else hold it? This grassland sword saint deserves to be a sword saint. He's really arrogant. He actually dares to challenge our Zhanghai sword god senior in public. Do you guys think senior sword god will answer the battle? Gossip flies around the internet. Too much anticipation deserves the limelight. People from all over the country travel to Zhanghai City just to catch a glimpse of this competition. Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy audience seat tickets all the way up. In the network is directly speculation to the sky price. Once to the point of 1,000 gold hard to find. But no matter how much noise the outside world makes, it has nothing to do with Li Zixuan. Under Elder Li's intentional arrangement, he isolated all outside interference with her in order to allow her to focus on preparing for the competition. In the evening, Li Zixuan took the time to come inside the Sword Valley, quietly listening to Qin Yang's preaching, comprehending the various types of sword Dao true understanding of the wonderful skills. The perception of a sword to open the gate of heaven is even more in the realm of realization. Sword Valley. The moon and the stars are thin, and a soft breeze blows. Li Zixuan sat cross-legged on top of a flat rock, her eyes tightly closed and her chest slightly rising and falling. At this moment, she was entering a deeper state of epiphany, the sword chi around her body gently releasing, the nearby sword intent fitting along with her thoughts, heavenly and human intertwining as if they were all natural. Sword chi brewed between her meridians, flowing slowly, and was rushing at an astonishing speed. That's still a little slow. Seeing this, Qin Yang on the side secretly shook his head in his heart. As a female emperor, Li Zixuan's natural talent was indeed beyond words, crowning above the group. But the problem is, it's going to be a competition tomorrow. At the rate she was going, it was definitely too late. TSK, apprentice, it seems like we must think of a way to give you an accelerated membership before we can do that. Think about it. Qin Yang closed his eyes and released his spiritual energy to sense the distribution of sword chi in the Sword Valley. The spirit is scattered and cluttered. Since that day when he left Sword Valley by himself, these sword chi began to scatter in all corners of the Sword Valley because they were not bound, and it was always difficult to gather. One thought in this, Qin Yang instantly had a bold idea. You should know that the path of cultivation occupies the right place and time. Now that Li Zixuan is gifted and intelligent, there is no problem with human harmony. And this Sword Valley is full of sword intent, which is a valuable geographical advantage. All she needs now is the right time. Then if I gather all this sword intent near my disciple, will I be able to give her a speed boost? Thinking of this, Qin Yang was enlightened. Artificial rainfall is also rain. How is me manually gathering chi not considered heaven and earth? It's very riverine. Master? When Li Zixuan heard Qin Yang's footsteps pause back and forth, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at him standing at the mouth of the Sword Valley again, and softly asked, "You're leaving? It's all right, disciple. Just close your eyes and wait in peace for your senses to be realized, and the master will come to help you," Qin Yang slowly said, lightly raising his hand, and began to try to induce the sword chi of the Sword Valley to converge beside Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan looked at Qin Yang suddenly raising his hand high, and was a bit uncertain. What is this? However, just as she was confused, she saw Qin Yang looking at the quiet pine forest in the valley, and suddenly whispered, "Come." The words fell, the clattering leaves swayed, and the sea of forest tumbled up in an instant, rushing like a lurid wave. Wind up? Li Zixuan was slightly stunned. But then, in a whirlwind, something didn't feel quite right. Nope, it's not the wind. Rather, it was the scattered sword chi in the Valley of Swords. In an instant, the sword chi answered Qin Yang's call, penetrating from between the forest leaves, crossing the cliffs of the canyon, and gathering in unison beside Li Zixuan's body. In a short while of work, it was actually a sword intent vortex with a radius of 2 meters that was directly formed, and at the center of this vortex was none other than Li Zixuan, who was in the state of sensation. How can it be? Li Zixuan felt the sword intent around her. Her pupils quaked, and her entire body was directly dumbfounded. That triggered the sword energy in the Valley of Swords? Off the charts. Master's strength is so scary. But why would he do that all of a sudden? Is it because I'm too stupid? Li Zixuan looked at Qin Yang in frozen place, falling into deep self-doubt with a few points of aggression. Apprentice, what are you waiting for? Qin Yang was uncertain when he saw this. Gathering the sword chi in this sword valley is not easy. It wouldn't last too long on its own, and in half an hour at most the sword energy would dissipate and rescatter back to its original position. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass if we get together again then. Thinking of this, Qin Yang stared at Li Zixuan and hurriedly spoke out to urge her. Continue to deepen the sword Dao comprehension that Master has taught you. Oh, the apprentice understands. Li Zixuan deflated her mouth and said with some aggression. Apprentice will definitely work hard. The words fell. She closed her eyes and finally sensed the sword chi around her. Pound for pound. Vastness. Under the nourishment of this sword intent, Li Zixuan was as if she was in a warm hot spring, and all the traps about sword intent were unraveled in an instant. With the moment her thoughts were realized, a stern sword intent immediately erupted from her body. Finally, Qin Yang smiled in relief, looking at Li Zixuan with considerable satisfaction. Thank you, Master, for your help. Li Zixuan got up and hurriedly kneeled down to kowtow and thanked Qin Yang. No harm done. You go back and recuperate. Qin Yang slowly said, tomorrow is the day of your sword match with Huyan Jian, so don't let me down. Thinking of this, Qin Yang's heart was filled with anticipation. Now the disciple he had taught had already comprehended his own introductory sword intent. What kind of reward should the dog system give out when the so-called emperor-level powerhouse sword demon is defeated tomorrow? The next day, Xia He and Qin Yang specially took a vacation. Then with Xia He's banknote ability, the two of them took the vouchers they got and arrived at the Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy. The moment. Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy. Martial Arts Plaza. Colored flags fluttered in the audience, and the makeshift location seemed like a high wall, filled to capacity with eagerly awaiting spectators everywhere. There were people from both outside and inside the school, a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and the teachers and students of the Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy were talking about it. Elderly and Li Zixuan, on the other hand, stood in the performing arts square waiting. Xian, if you really can't force your way through, you mustn't be foolish. Elderly barked at Li Zixuan. Well, Sensei, I understand. Li Zixuan was full of confidence as she thought about the progress she had made in the past 3 days. Ugh. Seeing this, Elder Li, however, shook his head, wanting to say something, afraid of striking Li Zixuan's self-confidence, but at the same time, she worries that she's trying too hard and destroying herself. A few moments later, an audible gasp came from the audience. Coming! The step sword saint is here. In the crowd, Qin Yang hugged his popcorn and immediately looked over at the sound. Only Yu Wenchuan was seen walking slowly into the field with his hands behind his back, and following behind him was none other than Huyan Jian. His muscles were gnarled, his upper body was bare-bound, and his long hair danced in the wind, as if he were a wild horse galloping in the grasslands. At this point, the system gives a beep. Ding! Imperial level detected. Qin Yang's gaze was fixed on Huyan Jian as a curtain of light appeared. Name, Huyan Jian. Age, 517. Cultivation, Early Emperor Realm. Martial Arts, Demon Soul / Necromantic Swordplay. Longevity, 4500. End of chapter. 065 Teenage Sword Demon vs. Youthful Empress. This guy really is the sword demon the system was talking about. In the audience, Qin Yang grabbed popcorn and stuffed it in his mouth and chewed on it, his gaze always resting on Huyan Jian. This brawny teenager was unconcerned about his escaping star power fluctuations, more like some sort of condescension above the crowd, not at all afraid to show off his realm. Qin Yang only slightly perceived it, and then he detected the other party's realm, thick and natural, sympathetic with the heaven and earth. It was obvious that he had already reached the half-step innate. Only 17 years old and you've reached this realm. The talent does stand out, but one's bet on Zixuan Li is also unusual. At only 16 years old, he had reached the 9th level of the Hotian, and was likewise not inferior to this Huyan Jian. Good man, matched with a flagging opponent. Thinking of this, Qin Yang shook his head and skillfully listened to a coke from the bag, flexed his fingers to pry open the pull ring and filled a few mouthfuls before leaning comfortably on the back of the chair. The thought of what the two would accomplish in 500 years made him feel interesting. There's a lot to see in the next game. Teenage Sword Demon vs. Green Empress. It's a bit of a mixed bag of fate. There's no telling what kind of effect this interference of mine will have 500 years from now. Think about it. Qin Yang drank the coke in his hand, then returned his attention to the martial arts square. Begin. Make it quick so as not to waste my time. Huyan Jian craned his neck and stretched his muscles, and with a single stride, He stepped onto the center of the martial arts stage. The adjacent seating area under the stage was divided into two groups of people. One group of people was the VIP exclusive seats, where Yu Wenchuan and elderly and the others were seated. Another group of people were the outstanding students of the Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy, who had come here specifically to observe and learn. Hu Yanjian scanned the seats on the stage, his gaze wandering from elderly all the way to the students, his contempt not hidden in the slightest. After all, he had already consecutively defeated dozens of teenage heavenly prides. At first, Hu Yanjian held some respect and saluted the person he was challenging, but after one crush after another, all patience evaporated with it. It turned out that these so-called heavenly prides were so unpleasant. Respect also requires strength as a foundation, and I'm so strong, why should I give respect to some trash? With this in mind, Hu Yanjian scanned the entire arena, waiting for the challenger to come up to the stage, and the scorn in his eyes intensified a few points. The crowd under the stage felt Hu Yanjian's eyes and became a bit disgruntled. Senior, look at how that guy is staring at us with a look of contempt. This is too crazy, don't you even have any manners? Do you really think that no one in our academy can defeat him? Whispers resounded across the stage. The students being watched were more or less disgruntled, but there was nothing they could do about it. This guy did have arrogant capital, crushing all the way across to here, which could be seen in the brutality of his strength. Thinking about this, the crowd turned their eyes to Li Zixuan in the C position, and they couldn't help but worry about her in their hearts. Li Zixuan was sitting on a chair and was resting her eyes. Just then, she felt a slight move in her ear. A voice transmission from elderly rang out. Go on up. Xian. The words fell. Li Zixuan opened her eyes, grabbed the sword on the table and slowly stood up straight, standing out from the crowd as she slowly walked towards the stage. Just the moment she rose from her seat, the introverted sword intent exploded as much as it could, with a shocking sound, as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. Feeling this sword intent coming at him, Hu Yanjian's face suddenly changed. The hangdog look from earlier was instantly put away. There's even such a strong sword intent in this academy? And a woman? Thinking of this, Hu Yanjian looked Li Zixuan up and down, and a trace of scorching heat swept through the depths of his eyes. I didn't expect that this time when I came to this Zhanghai, there would actually be an unexpected delight. In the VIP table, Yu Wenchuan sat in his chair, supporting his chin, and was also surprised for a few moments when he saw Li Zixuan come out. A connoisseur's hand can tell a lot, and just by relying on this lingering sword intent alone, Li Zixuan's future path of the sword path will surely be a green cloud. Your Zhanghai Academy is not ordinary, actually hiding this kind of sword Dao seedling. Xian, she has always been the pride of our Zhanghai Academy. When elderly heard this, his heart was equally proud, and he turned his head to look at Li Zixuan, his dying gaze filled with softness. Nice. Yu Wenchuan nodded slightly inside in admiration. With the same outstanding talent, there is indeed a round of comparison with my disciple. On the martial arts stage, Li Zixuan single-handedly holding a sword, standing in a corner of the martial arts stage, eyes lowered, pupils do not see the slightest rise and fall, as if a pool of autumn water, close to the merciless heavenly way. Her clothes were flowing as if she were a celestial fairy descending from heaven. The crowd in the audience instantly fell into an obsession when they saw this scene. Go senior sisterly. Today's Li Senpai is also pretty. Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy will win. And in contrast, Hu Yanjian stood at the other corner of the martial arts stage. Muscular, his upper body was bare-bound, and he held a huge ruler-heavy sword equal to his size in a brawny style. Come on, let's see how long you can hold out again. Hu Yanjian laughed out loud, stretching his gnarled muscles, the veins on his neck twisting like angry snakes, and suddenly his body disappeared in place, not waiting for the crowd to react. In the next moment, Hu Yanjian instantly appeared behind Li Zixuan. The giant ruler-heavy sword was waved, drumming up the howling wind. So fast, Li Zixuan's pupils suddenly shrunk, and she immediately raised her sword and wandered around the heavy sword, deft and swift, unloading most of the force. The arc of light residue flickered. Li Zixuan rotated the thin sword and used the might of the heavy sword to bully her way up, the daylight reflecting off the blade as if it were a ball of white light rolling across the broad side of the heavy sword. Swift as thunder, and light as a breeze floating. In an instant, offense and defense changed shape. The clear wind sword technique? Hu Yanjian was flabbergasted for a moment and immediately realized the source of this sword technique. However, being able to take this basic sword technique and apply it in a real battle was by no means an easy task. Accompanied by the cold sword light attacking and seeing that it was about to attack above his face, Hu Yanjian did not panic and directly raised his heavy sword with force. A huge force kicked up, swirling the wind. Instantly, Li Zixuan was brought flying high into the air. But it's not a big deal, only to see Li Zixuan change her stance in the air, and with an extremely light stance, she landed back on the martial arts stage. Then after landing and stabilizing, she once again charged with Huyanjian. Clank! The two longswords exchanged several times in a few breaths, like wind chimes swaying. The exquisite striking techniques are pleasing to the eye and show the peak of swordsmanship. For a while, the situation on the martial arts stage was at a standstill. The crowd had thought that Li Zixuan would be defeated very quickly, but at this moment, she was undefeated, and they were all surprised. Even Elder Li was like this, looking at the fierce battle in the field. After being surprised, he was relieved. It seems that this girl Shen Shen has been putting in hard work lately. End of chapter. 066. Let you have 1,000 swords. I will defeat you with one. Zhanghai Martial Arts Academy. Under the martial arts stage, colored flags fluttered in the audience. The makeshift location seemed like a high wall, and the seats were filled to capacity with eagerly awaiting spectators everywhere. They chanted in unison. The murmurs surged like thunder, and waves of cheers followed one another. Madaka! On the martial arts stage, two distinct black and white figures intersected. The cold blade light seemed like a thunderous burst of lightning, and strong air currents erupted out, rolling waves of air, accompanied by ear-piercing metal friction sounds. Li Zixuan and Huyanjian held each other's swords, sparring with each other's sword intent. The swords clashed. It was as if the chimes were playing music. In an instant, they moved their feet several times, and after a dozen rounds passed, the two fought to a standstill. Next moment, the two figures staggered at the same time, facing each other on the martial arts stage. Huyanjian's eyes were wild as he looked at Li Zixuan's bland and calm demeanor. Well, I have to say, you really surprised me. Huyanjian laughed out loud, stretching his gnarled muscles, the veins on his neck twisting like angry snakes. I didn't expect that this visit to Zhanghai would be so rewarding. The stronger Li Zixuan was at the moment, the more excited he felt. After all, the thrill of conquering the powerful is addictive. Crazy. Li Zixuan looked at Huyanjian's grim expression. Her eyebrows knit tightly as she remembered something that Elder Li had told herself earlier. Huyanjian, the man, was born with a thirst for swords. No madness, no life. Since he was a young child he has shown remarkable mastery of the sword. He fought and killed wolves with a stick in the wilderness, and was also a lone man who swept away the exiled bandit nests in the grasslands. Subsequently, he met his own master Prairie Sword Saint, but also simply give up his name, cut off the past, and take a single sword word to prove his sword way. When dealing with crazy people, you have to be extremely careful. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan slowly took a step back, erecting her sword in front of her, cautiously observing Huyanjian's movements. She was confident she could win though, but it didn't mean that it was arrogant enough to leave Huyanjian out of the picture. Huyanjian traveled over the prairie for many years, wild and swashbuckling, and what he was best at was murderous swordsmanship. The sparring process just now was even more thrilling. In just a few short breaths, Huyanjian made 53 sword strikes, killing strokes frequently, all of which ran towards Li Zixuan's body vitals. If she hadn't been so skillful, I'm afraid she wouldn't have been stabbed by him already. One thought in this. Li Zixuan moved a few more steps to the left and drew a circular arc with Huyanjian facing each other. Sometimes victory or defeat is only a split second away, and the timing has to be held firm. It's a stalemate at this point. The crowd in the spectators' seats held their breath and concentrated. Countless gazes locked onto the martial arts stage. Boom! Huyanjian toes the ground, instantly exploded out of the deep pit. Once again holding the sword rushed to kill, body like a fierce tiger pouncing on the lamb. Li Zixuan was equally undaunted, seizing the right moment to meet up again. Dang! Several consecutive fencing sounds rang out. Dense waves of sound churned as the two men's long swords exchanged blows several times, creating a raucous murmur of buzzing that directly jarred the eardrums of many spectators. However, despite this, the two were still fighting soundly and were caught in an unresolved stalemate. Li Zixuan's face was calm and composed as she kept on making sword attacks to defend her enemy, while on the contrary, Huyanjian's expression became more and more hideous until it twisted into a kind of excitement that was hard to repress. Right, that's it. The more you struggle, the happier I am. Huyanjian laughed maniacally, his eyes red as if he was insane. Boom! In the next moment, the sword intent around him instantly skyrocketed. 1 point and 2 turned into 3, instantly giving birth to hundreds of sword chi, densely packed and extremely terrifying. No good. When Li Zixuan saw that it was not good, a strong sense of crisis struck her violently. It was bound to be some sort of undercurrent that led to his current abnormal state. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan's figure stalled and immediately withdrew from the fierce battle, moving away to a few meters away from Huyanjian. However, after she avoided it, the sword chi on Huyan's sword's body still did not dissipate and was still insanely surging. The sword intent divided as if it had an endless source, directly forming a pillar stream that penetrated the heavens and earth, churning up the clouds in the sky. countless vastly different sword chi returned to it, changing in 1,000 different ways and returning to the same 10,000 swords? Elderly on the stage was instantly dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The sword saint actually even taught him this? He turned his head to look at Yu Wenchuan beside him, his mood sinking to the bottom. This was the Prairie Sword Saint's famous skill back then, the return of all swords. Those who have practiced to great success can condense tens of thousands of sword chi to destroy the sky and the earth. Even though the current Huyan Jian was still weak and had not yet cultivated to the fire of the Sword Saint back then, he had at least condensed thousands of sword chi. It was easy to kill an innate realm by crossing the ranks, and Li Zixuan was only at the Hotian realm. How could she block this strike? The crowd of onlookers looked up at this giant pillar of sword chi that reached the sky, countless sword intents swirling around it, and there was no room to go deeper at all. Even if they were under the stage, they could feel an extremely strong sense of oppression, and they could not stop trembling all of a sudden. It's over. It's over. Senior Sister Li's defeat is assured. Hang on, how can anyone fight this? Too perverted. So this is a battle between geniuses? Li Zixuan ears clamor. Originally her expressionless face, is also the first time to show a heavy look, thoughts fluttering thousands. The sword intent on the martial arts stage raged. If you make a wrong move, you lose the whole game. What to do? What's the next shot? In this instant, all sorts of disturbing thoughts surged up, and she actually fell into a bit of a daze. However, just as Li Zixuan was confused, suddenly, a familiar voice entered her mind. Swordsman, when you go forward, fearless and fearless, disciple, you must believe that the sword in your hand is capable of sweeping through everything. A calm and steady voice echoed, breaking down the supreme truth of the earthly sword path. As if it were a C-pin, it instantly extinguished all stray thoughts. Master? Li Zixuan was delighted at the sound. Her body and mind suddenly calmed down, no longer as flustered as just now. Turns out the master was there, too, all along. If that's the case, then what's there to worry about? He was his own beacon of overwhelming strength, and all he needed to do was simply move forward. I will never let you down. Master! The sound of the wind raged. Li Zixuan held her sword and determinedly walked towards Huyan Jian. Her hair fluttered with the wind, and an even stronger sword intent erupted. A sword chi that opened the heavenly gate swept through. Li Zixuan's face was cold and indifferent, just calmly lifting her sword and facing the thousands of sword chi on Huyan Jian's side with a cold cross eye. One sword against 1,000. I'm going to do it, even though there are millions of people. So what if you have 1,000 swords? I will break it with one sword. Next moment, she swung her sword out, like cutting through the gates of heaven, picking through all the obstructing sword chi in her pathway, as if entering a no-man's land, and straight for Huyan Jian's head. Shasta! Huyan Jian's face suddenly changed at the center of the sword chi storm. Only Li Zixuan's sword blade was clear and reflective. Reflected were the shocked faces of all the people, as if the human world was converging. End of chapter. 067. What is your relationship with the River Sea Sword God? It's this sword technique again. Underneath the martial arts stage, Elder Li's eyes widened with excitement as he stood up from the VIP seat. The last time the glazed water lake locusts inflicted abuse, Li Zixuan had managed to traumatize the blood demon with her stunning sword light. Since that time, Elder Li had also pursued her. But Li Zixuan was silent and refused to say a word more, so Li Lao could only stop there. After all, regardless of where this sword law comes from, is Li Zixuan's destiny, is extremely valuable cultivation opportunities, their own love of the disciple heart, naturally impossible to make that kind of theft of the salacious things of the merit law. Only, to his surprise, now that several days had passed, Li Zixuan had once again executed this move, and its power had once again increased by several times. I haven't seen you for a few days. Xianxian has grown again. Elder Li held his head high, looking up at the brilliant sword light that filled the sky, the wind whistling and his aura spreading out like a tsunami. In the audience, thousands of spectators watched the spectacular scene along with him, rifled, their entire body and mind deeply shocked. Above the firmament, the sky changed. The sword intent was like a turbulent flow. Two different sword chi blasted against each other as if they were twin dragons fighting, stirring up the daylight and scattering the thick sea of clouds. And in the martial arts stage, gullies and deep pits were all over the place, and the star power inscriptions located at the four corners of the stage were working frantically, raising star element curtains to protect the spectators, in order to prevent the sword chi from rippling out to those around them. Click! There was a faint, subtle cracking sound. The audience followed the sound and actually saw a tiny crack appear on the guarding star power formation, as if it might break at any moment. Seeing the situation, the crowd went numb. What the hell kind of power is that? You should know that this spell formation is specially designed for protection. Even the aftershocks made by an early innate realm expert could be resisted for a while. As a result, now, It was actually shaken by these two juniors who hadn't entered the innate? Off the charts. The crowd looked at each other, instantly shocked. Worthy of being a heaven's pride. It's a real fucking pervert. I'm convinced. The might of an innate powerhouse erupting at the Hotian realm. How else are we going to play? Just as everyone was talking, as the air pressure in the center of the martial arts arena grew larger and larger, an appalling storm formed around the formation, and countless sword intents spewed out, crazily crashing into the star power barriers. People panicked a bit on the spot. Those sword chi were incomparably terrifying, and once they rushed out, they would definitely cause damage to themselves. I'm just buying a ticket to the theater. It's not worth throwing your life away. Everyone doesn't need to panic. This formation can't be broken. At this time, Elderly let out a stern cry, calming the entire room. Next moment, several majestic star power outputs covered the star power barriers, and Yu Wenchuan and the other experts contributed their efforts together to refill those broken gaps. The barriers were as solid as a rock, sealing off the spread of the martial arts platform's sword intent to the surroundings. In a flash, the sword intent on the stage rolled and splashed the sand, triggering a small-scale sandstorm. The crowd's field of vision was obstructed, and it was no longer difficult to see the battle inside. The only thing they can do now is wait. At this moment, the only way to finally disperse the barrier formed by the star power was to wait until the storm formed by the sword intent stopped and the dust settled. Think about it. The audience fell silent. Several gazes converged on the center of the martial arts arena, waiting for the final curtain to be unveiled. A few minutes later, the sword intent of the martial arts stage finally went out. The air pressure suddenly returned. The star power barrier slowly dissipated, and the sand and dust in the center dispersed in all directions. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly locked their eyes on the center of the martial arts stage. Only Hu Yanjian was seen kneeling on one knee, the long sword in his hand broken and crippled, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his face as pale as paper. And in front of him, Li Zixuan stood proudly, raising her hand and angling her sword, pointing the tip of her sword at Hu Yanjian's eyebrows, her face still as cold as ice. Victory and defeat have been won, she whispered, no emotion showing in her tone. Hu Yanjian sniffed and slowly got up while holding the broken sword, his eyes looking at Li Zixuan with complexity, humiliation, unwillingness, helplessness, all kinds of bitter emotions brewing in the chest. Finally just stifled and spat out a sentence. It's me who lost. The words fell. The entire audience was instantly in an uproar, and countless people in the audience chanted Li Zixuan's name. The sound waves rolled like thunder and were deafening, like the noisy gongs of the new year. 1. It's senior sister Li who won. Sword Saint's apprentice's winning streak is gone in our Jianghai. Cool. Our Jianghai Martial Arts Academy is #1 in the world. In the audience, the students of the academy hugged each other and enjoyed the moment of joy. Li Zixuan's battle was of great significance, and had long since become not a personal fight, but a secret tussle between entire forces. One glory for all, one loss for all. The crowd in the audience grabbed their cell phones to take selfies and record the historic moment. Shit, old Qin, you really got it right. In the crowd, Xiahe took out his cell phone and adjusted the selfie angle for himself with his back to the martial arts stage. Just lucky. Qin Yang smiled, in a good mood at the moment, so he hooked up with Xiahe and left a photo of the moment. Click. After the photo was taken, Xiahe looked at Qin Yang beside him and couldn't help but speak out to tease him. I didn't expect this chick to be so powerful. In the future, old Qin, you pay attention. Don't mess with someone else one day and chop over with a sword, haha. Qin Yang smiled and didn't say anything. Their conversations drowned out the booming chaos of the scene. The audience was filled with noise, a clamor and boiling that enveloped the entire performing arts square. Hu Yanjian listened to the noise of these spectators and glanced down at the broken sword in his hand, looking a bit dazed as he muttered, I can't believe I lost. I'll be back. He murmured in a low voice and turned woodenly toward the outside of the square. The back is lonesome. The limbs are stiff, as if they were puppets with broken strings. Hello. Seeing this, Li Zixuan just wanted to call out to him, but she suddenly felt a coldness behind her. An oppressive aura descended as Yu Wenchuan silently arrived behind her. Not bad. I didn't expect that the tiny Jianghai could have a good seedling like you. Yu Wenchuan laughed aloud and slowly came to Li Zixuan's body to praise her. With that, he glanced at Hu Yanjian's back. You don't need to care about my disciple. I'll naturally take care of it. Aha. Li Zixuan was not humble, and arched her hand at Yu Wenchuan. Senior is flattering. Ha. Yu Wenchuan narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Li Zixuan up and down as if he was an amiable senior. The atmosphere is peaceful. Some reporters on the scene rushed to the scene, raised their cameras in their hands, pressed the shutter, and immediately took note of the peaceful scene. Li Zixuan looked at the reporters, raised her hand to cover the flash, and was about to ring off. Suddenly, The sword saint's voice rang in her head. Little girl, what is the relationship between the Jianghai sword god and you? The words fell. Li Zixuan's pupils suddenly shrunk. Her heart instantly fluttered wildly, but she still forced herself to be calm and whispered. The late generation doesn't understand what the senior means. Hear this. Yu Wenxuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced meaningfully at Li Zixuan, only smiling lightly and saying nothing. He then turned around and headed in the direction where Huyan Jian had left. End of chapter. 068 The Great Explosion. 100 Years of Cultivation. Jianghai Martial Arts Academy. Martial Arts Plaza. The atmosphere was electric and cheers rippled through the college. Let that kid fool around. Now you know how powerful our Jianghai is. In the audience, Xia He watched the prairie master and disciple leave in ashes, and directly went up to his mouth. It was as if the person who defeated Huyan Jian just now was not Li Zixuan, but him. Qin Yang, who was silent on the side, just changed to a comfortable position and leaned back, and began to meditate on the dog system. No need to think much. No reply after all this time. This dog system must be shocked to the point of jamming again. System, speak! Qin Yang shouted several times in his heart one after another. It was a long time before the quivering voice of the system was finally heard. Ding! Unbelievable! The host actually managed to defeat the sword demon by merely sending his disciple out to fight, rewarded with 100-fold increase. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 years of cultivation. After absorbing it, you can reach the peak Zhongshe realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor Grade Body Technique Martial Art. Add hand. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a volume of the Xian Tian Dance Sutra. The beautiful rewarding sound is overwhelming. Qin Yang took a big gulp of happy water and chewed on his popcorn. His heart was finally comfortable. But this time, there's actually a body martial art? Thinking of this, Qin Yang was a bit surprised and briefly checked it out. First, a Xian Tian Dan scripture contains many alchemy techniques, incorporating the lifelong accumulated wisdom of ancient Fengshi. The other emperor-level martial art at arm's length was even more uncomplicated. It directly involves the arcane laws of space. Cultivation of the great success can break through the boundaries of space, arbitrarily shuttle in the void. A step out. The sky is far away. After a general view of the rewards, seeing that his purpose had been accomplished, Qin Yang instantly felt tasteless, and after yawning, he turned to Xia He who was beside him. I'll pull out now. Take your time. Alas, old Qin, you're leaving already? Xia He froze for a moment at his words, looked at Li Zixuan on the martial arts stage, and wondered, you really won't wait any longer? When Li Zixuan passes by later, you might even be able to get her signature. After this match, her value will definitely go up, and it will be hard for you to see her again. Hearing this, Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, not interested. If you kid wants an autograph when the time comes, don't hit my name. I'll go back first. With that, he turned away from the table and walked alone through the clamor of the crowd. It's not a drag at all. Leaving Xia He alone where he was, messing up alone. Performing Arts Plaza Center. Bathed in cheers, Li Zixuan leisurely walked down the long ladder of the martial arts stage with a light step. Within a few steps of walking off the stage, he was instantly surrounded by schoolchildren. Hard work, senior sister. Revitalizing the facade of our Jianghai city. That move just now was so cool. Good fight. I see that Huyan Jian's eyes seem to be red. To drop little pearls. This kind of arrogant guy deserves to be beaten by everyone. Have you ever considered teaching? No matter how much money. Chattering discussions resounded beside Li Zixuan, and the younger siblings looked at her, straight into their eyes, full of longing and worship. It's like she's a new idol. Alright, all disperse, let Xian Xian rest. At this time, Elderly came to Li Zixuan with his back hand and drove away the surrounding students. The words fell. The other students were immediately filled with disappointment, but seeing that Elderly was highly respected, they couldn't say anything more and could only disperse reluctantly. Not a moment too soon. The neighborhood was left empty. Xian Xian, it's been a hard time for you. Elderly looked at Li Zixuan and spoke, his brows soft and kind. You're exaggerating. Teacher, this is all what a student should do. Li Zixuan nodded lightly. It's just a close victory. Not enough for you to be concerned about. Teacher, it wasn't a close win. Xian Xian, it was clearly a crush. Hearing this, Elderly smiled and said, the power of your sword move has long since overshadowed Huyan Jian's 10,000 swords returning. Saying that, he stroked his white beard and couldn't help but ask, Xian Xian, my master may be a bit abrupt, but I still want to ask, where exactly did you get this sword technique from? Li Zixuan sniffed. Her guard instantly pulled full. Where did you get the sword? He had sworn in front of his master before, never reveal a single bit of information to outsiders to prevent them from disturbing his purity. Even if Elderly came to ask, he himself would not break this oath. don't want to talk about it. Seeing Li Zixuan's hesitation, Elder Li shook his head and laughed, waving his hand. Then there is no need to say anything. Xian, the master will not force you. This should be your destiny opportunity. The master is very pleased. Well, thank you teacher. Li Zixuan let out a sigh of relief. Let's go. Xian, master has already arranged a celebration banquet. It's time for you to relax, Elder Li said with a smile, taking in Li Zixuan's little expression. This silly girl is still too young. In fact, he had already vaguely guessed that it was related to the Jianghai sword god, but since Li Zixuan didn't want to reveal more, there was no harm in it, and the truth would come out on its own one day. At the same time, with the end of Li Zixuan's bout, the top 10 of the hot searches on the internet, the relevant headlines of Jianghai City directly brushed the screen. To know, this bout would have been broadcast live on the entire internet and received the attention of hundreds of millions of people. Countless people were able to witness Li Zixuan's style of breaking all laws with one sword. In an instant, violent sensational rumors spread from the streets of Jianghai City, all the way to the top echelons of the imperial capital, and the country was in an uproar. Jianghai Hotel, Room 1, Master, disciple has dishonored you. Hu Yanjian knelt in front of Yu Wenchuan and lowered his head, the arrogance of the past long gone. Rise, apprentice. Yu Wenchuan bowed his waist and stretched out his pale hand, gently assisting Hu Yanjian on the ground, saying, it's just a defeat, no harm done. But, Hu Yanjian was about to speak, and said with a shameful face, I've disgraced you, master. I've never been defeated before. No harm done. It's just a challenge. Yu Wenchuan laughed softly, rubbing the onyx string. These days your state of mind is becoming more and more arrogant. Losing instead has a sharpening effect, which is not necessarily a good thing. This victory and defeat would have been nothing more than a passing cloud. After 100 years there is nothing left. The only thing that is our salvation is to concentrate on the way of the sword. Yes, master. Hearing this, Hu Yanjian buried his head, his face lacking in interest, still having some difficulty letting go. Seeing this, Yu Wenchuan laughed. What, still upset that you lost to the little girl? Aha. Hu Yanjian answered in a low voice. Ha ha, disciple it's actually not shameful for you to lose in the hands of this little girl. Why does master say that? Because that girl's origin is not simple either. Yu Wenchuan said coldly, looking out the window at the night scene of Jianghai City. His gaze seemed to pierce through everything. It's highly likely that she's the personal disciple of the Jianghai sword god. End of chapter. 069 Peaksomshire. Kahaku, what kind of pervert is this guy? What? Hu Yanjian's eyes widened as a look of shock appeared on his face. So this Li Zixuan, a personal disciple of the sword god? This news is so overwhelming that if it gets out, it's bound to cause an uproar and start a new wave of online public opinion again. Apprentice, don't be in a hurry. Think carefully first. Yu Wenchuan slowly said, you are my Yu Wenchuan's disciple, and you are absolutely unrivaled under the innate realm. And the highest strength in this Jianghai city is only the peak of the innate. How could it be possible to teach a genius like Li Zixuan? Hear this. Hu Yanjian frowned slightly and quickly understood what Yu Wenchuan meant. That's it. The opponent is a Jianghai martial arts academy. Teacher power is low. The only one who can take out the hand is the peak of the innate Li Lao. To put it bluntly, he went into group battle. Those teachers of the Hotian realm are not a problem. How is it possible to take the sword technique that breaks the 10,000 swords? One thought in this. Hu Yanjian stood up from the sofa and let out a sigh of relief. The questions in his mind unraveled. The heart was suddenly as if it were a sea. No more burdens of depression. Originally, after that battle on the martial arts stage, he had thought that Li Zixuan was exceptionally talented and had actually comprehended the sword technique alone. The thought of the other side being so talented, Hu Yanjian's sword heart became a bit unstable. But the good thing is, tonight with Yu Wenchuan enlightened, that's when he came to his senses. It turned out that Li Zixuan, like herself, had been instructed by someone high up. Not bad, Padawan, it's good that you understand. Seeing Hu Yanjian's state improve, Yu Wenchuan smiled blandly. It's not easy to teach a disciple like Li Zixuan, and I'm even more curious about the strength of this Jianghai sword god. With that, he went to the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the street's pedestrian walkway. Tomorrow, I will personally travel to Sword Valley and wait to fight him. Master. Hearing this, Hu Yanjian hesitated. I've heard that this Jianghai sword god has always been a god. Will he fight you? Oh, master believes he will come. Yu Wenchuan wore a smile on his face. The onyx string in his hand wheeled and turned as he patiently explained. Disciple, when you reach my level you will understand. The difficulty of breaking through at the sovereign realm is extremely difficult, especially depending on the opportunity of inspiration. And this battle is an important means of obtaining that opportunity. That's why Master believes that in order to break through his own strength, he will definitely come. In the meantime, Qin Yang had returned to his home and was leaning comfortably on the sofa, swiping through short videos. The clash of pots and pans came from the kitchen, the earthly smoke wafting through the air as White stepped onto a small stool, peeling vegetables to clean them, and the pot of old-fashioned soup had been boiling for 3 hours. It's about time. Qin Yang calculated the time. If he absorbed the reward now, he would just be able to seamlessly connect to the dry rice session. Comfortable. Think about it. Qin Yang put down his cell phone and began to sink into the enlightenment space. Let's start with you. With a thought, Qin Yang began to absorb the 100 years of cultivation rewarded by the system. After the first few absorptions, he was already familiar with guiding 100 years of cultivation to hook the gravy into his body. Shasta. The star power surged majestically and flowed through the limbs and bones, warming them up. It's like a hot spring bath. Qin Yang leaned comfortably against the sofa, leaning his arms on his sides, enjoying the changes in the star power within his body. A warm current rocked up from his tailbone and carried out slowly, causing him to quake out. Phew! A moan of relief escaped. In the kitchen, the little white beast's ears shrugged, immediately alert and erect. What the hell is the master barking at? Xiaobai was curious in his heart and hurriedly put down the shelled shrimp meat and glanced in Qin Yang's direction. He was lying on the couch in a 2 position, and it's making a weird noise. So weird. Seeing this, Xiaobai was uncertain and full of disgust. She remembered that, in the past, she had heard other foxes talk about how male humans seem to have a special physiological condition. I think it's called something like an egg change period? The master couldn't have been on that something, could he? Thinking of this, the dislike on Xiaobai's face intensified a few points, and not being able to bear to look any further, she looked away and continued to handle the shrimp meat. But just as she looked down, boom! A majestic astral force suddenly erupted and swept across the room in all directions, instantly interrupting her movements. It was as if a landslide had crushed her directly. The little white tail exploded in direct fear, instinctively picking up the plate and shielding himself. What a horrible star pressure! This is the peak of the sovereign. There's an enemy coming? The sense of crisis in Xiaobai's heart exploded, and he hurriedly went to seek the source of that star pressure, while trotting to Qin Yang's side, ready to tell him to get up and run. My life is in your hands. Life and death. Losing your eggs is a small matter. Losing your life is a big one. Thinking like this, Little White flew towards Qin Yang, but the closer he got, the fiercer the unknown star pressure became. When she came to 2 meters near Qin Yang, the terrifying star pressure even condensed into substance, not allowing her to come any closer. Xiaobai was instantly confused when she saw this. She froze and looked at Qin Yang on the sofa with a shocked face, finally realizing what was going on. Here we go again. I can't believe it's coming back. This human actually broke through again. How is this possible? White crouched in place, holding his tail in disbelief. What kind of pervert is this guy? Usually I don't see him practicing, lying flat in the library every day. How come it's so easy to break through? And it was still the peak of the sovereign realm. Outrageous. Xiaobai instantly went numb, and after searching for a moment, he finally could only return to the kitchen with his tail between his legs, shivering, and continue to deal with the rest of the ingredients. No way. The fox lives in this world. The heart is the highest thing. Idiom. The best thing is to follow one's heart. In the meantime, Qin Yang's 100 years of cultivation was also absorbed, and he began to enter the remaining 2 rewards to absorb. The Xian Tian Dan Jing majored in pills. He is well versed in the world's Dan formulae, and has recorded countless pharmacological secrets, saving lives and killing people at the drop of a hat. Relying on his heaven-defying enlightenment, Qin Yang finished melting and understood everything in a matter of moments. Not bad. Not bad. It just feels like my head is itching. Qin Yang scratched his head in satisfaction as he continued to fuse the last emperor-grade body technique martial art. At hand. A few moments later, all system burst rewards accepted. Comfortable. Qin Yang opened his eyes in satisfaction and saw that Xiaobai had already started serving the food and was ready to start the meal. So he cast a spell at arm's length and instantly arrived at her side, and instantly frightened her to the point that she shivered and let out a fox's wooing cry. Strange? Seeing this, Qin Yang was a bit puzzled in his heart. How does it feel to be white tonight? You seem to be more afraid of me? The next day, early morning, library, Qin Yang leisurely clocked in at work, and just as he approached and walked into the pavilion, he noticed that there seemed to be very little traffic today, far fewer than usual. Usually by this time, people are already lining up at the door, ready to get in first and grab a spot in the lounge. But today there are only a few scattered people. Hiss, it's not a closed day either? Qin Yang was wondering, but suddenly he saw Xia He jogging with his cell phone raised from a big distance, while pointing at the screen and shouting excitedly. Look at your cell phone. Old Chin. Something's wrong. Sword Valley. The Sword Saint is over at Sword Valley, openly calling out the Jianghai Sword God. End of chapter. 070. In that case, let me meet this Sword Saint. Yu Wenchuan is calling for battle in Sword Valley? Hearing this, Qin Yang was instantly a bit surprised. How come it's so early? Isn't it 5 days before his previously agreed upon announcement? Who knows? Xia He shrugged his shoulders, casually opened a news interface, and then handed his cell phone to Qin Yang. Said, "You see for yourself. Old Qin. Now the internet are all talking about this. Can be hot." The heat immediately exploded the previous Academy challenge and went straight to number 1 on the hot search. Let's see. Qin Yang sniffed and took the phone, flipping through the hot searches on it. As expected, the internet was flooded with discussions, and the related hot words dominated the first hot search. Everyone is talking about it. No, this Prairie Sword Saint can't afford to lose? Come to make a scene for his disciple? I heard that we have to wait for 5 days in the Sword Valley to welcome the Jianghai Sword God at any time. How crazy. Too persistent. I see that both their master and disciple are the same. Just stubborn bull-tempered sword maniacs. What do you guys say? Will Sword God Jianghai go to battle? I see him looking like a worldly superior, and I always feel like he's not interested in this kind of thing. Qin Yang looked at the comments and realized that the group's points were all very uniform, all of which were placed on the question of whether or not the Sword God would make an appearance. But, doesn't matter. After all, you're calling for the Sword God of Jianghai. What's it got to do with me? Qin Yang? Sorry, really not familiar. Thinking of this, Qin Yang yawned and returned the cell phone to Xiaohe. Hey, that's not looking good. Old Qin? Xiaohe froze at the sight. Not going to take the time to visit? It's meaningless. He's looking for the Jianghai Sword God. It has nothing to do with us little people. Qin Yang leisurely said, his arm resting on the back of his head. Immortals fight. Mortals suffer. We are still lively less good. The words fell. Xiaohe's eyes instantly widened in shock as he looked at Qin Yang, not expecting to hear such spontaneous words from his mouth. Hiss. Old Qin, you've got a bit of a point there. Qin Yang shrugged at the words and ignored them, directly heading towards his post to start his daily work. After all, the rewards from Sword and Sorcery have now been shipped, and this Prairie Sword Saint had no use for himself at all, so just let him scream as much as he wanted without getting in the way. A dog is barking on the side of the road. Do you have to go over and bite back? And, according to the system's logic, this Sword Saint should be dead after 500 years, eventually becoming a shovel full of earth, unable to trigger the corresponding rewards again. Why should one be annoyed with a dead man? At this thought, Qin Yang's thoughts were clear. With that kind of free time, I might as well continue to improve my strength. Thinking of this, Qin Yang pushed the cart, humming a little song about touching fish, and wandered through the library's shelves, placing a book. Then taking advantage of the idle gaps, he continued to perceive the sky at hand. After all, this stance was in the same category as the previous heaven-slashing sword drawing technique, both belonging to the emperor level, incredibly powerful, and also very obscure and difficult to understand, and by no means could be comprehended in a single night. Getting the feats is one thing, it's another thing to completely eat up and master it. But the good thing is, time is always on my side. While touching the fish, Qin Yang closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the enlightenment space, only to see that within the space of enlightenment, the arcane and obscure words were disassembled one by one, dividing into more graphic and vivid meanings, speeding up the progress of enlightenment, splitting, reorganizing, comprehending. A few days passed. Qin Yang resumed his old lying flat life, going to work to touch the fish to feel the enlightenment, off work to jerk the fox to taste the food on earth. The years are quiet. In the meantime, as the sword god was slow to respond, the crowd's enthusiasm gradually wore off. There is gradually some bad public opinion on the internet. How many days has it been? Is it still a fight? The sword god can't be a wimp, right? Even if you don't want to fight, at least come out and say a few words. Directly hanging Yu Wenchuan out to dry for so many days is too outrageous. It's just temporary stage fright. I think this Jianghai sword god is nothing more than that. More and more negative comments are coming out, and Jianghai citizens see, immediately cannot help it. When the glazed water lake after the sword god of the city of Jianghai has a favor, the status of the lofty, can never allow others to denigrate. So, they immediately organized a large group and launched a rebuttal on the internet. Lord Sword God doesn't even want to pay attention to clowns like Yu Wenchuan. Fighting him would only cause him to lose his value on the spot. But it's just a Mangzi from the grasslands who somehow comes to the door to pick a fight and actually takes advantage of the situation? For a while, the two sides on the internet were arguing over this, each with their own version of the story and their own words. Sword Valley. As dusk turned to night, a cool breeze blew gently across the cliffs, adding a slight chill to the air in the valley. Master, It's already the last day. Hu Yanjian stood on the high ground of the valley and looked towards Yu Wenchuan beside him, carefully voicing out. At this moment, Yu Wenchuan was sitting on the ground, looking up at the sky, his face looking exceptionally old due to being ravaged by the wind and frost. During these 5 days, he didn't leave the Sword Valley for half a step, looking forward to a day and night, just waiting for that battle of the Jianhai Sword God. But it's come to this. They were master and disciple, but they didn't even see each other's shadow. It will come. He will come. Yu Wenchuan murmured in a low voice, his voice hoarse, then gripped the hilt of the sword with his dry hand and slowly pulled out the long sword. Shasta! Terrifying star pressure spread all around. Boom boom! The ground cracked and rocks crumbled. The sword intent in the Sword Valley was attacked by the star pressure, and vaguely, it even produced signs of dissipation. Master! What are you? Hu Yanjian's pupils suddenly shrunk and he hastily took a step back, instantly seeing that Yu Wenchuan was hysterical and had already fallen into the point of insanity. Fear not, apprentice. Yu Wenchuan said coldly. A trace of madness swept through his gaze. Since the Sword God doesn't want to come, then my master will destroy this Sword Valley treasure land and force him to come over personally. The words fell. Boom! He violently erupted with an appalling fluctuation of star power, chopping at the entire Sword Valley. Next moment, countless remnants of sword chi were thus disturbed, cancelling each other out and dissipating into the sky, and the sword chi within the Sword Valley was reduced to nothing in an instant. A huge movement erupted, and at times the journalists at the scene shook and quickly memorized the scene and transmitted it over the internet. The next day, Qin Yang came to work at the library, and he saw Xia Yang furious, with a look of impotent rage. Outrageous, truly outrageous. What's wrong? Qin Yang said in disbelief. It's Yu Wenchuan. That old dang actually destroyed Sword Valley. Xia, he was furious, pounding on his cell phone and spewing frantic rage online against the line. Sword Valley in the hearts of Jianhai people is the holy land of martial arts. Yu Wenchuan directly destroyed with a sword. This is undoubtedly jumping face to face all the Jianhai people. Smooth it out. Take it easy. Qin Yang rested on Xiaohe's shoulder and softly soothed him. He naturally understood that the Grassland Sword Saint was doing this because he wanted to use this to provoke him and force the Jianhai Sword God to make a move. Why vandalize public property for a good cause? Qin Yang sighed. He would have taken the other guy for a mad dog. But now that the Valley of Swords has been destroyed, the nature of this has changed. In that case, I'll go and meet you. End of chapter. 071 Jianhai Sword God. We finally meet. Jianhai City, Sword Valley. Several Blackhawk helicopters circled and flew overhead as the pine forest waves surged. The reporter stood in the cabin, leaning outward to peek into the camera to report on the situation in the Valley of the Sword behind him. Just see the canyon below. A gully hundreds of meters deep across the two sides. The Valley of the Sword spirit rhyme is all gone, leaving nothing but a pale sky. Yu Wenchuan hanging in the air in this wound above. Star pressure surge, condensing a substantial blockade line. Boom! The arriving helicopters, seeing this, did not dare to get too close, but could only surround the airspace area near him, and through their cameras, transmitted the horrific scene online. Within moments, the entire internet was an instant sensation. Netizens voiced their opinions, sparking a huge outcry. Excessive, it's too much. This Sword Valley is the jeweled sanctuary of all sword cultivators, and it was actually destroyed just like that? Yu Wenchuan is absolutely crazy to even do this kind of lake smoking fishing? Kenya, please open the microphone to communicate. To break the chances of those who came after him with a single sword. Yu Wenchuan has truly created a sin. At the moment, people on the internet about this are righteously indignant. Public opinion, without surprise, all tipped in the direction of Jianhai City. However, this is just incompetent rage after all. After all, Yu Wenchuan's strength as a Peakzone realm expert in the entire country is a phoenix feather. There are not many people who can help him at all. Meanwhile, outside the Sword Valley, the forest and sea waves clamored. The Star-Armed Police Division's police force was urgently mobilized, pulling out a yellow blockade line to block the entrance to Sword Valley. The superintendent commander was currently standing at the mouth of the canyon, commanding the scene while looking up at the Yu Wenchuan that hung high above. The curator was also on hand to help. That's nuts. They sighed at the same time, anger and bitterness mingling with mixed emotions. The battle across the border is like turning a mountain into a sea. Once a peak sovereign like Yu Wenchuan made a move, it would be impossible for those of his own innate realm to beat them. In the other party's eyes, killing them was as easy as crushing an ant. The situation is now extremely critical. Now Yu Wenchuan had destroyed the Sword Valley in order to force out the Jianhai Sword God, wearing down a Sword Dao treasure with his bare hands. But if the Sword God didn't come out to meet the battle, according to Yu Wenchuan's character, wouldn't he head to Broken Peak Mountain to continue destroying the treasure land? When the treasure is gone, only innocent people will be left. In other words, at this moment, Zhanghai City had fallen to the edge of purgatory, and something could happen at any time. Calamity comes to the door. The more he thought about it, the heavier the commander's mood became. The only way to calm Yu Wenchuan now was to find the Zhanghai sword god. But one of the biggest problems is the Swami still in the city or not? Thinking of this, the commander looked at Yu Wenchuan in the sky above and took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it to relieve the pressure. The pavilion master on the side shook his head at the words and said, "These patriarchal masters all have extremely eccentric personalities, most preferring to travel the seas and reside in no fixed place." Yeah, the commander sighed helplessly. After so many days of not responding to the challenge, perhaps Lord Sword God didn't care about this tiny city and had long since left Zhanghai. Alas, Elderly has already gone on a quest to find traces of the sword god. But we can't just sit around and wait for death. We have to deal with the grassland sword saint. The commander finished the last puff of his cigarette, crushed it out, and turned his head in the direction of Sword Valley. We can't let him go on being so crazy. His words had just fallen. Suddenly, soughing, a harsh sound of stepping on the wind rang out. Without waiting for the crowd to react, they saw a slender figure transform into a speeding shadow, directly breaking through the blockade and recklessly rushing into the Sword Valley. It is? In an instant, the pavilion master and the commander recognized the owner of that aura. It's actually Li Zixuan. Inside the Sword Valley, Li Zixuan stepped on the forest leaf sword. Her pretty face was full of anger. Her good-looking eyebrows were twisted together, and the hand holding the sword was trembling. This asshole actually dared to destroy the teacher's things. She clenched her silver teeth, her hot blood rushing to her head, sensing the painful and unbearable loss of Sword Valley's aura along the way. Everything is ruined. As far as the eye could see, the stone walls were shattered and scattered all over the place. And the deeper they went into the Sword Valley, the more wretched they became. All those memories of the teacher's lectures, all of them vanished at this moment. Nothing left. As soon as she thought of this, Li Zixuan's emotions instantly overpowered her reasoning, and her anger was so great that she immediately came underneath the culprit. Yu Wenchuan, overlooking Li Zixuan at the bottom, was also surprised and transmitted. It's actually you? Senior's approach is truly disgraceful to the late generation. Li Zixuan was so anxious that her eyes turned red, and she directly rebuked the sword saint to his face. A hallowed sword saint, actually doing this kind of disgraceful thing for people. Ha ha, you're in such a hurry, you little doll. I must have ruined your most beloved thing, right? Yu Wenxian laughed at his words and looked around at the miserable state of the surrounding Sword Valley. It seems that you really are a disciple of the sword god. Let your master answer the battle. If I lose the battle, I will definitely make amends to him. Sensei wouldn't cross paths with someone like you. Li Zixuan stared at Yu Wenchuan and hissed lowly with a single word. Teacher never put you in his eyes. He wouldn't re a pathetic clown like you. The words fell, and the words were put to death. Unbridled. The pupils of Yu Wenchuan above suddenly shrunk, his face instantly gloomy. That comment hit him right where it hurts. If Zhanghai Sword God still didn't answer the battle, then this action of his own would be a basket case and a big joke for nothing. And now you're actually being lectured by a junior? Hubris. Thinking of this, Yu Wenchuan looked down at Li Zixuan underneath, his gaze flashing with gloom. Did your master ever teach you that trouble comes out of the mouth? Unfortunately, there are some truths you'll have to spend your whole life to realize. As soon as the words fell, he slowly raised his sword and picked at Li Zixuan's position. Next moment, a strong sword intent jumped out of the tip of the sword and fell straight down, as if a mountain was weighing down, sealing off all of Li Zixuan's positions. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to go. Slow and torturous. It was actually trying to crush her alive. Madaka! Li Zixuan raised her sword to try to resist, but the moment she drew it, the blade crumbled inch by inch, turning into pieces and dissipating into the air. Death seems inevitable. Li Zixuan's face showed despair as she futilely imperialized her star power to resist, but she was still unable to block the sword chi's approach. And just when she was desperate, suddenly, the wind was still. The space beside her shook violently, and in the next moment, ripples of fluctuations visible to the naked eye actually occurred. Boom! A black-robed figure crossed the sky, instantly descending at Li Zixuan's fingertips and blocking in front of her. Immediately after, an even stronger sword intent erupted, completing the hedge with Yu Wenchuan's sword intent, easily cancelling out all attacking sword intent. Yes, high above the sky, the grassland sword saint looked at the visitor with a hideously excited smile on his face. Zhanghai Sword God, we meet after all. End of chapter. 072 Sky-splitting sword drawing technique. A sword defeated the sword saint. The overwhelming sword intent receded, like thin snow melting in early spring. Qin Yang, dressed in a black robe, stood in front of Li Zixuan and dispersed the sword intent that squeezed around him with his bare hands. easily and effortlessly. Well, you're finally here. Zhanghai Sword God. Yu Wenchuan was riding high above the sky, overlooking this scene, his eyes sizzling with excitement as he firmly locked onto Qin Yang's aura. He himself had traveled across thousands of mountains and rivers to Zhanghai this time, just for this battle with the Sword God. Now half of my heart's desire is fulfilled. Are you just going to stay on the ground and not come up to fight me? Yu Wenchuan frowned slightly. Who cares if it's a sword or not? The Zhanghai Sword God has finally arrived. Fight fast. Fight fast. I want to see blood flow. When the crowd heard Yu Wenchuan's words of proof, they all sighed in awe, and some even admired his determination. Say it, right now. His position with Qin Yang was not equal. Seeing this, Yu Wenchuan from above couldn't help but marvel in admiration. Yu Wenxian was high in the sky, Qin Yang was low on the ground, and the cold silent killing machine spread in all directions until it swept through the entire Sword Valley. Next moment, in the live broadcast room, some star martial artists who specialized in the Tao of the sword saw the meaning of it. There's nowhere to hide. No way back. Buzz. The rushing purple light shocked the sky, and the purple-violet divine sword instantly appeared in his hand. The haze filled the sky, inducing a crisp sword chime with an ancient rhythm. The moment. Qin Yang looked up at Yu Wenchuan above him, and between his words, he implied a few moments of sulking. Teacher. The next battle was the real main event, and one would never let the Zhanghai Sword God leave out of sight before the battle began. What he was after was a good fight, not a contest where his opponent was limited. I can't believe I didn't even touch the edge of Deshang. The two apprentices all left. The canyon is silent and deep. The rock layer under his feet could not withstand the pressure, and a little bit of it cracked and dissipated, and his body sank, and from the outside world it looked as if he was plunging into the earth. Depressing, silent, as if their minds were intertwined. Yu Wenchuan and Qin Yang took action at the same time. In that case, let's make a sword strike. Yu Wenchuan and Qin Yang's moves were tit for tat, representing the extremes of movement and static respectively. Without Li Zixuan, how would he or she pop the dog system rewards in the future? Qin Yang looked at Li Zixuan with a smile, knowing that she was eager to protect the land, and comforted her softly. If you store people and lose the land, all people and land will be stored. If you store the land and lose people, all people and land will be lost. The 10,000 swords returning to the sect takes the extreme meaning of movement and draws tens of thousands of strands of sword chi on earth towards the Holy Spirit, returning to the same. It's no wonder they produced the future sword demon. But, Sword Valley can be rebuilt if it's gone, but I won't be able to find a good disciple like you in the future. On the contrary, on Qin Yang's side, the audience in the live broadcast room was confused. Good sword. So I'm this important in Master's heart? The sonorous sword intent swept across the entire Sword Valley, and thousands of sword chi streaked around the Sword Valley, as if there were countless swordsmen fighting in it. No need. I'm in a hurry. One sword will determine the winner. Thousands of strands of sword chi converged into a long river, instantly surging into a sea, attacking and killing towards Qin Yang on the ground, as if the ocean was pouring into the sky. There was an extremely sharp contrast with Yu Wenchuan. Qin Yang slightly bent his knees and bowed sideways, pressing his hand on the hilt of Ziwei's sword and began to prepare to draw it. The words fell. Click. Even after winning, it's still a win. Wait 500 years. Qin Yang at the bottom shook his head as he listened to Yu Wenchuan's crazy quotes, finally understanding the other party's nature. The onlookers in the official broadcast room were even more dumbfounded by the shaky camera, and their scalps were numb from watching. Outside the valley, the arriving helicopter wavered in the air turbulence, the pilot struggling to hold the joystick and control the fuselage to prevent it from crashing in the turbulence. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Next moment, it was obvious that Qin Yang was more attuned to the way of the sword than Yu Wenchuan. Buzz off, accompanied by the two men's long swords clearing in unison. Soon, Li Zixuan was in a revitalized mood, but the occasion was now critical. A barrage of pop-ups flooded across the live broadcast, filling the entire screen with fire. But soon, the remnants of the Sword Valley around her came into her eyes and brought her mood down again. I'm sorry, Sensei, everything was destroyed. I didn't protect your Sword Valley. What the fuck is a sword saint? I can't believe I'm so unmartialized. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. Think about it. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenchuan opened his arms and laughed loudly. When people die and the lamps go out, when 100 years later, the world will eventually scatter its hands on the earth, and only my single-minded pursuit of the way of the sword will be able to accomplish the supreme way of martial arts. Grandmaster level sword intent. Ha ha, go ahead and curse. It doesn't matter to me. Curses are nothing more than passing clouds. Yu Wenchuan raised both fingers. Compare and contrast. Qin Yang's sword Dao, on the other hand, was to cause emptiness and keep quiet. pursuing a line of creation. One word fell, and the sound rolled on. At this moment, Qin Yang's feet were plunged into the rocky ground, bending his knees in the form of drawing a sword, not uttering a word, as if time had stood still on his body. At this time, Li Zixuan slowly opened her eyes and looked at Qin Yang, who was protecting her body. Her mood was thrilled. The results now seemed to be, when the gods fight, mortals suffer. Aha! Li Zixuan's heart fluttered and her eyes rippled slightly. Staying here on his own would only get in the way and become a burden to the teacher. I had thought that the 10,000 swords returning to the palace that Hu Yanjian had used that day was already gramercy to the state of fulfillment. Off the charts. The divine weapon was psychic. He had searched for half a lifetime, but he had never seen this kind of divine weapon, and now his eyes were finally opened. As the gentle words fell, his voice echoed off the canyon crags and traveled thousands of miles away. Achieving the great Tao in 100 years? You're also a shovelful of dirt, so don't laugh at anyone. With this thought in mind, she understandably said to Qin Yang, "Teacher, be careful, disciple will retire first." Qin Yang's face was calm and he did not intend to talk much. The killing intent rose majestically, rolling the sand and earth to cover the sky, as shocking as a black cloud pressing down. All are the type that are not crazy, same as Hu Yanjian. He, to take a shot at a little girl. Your Excellency is truly a generation of sword saint in vain. Even a Hotian realm like Li Zixuan was not spared. Seeing this scene, Yu Wenchuan's expression was grave, and he also began to mobilize his own star power fluctuations, releasing the perfection realm's 10,000 swords returning, putting aside this old man's crazy initiatives, alone to be able to have such great perseverance and determination. The achievements in the future are unlimited. His aura was internalized, and his sword intent was silent and condensed into substance spreading around him. If she had come one step later just now, she would have died under his sword by now. A clan-level battle like theirs was directly at the level of destroying the heavens and the earth, and it was very dangerous for Hotian realm star martial artists to rub against it and die. All for the sword path, but it's a pity the path is crooked. A distant helicopter swept around and gathered its telephoto lens inside the canyon, live-streaming the conversation between the two men, which instantly went viral across the internet on a wide scale. No harm done, apprentice, as long as you're okay. Qin Yang looked up at this descending sea of swords in the sky. His hand holding the hilt of the sword snapped and directly drew his sword downwards. Madaka! Accompanied by Ziwei's unsheathing, the splendid and absolutely beautiful sword light appeared at first. The earth leveled the dust, and the void was hidden and blown up. The night of my 18th birthday, I ran away from home. End of chapter. 073. What? This was surprisingly just an alter ego of the sword god. The rocks between the valleys crumbled, and the walls of the gorge tumbled down to fall to the ground, erupting into a deafening rumble, and the dazzling sword light covered the sky, directly overshadowing the light of the heavens. The two majestic sword chi collided and entangled, like thunder roaring. In an instant, the sea of clouds parted, and boundless sword light rose up, as if the dawn was first born, rushing towards Yu Wenchuan, who had come with 1,000 armies. Boom! The camera in the distant helicopter locked onto the lens and was plunged into a white haze on the spot, no longer able to capture a single image of the scene. The netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't see the scene and could only see the white screen of their cell phones, which instantly blew up. What? What the hell? We're dropping a nuke here? We're all sharing the same weapon? What the hell is this, even a human being? It's like a battle of the gods. No wonder the sovereign realm is so rare. This power can be used by one person to form an army. A one high flash take a load off. Bro! At the same time, such a magnificent sight naturally attracted the attention of everyone outside the valley. Li Zixuan and Hu Yanjian stood shoulder to shoulder, standing on top of a cliff, raising their hands to cover their eyelids and watching the appalling sight through their fingers. The former enemies, at this moment, simultaneously put down the mustiness in their hearts, and all looked up at this amazing scene, their eyes sizzling with envy. Teacher is so strong. Li Zixuan looked at the dawn-like sword light, and the longing for a strong man grew stronger in her heart. One day, I'm going to be as strong as my teacher. Hu Yanjian on the side similarly clenched his fist and swore in his heart that he would become a strong person like Yu Wenchuan in the future. The magnificent scenes were imprinted in the depths of their memories, like spring rain falling, watering the seeds of the sword Tao in their hearts and giving them enough nutrients. Boom! A few moments later, the ear-shattering sound went from loud to small. The first glimmer of sword light dimmed as if the curtain was about to fall. The rich spiritual rhythm lingered in the canyon and mountains, and after melding two different sword intentions, it was far 100 times thicker than before. Another sword chi treasure was formed. Outside the valley, the crowd looked towards the center of the valley, eagerly waiting. The netizens in the live broadcast room were so nervous that they even forgot to post pop-ups, holding their breath and waiting for the final winner to appear. The seconds are like years of waiting. they finally saw the sword light fade away, which made them see the scene. Just see the canyon. The ground was covered with huge pits, and Qin Yang stood between the heavens and the earth, clouded over, the purple-violet divine sword in his hand cheerfully and softly chirping, and in front of him, Yu Wenchuan similarly stood proudly on the ground. But, the corners of his mouth overflowed with blood, his face was as white as gold paper, and the sword in his hand was reduced to pieces. Not even the hilt was left. His appearance was extremely miserable. I lost. Yu Wenchuan looked forlorn, letting the dust in his palm drift away with the wind. He had used this sword to defeat all the heavenly pride in the world, but now that the sword is broken and the heart is dead, it's all gone. His own defeat was so complete that he wasn't even on the same level as Zhonghai Sword God. The other party was crushing on all fronts, when it really only needed one sword to determine the winner of this competition. Think about it. Yu Wenchuan looked at Qin Yang in front of him, and the details of him drawing his sword came to his mind. To the extreme of emptiness, keep quiet. Could it be that? Is this the essence of the way of the sword that one should go after? From the very beginning, his own 10,000 swords returned to the wrong direction? Zhonghai Sword God, your sword is indeed more in tune with the way of the sword than mine. Yu Wenchuan murmured in admiration, the dimmed eye light sizzling once again, as if there was some sort of sense throbbing. This was the breakthrough opportunity of the sovereign realm. He was obsessed with the sword, only looking for a rival, and now the god of swords had just become his target to catch up with. Even if he lost this battle, he had not gained nothing. Noticing Yu Wenchuan's change in demeanor, Qin Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Worthy of being the master of the future sword demon. The mindset of this repeated defeat alone can indeed be applauded. But, Qin Yang looked at the determined Yu Wenchuan, the corner of his mouth picking up a hint of playfulness. Waiting for the meeting, I'll go. Just don't break the defense, you old man. Just then, ja, the sound of stepping on the wind rang out. Li Zixuan and Hu Yanjian arrived at the same time, and after seeing the situation in the arena, they instantly understood that the victory and defeat had been divided. The teacher won. The teacher lost. For a while, two vastly different states of mind rose up in their hearts. Li Zixuan was overjoyed and excitedly ran to Qin Yang's side. Even her footsteps were fluttering. Heck, it's my teacher. My teacher is invincible. And the other side. Hu Yanjian then silently came to Yu Wenchuan's side. He had a complicated look on his face, looking at his own wretched master with mixed emotions. Zhonghai Sword God is actually so strong. Even teacher is not his opponent. But, soon, Hu Yanjian's restless heart quieted down. Previously, Yu Wenchuan had always enlightened himself that failure was not scary, and that the real opponent was always himself. Now that the master has lost, what's the harm? Since Zhonghai Sword God was number one could likewise achieve the true meaning of the sword Dao by using him as a target to catch up with. One thought in this, Hu Yanjian's mind was enlightened, and even his gaze at Qin Yang became hot. If Qin Yang knew that he had gotten 2 more fans for no apparent reason, it would make him laugh and cry. Outside the valley, several figures sped towards the center of the valley. Elder Li led the way in the front, stepping through the sea of pine trees and waves, with a crowd of Zhonghai experts following closely behind him, tending to follow. Elder Li, you sense sword intent the most accurately. Who actually won? The commander accompanied him and asked anxiously. Just now, when the sword light erupted, there were chaotic surges of sword intent everywhere, and he and the others were unable to probe the situation. However, all martial artists of Zhonghai naturally had long since taken the sword god as their faith, never wishing for him to lose. It's Lord Sword God who won, Elder Li replied in a loud voice, looking uplifted, his excitement hard to be calmed, and at the same time a little remorseful. Previously, he himself was out searching for his shadow, but who knew that Lord Sword God actually came as a surprise and directly appeared in the Sword Valley. That battle just now, he missed part of the link himself. The losses are enormous. Blood loss. Well, it's time for me to go. In the center of the Sword Valley, Qin Yang saw that things were over, and there was no point in staying here as the system wouldn't explode the rewards. Then he brushed the body of the Ziwei sword and turned it into a wisp of sword chi that dispersed in the sky. Vaguely, a few sword chimes echoed, conveying a bit of displeasure. Ziwei originally sword nature psychic, every day by Qin Yang hidden in the sheath. This time a rare out of the wild. The result is not yet enough to play. Was put back. Inevitably not happy. Seeing this, Qin Yang smiled and said softly, next time, I'll bring you out to spread your joy. The words fell. Only then did those few sword roars return to calm. Yu Wenchuan, who was on the side, was envious when he saw it. A top-grade divine weapon paired with a strong cultivation. This Zhonghai Sword God's base was too luxurious. With an underpinning like this in hand, his cultivation comprehension was definitely very high. Think about it. Yu Wenchuan came up to Qin Yang and was about to ask about some cultivation matters. Yet the next moment, without waiting for him to open his mouth to inquire, he saw Qin Yang's figure slowly dissipate, turning into starlight and fading away between heaven and earth. Sword Chi stay form? Seeing this scene, Yu Wenchuan froze, and his originally excited expression instantly stiffened. End of chapter. 074 Kensei breaks the big defense, going off the deep end? Outside the Valley of Swords, there was a constant clamor of people. The rushing crowd of Jianghai City stepped between the forest leaves and rushed towards the center of the Sword Valley, looking excited and already impatient to meet the Sword God. Ha ha, this Sword Saint is aggressive and has to let our Jianghai Sword God come out to fight. I didn't expect this? After this battle, it looks like the so-called Sword Saint will become a clown. Bah, what a bullshit Sword Saint. Even destroying our martial arts holy land in Jianghai, to be able to do something so devoid of martial virtues, doesn't deserve the word Sword Saint at all. Speaking, they were about to arrive at the center of Sword Valley. Some star martial artists with strong senses immediately sensed Qin Yang's figure becoming transparent and then disappearing into the air. Ha! Elderly let out a shocked gasp and also noticed that the Sword God's aura was off. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. In the Valley of the Sword, a cool breeze blew through, and the sword was full of energy. The three of them looked at Qin Yang's position as empty, as if the battle just now was just a dream. What's going on? Huyan Jian was filled with consternation as he came to Qin Yang's position and turned around. A big living person just disappeared? And it didn't look like traces of a body jutsu. Instead, it's more like a ghost meets the sun and dissolves silently. With such a bizarre situation, even Li Zixuan, who was beside her, was in a daze. Obviously, just now, the teacher was on his side. And you're just going to leave? The action was so fast that it was caught off guard. Master, where is the Jianghai Sword God man? Huyan Jian looked at the grassland Sword Saint and asked, but as the words fell, Yu Wenchuan did not respond. He came to the location where Qin Yang had disappeared with his hands behind his back, his expression changing several times. Excitement, contemplation, embarrassment, various complex emotions flashed across his face until finally, his gaze became gloomy. To know, as a peak zone sure expert himself, his perception was extremely powerful. If Jianghai Sword God used his body technique, it was absolutely impossible for him to leave no traces at all. But at the moment, the surrounding void was silent, without a single sign of fluctuation. So, the only thing that can explain it now is split. The Jianghai Sword God himself didn't come at all. Just now, he had actually fought a doppelganger for so long, and it lost. At this thought, Yu Wenchuan's two eyes were dazed, and the fire of urgency attacked his heart, violently spraying out a mouthful of blood. Put! The blood mist flourished, staining a large portion of the land red, adding a bit of sadness to the flavor. Master! Huyan Jian was startled and rushed forward to assist Yu Wenchuan. Master, what happened to you? Ha 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 ha. Yu Wenchuan laughed miserably. His throat was fishy and sweet, and blood constantly spilled out from the corners of his mouth as he murmured in despair. A diversion. It's just a diversion. Jianghai Sword God. So I'm in your eyes. It's this kind of weight. Despair erupted instantly. It was at this moment that he realized. It turned out how big the gap between himself and the Jianghai Sword God was. Like mountains and rivers and vast oceans. This life is insurmountable. He had fought with all his might in that battle just now, but he couldn't even defeat the other party's doppelganger. Read this. Yu Wenchuan's sword heart, broken. As the day dawned and the sun climbed high into the sky, he looked up at the vastness of the heavens and leaned into his apprentice's arms, letting the blood fill his mouth and nose. He stretched out his withered hand and endeavored to grasp at the sea of clouds above him, once and for all, as if trying to hold on to something, but that sky is always out of reach, never reachable. Eventually, under the watchful eyes of Li Zixuan and Huyan Jian, he lowered his futile hands, closed his eyes in despair, and fainted on the spot. Master! Huyan Jian was flabbergasted at the sight and hastily stabilized Yu Wenchuan, the entire person directly blinded. He had never seen his master in such a situation. The sword heart was extinguished and full of crumbling, a complete precursor to going off the deep end. Think about it. Huyan Jian didn't dare to hesitate and immediately assisted Yu Wenchuan to leave the Sword Valley. In the empty Sword Valley, Li Zixuan was soon the only one left. She watched silently as the master and disciple duo left, and breathed a sigh of relief. So, what was just there was just the teacher's doppelganger. Li Zixuan laughed softly, looking at the location where Qin Yang had left, little stars of excitement bubbling straight up in her eyes. You know, how powerful is the Prairie Sword Saint? When one person puts out his sword, the entire Jianghai city has to avoid the front line for a while. But as it turned out, it was such a powerful person that the teacher had actually defeated him with just a detachment. Not even there in person. Just outrageous. How powerful is that teacher truly? Just as Li Zixuan was thinking. Suddenly, Several wind-breaking sounds rang out around them, and the people of Jianghai City finally arrived at the scene. As soon as they landed, they were shocked by the tragic scene around them. Just see the canyon. There were deep pits of all sizes everywhere, and the sword intent lingered and stayed, just like the ruins of an ancient battlefield. The mountains and rocks crumbled, almost grinding down into a plain. You can see how fierce the battle was. Xian, are you okay? The leader, Elder Li, stepped forward and came before Li Zixuan. When he heard the commander say that his disciple had rushed into the Sword Valley, his heart cooled on the spot. The Hotian realm getting involved in a sovereign-level battle was an extremely dangerous situation. A battle aftermath alone could have shaken him to death. Plus how spectacular was the scene of the Sword God and Sword Saint sparring just now? The chances of Li Zixuan surviving were slim to none. Elder Li had even held out for the worst. But the good thing is that for now, Li Zixuan doesn't seem to be in any trouble. I'm fine, teacher. Li Zixuan shook her head slightly and raised her hand to shake it. Upon hearing this, Elder Li's hanging heart was released. After all, Li Zixuan's family entrusted her to themselves. If she really suffered any injuries, it wouldn't be easy for him or her to explain to the other family. At this time, a serious stern voice suddenly sounded. Everyone, split up into emergency teams and check the scene. The commander of the Star-Armed Police Division ordered towards the people around him, allocating manpower to check the situation. And after the arrangements were made, he also came to Li Zixuan's side. Ms. Li, you were in this Sword Valley just now. Can you tell us all about what you witnessed? Routine business, trouble matching and hard work. Aha. Li Zixuan nodded lightly at her words and said, Lord Commander, you ask. Okay, you don't have to be nervous, we just need to sort some things out. The commander's face was grim as he took out the notepad from his pocket and inquired with Li Zixuan with a single glance, mostly about the details of the battle in Sword Valley. After all, this time, Yu Wenchuan's destruction of Sword Valley was undoubtedly non-compliant. The paperwork process that should be followed is still a good idea. A few moments later, the commander put down his pen and handed the notepad in his hand to Elder Li. Elder Li took it and looked at it, sorting out the ins and outs, then glanced at Li Zixuan and asked the last question. Xian, where is Lord Sword God? How come I don't see him? Oh, this teacher, he didn't actually come. The one just now was just a diversion. What? Upon hearing this, Elder Li suddenly widened his eyes. The one who defeated the Sword Saint was only one of his doppelgangers? End of chapter. 075 Above the sectors, Sword God Valley. Elder Li was incredulous. His brain buzzed and he instantly froze in place. How is that possible? This thing is outrageous too. The one who defeated the Sword Saint just now was just a bilocation of the Sword God? Xian, you don't want to frame the old man. Elder Li looked at Li Zixuan in shock, pointing to the broken cliffs nearby, and asked tremblingly, You're saying that all of this was done by the Sword God's doppelganger? Aha. Li Zixuan nodded. Ms. Li, do you have any proof? The commander at the side frowned, also filled with disbelief, although he was also convinced that the Sword God was powerful. What Li Zixuan said at this moment was so powerful that it directly refreshed his worldview. A single detachment could defeat a peak sovereign grassland sword saint. Then how powerful should the Jianghai Sword God himself be? It's hard not to. He had already transcended above the sovereign and reached a higher realm? Thinking about this, the surrounding people looked at Li Zixuan, waiting for her to answer their doubts. Seeing the situation, Li Zixuan's face was calm as she calmly explained. It was the grassland sword saint who said it himself. I definitely didn't hear it wrong. And directly after he said it, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. With that, she pointed to the blood on the floor. Right there, the words fell. The room was silent. The people of Jianghai City looked at each other in disbelief, all shocked by the news. There's still a means of splitting up in the world? This is for them these Hotian realm, unattainable. The pressure is simply Jiqi legend will appear. But now, since even the grassland sword saint had said so, it was a hammer blow that confirmed the truth of the matter. Yu Wenchuan is afraid that after this battle, he might not have to suffer a great fall in his realm. The library owner shook his head inside. This old piker has been preparing for this battle for a long time, but as a result, he has now directly broken the big defense. The others nodded at the words and looked around openly at the decaying landscape. A sword breaks all laws, destroying mountains and rivers. And this is just a diversion? Off the charts. Lord Sword God is surprisingly so powerful. It's like a god on earth. Library, first floor. In the corner, Qinyang slowly opened his eyes, got up from the small bench where he was touching the fish, stretched a comfortable waist and wrung his neck. Sitting for long periods of time makes it easy to herniate a disc in the lower back. We have to be healthy even when we're catching fish. In the next moment, a ray of haze cut through the pleats of the blinds and landed precisely in his palm. hovering and lingering, transforming into a pocket-sized version of a small toy sword. Violet is back. Qin Yang put away the Z-Way in his hand and suddenly felt tasteless. There was an empty void in my heart. Sword Saint, that's it? The battle was under his control from start to finish, with no sense of thrill or excitement at all. The so-called Sword Saint of the Steppes is no big deal. What's the big deal? Straight up. One sword second. He can force me out of the library. Count me out, okay. Qin Yang shook his head and backhandedly cupped the soft back of Xiaobai's neck, placing her on the ground before he began to warm up for the next touch of fish, relaxing the head, expanding the chest and vibrating the arms, twisting the ankles. Just after doing 2 rounds, he saw Xia He running toward him with an excited face. It's exploded. Old Qin, great pleasure, it's a blast. Xia He ran over to me dancing on his hands and screaming with excitement. You'll never believe what happened, I'm telling you. Before he could continue, Qin Yang took the lead and said, the sword god won? Xia He froze for a moment, not expecting this snatch answer from Qin Yang, but then he nodded excitedly. Right, the sword god has won. Oh, Qin Yang casually perfunctory sentence. After doing the 3rd set of warm-up, he picked up the soundly sleeping Xiaobai and put it back into his arms, and then sat on the bench and continued to take out his cell phone and brush the short video, as if nothing happened. Xia He's eyes widened at the sight. Just you shouldn't be happy? Hearing this, Qin Yang glanced at him and once again said perfunctorily, fine, I'm happy, don't disturb me from touching the fish. Xia He choked on his words and was speechless on the spot. Half a day later, seeing that he had made a fool of himself, he could only eventually leave in disgrace and swipe up his phone alone, opening the news on the page. The moment. The page is littered with related hashtagged hot searches. Split. One sword. River and Sea Sword God. There were simply too many explosive points, and coupled with Sword God's original base of heat, it caused this to quickly spread across the internet, once again topping the #1 hot search. Whoa shit, Zhanghai Sword God is also too ruthless. Even if he crushes, he still plays with the split? You still need a pig's heart to kill someone? The people of Zhanghai are truly blessed to have such a great god sitting in their midst. I'm ready to move Zhanghai. No one can persuade me. That being said, the Zhanghai people are so envious of the fact that after losing a sword valley, they have gained an even more powerful treasure of sword chi. Hey, on the way. Xia He tapped his phone to post a comment with a silly grin on his face. Other people look at him as Zhanghai belongs to the region, directly to the pretty boy affectionately called, making him and a sound of pretty boy, gradually lost themselves. Meanwhile, Sword Valley. After the battle between the Sword Saint and the Sword God, a valuable holy place was left behind in Zhanghai City. At this moment, the surface of the cliff was crisscrossed with sword scratches. The sword aura was even more majestic than before, and the distance between the canyons on both sides had been widened by hundreds of meters. Nowadays, when people walk in, none of them are shocked by the spectacle. Thanks to Lord Sword God, Elderly came to the center of the Sword Valley and felt the sword chi filling up around him. One movement and one stillness represented the grassland sword saint's 10,000 swords returning to the father, and the Zhanghai Sword God's Jintian sword drawing technique, respectively. The 2 strands of residual sword chi check and balance each other, still fighting and killing, but at the same time complementing each other, mutually exclusive, implicitly coinciding with the principle of yin and yang. In the future, if someone's talent was sufficient, there was no guarantee that they would be able to realize something new from it. To open up peace for all ages is indeed a great merit. Elderly was overwhelmed with emotion. Elderly, it's almost dark, haven't you gone back yet? The superintendent commander saw Elder Lee's figure and went forward to greet him. The closing of the Star Armed Forces Division now continues. A large number of additional police reinforcements were deployed in the Valley of Swords, and it might take an all-night operation to dislodge all the remaining dangers before the valley could be reopened to the outside world. Lord Commander. Elderly nodded slightly and looked at the sunset at the end of the valley, saying, I still want to take another look at Lord Sword God's handiwork. Perhaps I can gain new insights from it. Both of them looked into the sunset at the same time. Clouds roll in and out, and the setting sun melts gold. It was as if the canyon had taken on a garish veneer, announcing that all was falling into place. In the days to come, the citizens of Zhanghai renamed this place as the Valley of the Sword God, once again becoming the holy place of martial arts in Zhanghai City so that the name of the Zhanghai Sword God could be celebrated forever. There was an endless stream of swordsmen coming and going to the valley for enlightenment, and together they wrote a new story. End of chapter. 076 The Fall of the Sword Saint, Hu Yanjian's Hatred. Apprentice. At the Zhanghai Hotel, Yu Wenchuan was lying on the elegant and luxurious bed, moaning quietly as if he was a lonely ghost. The room was dim, with 4D lamps lit in the corners and burning incense wafting away. These lit Tibetan incense is worth a lot of money, containing snow lotus, gold and silver, musk, a variety of heavenly treasures cohesion, and then lay to the ancient scriptures with the secret method, can be achieved to calm the mind and dispel the effects of the heart evil. Master, you're awake. In the corner, Huyan Jian, who was adding incense, heard the call and hurriedly put down the work in his hand and came to Yu Wenchuan's bedside. His hanging heart was finally at ease. Going off the deep end is extremely terrifying. Once the sovereign realm goes off the deep end, the consequences are unimaginable. Falling into a 10-year slumber is not out of the question. But fortunately, Yu Wenchuan recovered faster than expected. How long have I been out? Yu Wenchuan's eyes were tightly closed, slightly sniffing the smoky fragrance in the air, and asked, how much centering incense did you light? Almost a day. Master, Huyan Jian responded softly. When my disciple returned, he immediately lit the burning incense for you, and the fixing incense you received has all been burned out. Burned out, ah. Yu Wenchuan sighed heavily when he heard this. These centering incense were the ones that he had spent a lot of money to beg for in his early years, a total of 89 of them, each of which could easily reverse the seriousness of going off the rails, and their value was inestimable. He has always regarded it as a treasure, and to this day, he has lit no more than 2 incense sticks with his own hands, but nowadays, in order to stay alive. But it was all burned out in one night before I could wake up. This shows how serious one's going off the deep end this time is. Thinking of this, Yu Wenchuan's breath became even more atrophied, his complexion as pale as silk. Sighing heavily, this time it's me who's lost ah. The heavy tone was filled with a deep depression of regret. Master? Huyan Jian knelt beside the bed and heard Yu Wenchuan's depression. So he consoled him. Didn't you say that this victory or defeat is just a passing cloud? How come you are so unable to look away now? Oh, it's all in the eye of the beholder. You don't understand, my son. Yu Wenchuan smiled to himself and opened his eyes. Master's realm has now plummeted and has fallen back to the middle stage of the sect, and more importantly, with a damaged heart, there is no possibility of returning in this life. The words fell. Huyan Jian was instantly shocked, his eyes wide. How could this happen? To know, cultivation is meant to be a single-minded pursuit of life. A temperament like Yu Wenchuan's was even more of a lifelong seeker of the Tao, pouring out everything he had for the sake of the patriarch above. But now, Yu Wenxian's realm but stopped short. What's the difference between that and killing him? Yes, disciple, it's cruel for the master to really regret it now. Yu Wenchuan struggled to hold up his body and looked out the window at the neon night scene and said, Jianghai City should not have come. If master didn't come to see the Jianghai sword god, wouldn't have been irritated by his doppelganger, and why would he have ended up in this situation? But, before the words were finished, Yu Wenchuan spewed out another mouthful of old blood, instantly staining the silk bedsheets red. Master, Huyan Jian's face changed drastically as he hurriedly grabbed Yu Wenchuan's arm and injected star power to smooth his qi. However, this was a shock without probing. The breath in Yu Wenchuan's body was abnormally disorganized, and his astral element was chaotic. Where is the scent of a living person? He had this awakening. Just a mere flashback. Don't make a useless effort. Apprentice. Yu Wenchuan shook his head and reclined. Master is destined to leave. No, it won't. Master. Huyan Jian sniffed, his eyes instantly red. Grasping Yu Wenchuan's hand, the big and rough brown man, flabbergasted, cried into a tearful man. Next moment, boom! Pounds of astral energy brewed up and was madly injected into his master's body, as if rain fell on deadwood, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Listen to the master. Apprentice, the master knows his own situation better than you do. Yu Wenchuan lightly coughed a few times, raised his hand to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, Master woke up this time to ask you to promise one thing, or else master is destined to have a hard time in the Yellow Springs. Master, you speak. Huyan Jian sobbed and knelt on the ground. Thanks to Yu Wenchuan's knowledge, he was able to be where he was today. The moment of payback now, he'd do anything to go up a mountain of knives or down a mountain of fire. Words. Yu Wenchuan nodded slightly and whispered as he looked towards the ceiling. Apprentice son, for the teacher to stop here, destined to catch up with the Jianghai sword god's pace, but you are not the same. Your natural talent far exceeds that of your master. As long as you hibernate, you will definitely be able to surpass the Jianghai sword god in 100 years. With that, he looked sideways at Huyan Jian and said in a stern voice, I want you to, when the time comes, behead that sword god with your own hands and then crush his disciple, cutting off the roots and severing all inheritance. The words fell. Resentment, cynicism, a murderous aura overflowed, and the temperature of the entire room plummeted. Yes, master. Huyan Jian nodded his head and looked at Yu Wenchuan, hatred raging in his gaze. Very well, apprentice, that will be a relief for master. Bring the ashes of the master back to the prairie, and the master will be guarded in heaven. Before the words were finished, the vitality in Yu Wenchuan's eyes dimmed and the last wisp of breath disappeared, but the corners of his mouth were hung with a relieved smile. At this point, a generation of sword saints scattered their hands on earth. Master! Hu Yanjian lost his voice and wept bitterly, crouching in front of Yu Wenchuan's sickbed to mourn. Miserable cries echoed through the room. After a full half-hour had passed, only then did he raise his head and look out the window at the night view of the river and sea. Monstrous hatred burned in his eyes. Zhanghai Sword God. In the future, I, Hu Yanjian, will definitely tear apart your bones and painfully eat your flesh and blood to console my master's spirit in heaven. Achoo! In the library, Xin Yang was touching the fish when he suddenly sneezed and hurriedly took out a tissue to jerk his nose. A little puzzled in his heart. Why are you sneezing in a good mood? Is it hard to believe that someone is thinking about me? Xin Yang jerked his nose and frowned slightly. He had just left Xiao Bai at home today. It's hard to believe that this little loli is scolding me. Forget it. Whatever. We'll clean her up when we get back. Xin Yang shook his head and threw the snot paper in his hand into the trash can before continuing to enlighten the Xin Tian dance scripture in his mind. This was the crystallized tome of the alchemy wisdom of an ancient formulist, and within it were countless secret recipes for pills, and there were even top-grade elixirs that directly helped break through the patriarchal realm. It's not too much to say that it's a living dead man with white bones. But, it's one thing to have a recipe, but the ingredients are another thing altogether. Previously, Xin Yang used his cell phone to check. The medicinal materials used to refine these pills are extremely rare, and even have a price without a market. And he himself had just turned through his library probationary period not too long ago. It was with great difficulty that he managed to advance from the great circle of wages of 3,000 to the realm of 4,005. Where's the spare money for materials? Alas, a clever woman can't cook without rice. Xin Yang sighed helplessly. Just then, he turned his head to look, only to see Xia He walking head-on, shouting excitedly. Good things are on their way. Old Qin, that old prairie dang is dead. End of chapter. 077. A sword demon's wrath will result in bloodshed? Then I won't be blamed for decapitating you. The grassland sword saint is dead. Xin Yang froze for a moment, somewhat surprised. Yesterday I was praising this old man for his good heart, but in the blink of an eye, he's pissed off? This broken defense belongs to the broken big. However, in the end, this is also his own fault. This kind of paranoid character wants the thought of the devil, like nothing to mess with death. Really stimulated. Murder and arson can do it. Being dead is a pacification. Great joy. Old Qin, this old thing really died well. Xia He swiped his phone and said with a fluttering brow, this is being discussed online now, and there are actually people who sympathize with this kind of beast, who really haven't experienced the destruction of their precious land. It's pretty outrageous. Xin Yang simply responded, also pulling out his own cell phone to check, only to see the news on the internet is overwhelming. Occupying the top of the hot search list is the obituary of the Prairie Sword Saint, and the comments underneath are all over the place. The reaction was intense. The dead are great. It's too bad that a generation of sword saints have fallen like this. A great loss for the sword Dao realm. What's the pity in that? As powerful as he is in the way of the sword, is he still going to pass it on to you? Exactly. Do your own math on how many dojo's sword hearts have been broken by their master and disciple duo in this challenge all the way over here? It's clearly a good death. Nothing like jumping on people's faces. Now it's backfired. Deservedly so, ha 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 ha. We're all adults, so we have to take responsibility for our own affairs. Scanning through the comments twice, either sighing and mocking or gloating, there was little nourishment. Xin Yang immediately exited the comment section and instead clicked on the live video of the scene. On the screen, footage of the Zhanghai Hotel soon appeared. In front of Infinity's entrance, the crowd clamored, and reporters sniffed and surrounded the entire street, gathering with long guns and short cannons. Hu Yanjian, dressed in black mourning clothes, didn't say a word as he walked out of the hotel with his head bowed, holding Yu Wenchuan's body. Silence, silence. Terrifying killing machines overflowed in all directions, and the temperature of the scene plummeted. In a flash, the roaring crowd was silent. As he didn't take a step forward, the crowd blocking in front of him dispersed by a few points, and no one dared to block in front of him. Ding! It has been detected that the sword demon harbors a monstrous hatred for the host, and will not rest until he dies. When a blood demon is angry, blood flows. Please host, immediately send out the female emperor's disciple to go and kill the sword demon. A rush of systems sounded. Question mark. At the sound of the voice, a question mark slowly popped up on Xin Yang's head. This guy triggered the system prompt again? Nice guy. There was actually a second system alert. After determining that he hadn't heard it wrong, Xin Yang was overjoyed in his heart. It's natural to be able to explode rewards. More often than not, it seemed that this Hu Yanjian would clash with himself again in the future, which was why he triggered this second system warning. Think about it. Qin Yang looked down at his phone and placed his sight on Hu Yanjian in the screen, and then combined it with the prairie sword saint who had just died. He instantly understood. This asshole is obviously here to avenge his master's death. Beat the old, come the young. The inverted Big Dipper belongs to his. Wait. Qin Yang frowned, suddenly feeling that the plot was a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Steel to develop, grow stronger, and then engage in a sneak attack 100 years later. Hiss. Qin Yang sucked in a breath of cool air and suddenly remembered. What a mojo. The next development in the plot should not be 30 years east, 30 years west? Qin Yang rolled his eyes, glanced at Hu Yanjian, and said breathlessly in his heart, you think you're surnamed Xiao? You like to taste the gall and swallow the woo, don't you? You like growing up with me, don't you? Classy. Okay, since you're playing like that, I'll give you a pluck. Qin Yang Jiejie laughed strangely and looked at Hu Yanjian in the screen, instantly having a mature idea. What's on your mind, old Qin? What are you thinking, old Qin? At this time, Xiaohe put down his cell phone, looked at the smile hanging on Qin Yang's face, and said with a burst of creepiness, smiling like a villain, nothing, just remembering happy things. Qin Yang glanced at the time. It was still a while before he got off work, but he couldn't wait. Are you free from work, old Qin? Xiaohe did not take it to heart when he sniffed, and said with sexual exuberance, it's been a long time since I've been to Buckingham, so I'm happy today and must celebrate. Not available. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, going home from work. I don't have time. Next time for sure. The standard perfunctory three-piece suit. Xiaohe. Time passes in a flash. Midnight. Zhanghai Hotel. The Lincoln limousine parked on the side of the road. The door opened outward. Hu Yanjian stepped out of the car holding the urn. The chilly air drifted through the streets. Master, tomorrow I will take you back to the grasslands. Hu Yanjian murmured in a low voice, rubbing the gilt-crafted, delicate urn as he slowly made his way toward the hotel. The original funeral home process was cumbersome, requiring appointments, procedures, signatures, and even when Hu Yanjian arrived, there were two people in front of him who needed to line up. By the book. It's going to take a while at least. However, the Zhanghai city executives saw that the prairie sword saint died in the city, so out of humanitarianism, they simply gave Hu Yanjian the green light and opened the privilege to him directly. But even so, it was still busy until midnight when it was finished. Holding the urn, Hu Yanjian walked into the hotel elevator and pressed the top button to ascend. A banner hanging on the wall of the elevator with the words "Welcome to Zhanghai" caught Hu Yanjian's eye and instantly aroused his anger. On the day I visit Zhanghai again, everyone in Zhanghai will have to be buried with Master. Hu Yanjian swore hatefully, looking like a madman, and when the elevator opened, he quickly walked to room number 1, put the urn on the bed, and then began to pack his clothes. This sad place, he didn't want to stay for a moment. The sooner you leave, the better. The Star Marshal Superintendent's side had already inquired, and after realizing that he was leaving tomorrow, he even hated to personally send the little plague away. After all, both master and apprentice are unstable bombs. Sending them away early is the only way to be responsible for the safety of the citizens of Zhanghai. A few moments later, Hu Yanjian finished organizing, lifted his bag, came to the urn and hugged it, and was about to turn around and leave. I will return to avenge your death. He clutched the urn, swore darkly, and was about to walk to the door. But just then, a chilly, cool breeze blew through the window. That's weird. Hu Yanjian flinched in place for a moment. The window's open? When? Nope. In an instant, a thrilling feeling rose from the bottom of Hu Yanjian's heart, and the sense of crisis directly exploded, hastily frightening him to look back. No good. Phew. The cold swordlight scraped by, like a fresh breeze, retreating unavoidably. It directly penetrated his skull, the line of blood spreading and spreading, ending his life on the spot. Pom! The urn thudded to the ground in the moonlight. End of chapter. 078. Above the Zongshur is the Supreme Being. Ding! Detected the host slaying the sword demon with one sword, rewarded with a 50-fold increase. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. The true understanding of the formation Tao. A loud system beep sounded. Qin Yang stood in the center of the room, holding a crude piece of iron in his hand. Sticky blood fell along the edge, ticking to the ground. Hu Yanjian's body was leaning against the doorway, with a line of blood running through half of his face, dead in the water. His expression even still in a state of dismay, probably not reacting until his death. It's amazing how sudden death can come. Finally dead. Seeing this, Qin Yang let out a sigh of relief. Another second of a terrifying threat. The deceased is emotionally stable, comfortable. Qin Yang ignored the system's raucous prompts and instead released his spiritual power to cautiously inspect Hu Yanjian's physical condition. Next moment, the watery spiritual power spread and soaked through his entire body, failing to detect any semblance of life, plus the previous confirmation from the system. People do die through. Not bad, not bad. Revenge doesn't last overnight. This is comfortable. Qin Yang was filled with relief and felt very satisfied. Right at this moment, a special fluctuation of star power came from Huyen Jian's right hand and appeared in Qin Yang's spiritual realm. Ha, what's this? Codon burst reward? Thinking of this, Qin Yang hurriedly touched along with his spiritual power. Only the abnormalities of the star power fluctuations originated from the 2 black rings on Huyen Jian's right hand. The style was ancient and simple, carved with star charts encircling it, and vaguely, there was secret of star power released, so it looked very precious. Holy shit! Star ring! Qin Yang was pleasantly surprised. This is good stuff. The star ring was a storage ring that was created using starstones, and a ring was extremely expensive, so a poor bastard like himself naturally didn't have one. The sword saint is so famous. He must be worth a lot of money, right? Qin Yang looked at the giltern that fell on the ground and sked inside. This prairie sword saint is really fucking extravagant. I can't believe that even the altar that holds the ashes has to be gold. And how luxurious must the things he left in the star ring be? Right now he's short of money to buy herbs himself. Thank you for the gift of nature. Qin Yang was not polite and directly took the 2 star rings from Huyen Jian's hands and pocketed them. Labor income. Reasonable. He then used his spiritual power to check the surrounding area, and after releasing his astral power to erase the traces of the room, he performed the at hand and brought the remains of the master and disciple to the lake in the countryside. At the moment, it was midnight. The moon was dark and windy. The lake was sparkling. The suburbs were sparsely populated, and there was no sign of any pedestrians. It's easy to kill someone and hard to throw them away. Qin Yang came to the lakeside and flexed his fingers to flick at Huyen Jian's corpse. The burst of star power snapping his fingers instantly blasted the body into pieces, and along with the prairie sword saint's ashes, he poured them into the lake to feed the fish. After that, the piece of iron used for the hit was destroyed along with it. So far, everything is packed. Qin Yang checked their baggage and actually found a well-preserved piece of elephant meat. Moreover, it was still a beast meat of the middle stage of the innate realm, with spiritual chants overflowing, obviously food prepared by the master and disciple duo on their way, and it was equally valuable. It's a pity it's of no use to me. This nourishment isn't even enough to stuff my teeth. Forget it. Leave it to White. Qin Yang shook his head and put away the wrapped beast meat. The void around him vibrated, and in the next second, he disappeared to the lake. The moon was clear and cold, and a cool breeze blew across the lake. It's like nothing happened. Click. The key is inserted into the lock hole, turned, and the security door slowly opens. Qin Yang touched the switch next to the door and turned on the room lights while changing into slippers at the door. At this point, tap. It was accompanied by the sound of another slipper. It was White who appeared in the doorway wearing a small dinosaur pajamas, confusedly rubbing his sleepy eyes and yawning. Master, coming back so late. Where have you been? Taking care of some business. Kids don't ask questions. After Qin Yang changed into his slippers, he didn't respond much and went straight into the washroom to wash his hands. Through the bathroom glass, Xiaobai's figure pressed against the wall, his nose sniffing the air, and suddenly whispered, "Humph, I can smell it even if you don't say it. Master, you have something good on you." "Ha, you have such a good nose?" "That's right." Xiaobai crossed her arms, straightened her slightly convex chest, and said with a proud face, "Our Fox clan's sense of smell is the best. Let me see how spiritual it is." Qin Yang was amused, and in one step he came to Xiaobai, reached out and pinched her little nose, and directly picked her up. "Ow, that hurts. Master, let go." Xiaobai was caught off guard, calling out, stretching out her slender little hand to scratch Qin Yang's arm. "The smell of blood, and a strange fluctuation of star power that wasn't there before you left the house this morning. It's so late. The moon is dark and windy. You must have killed and set fire to the place. Master, you're so bad." The words fell. Qin Yang smiled. "Good guy. This little fox's nose is really quite smart. Half of them are even guessed." Seeing this, Qin Yang loosened Xiaobai's nose. Poof! White fell heavily on his butt and fell to his knees, coughing desperately. Crystal tears mixed with snot, overflowing and gasping for air. Trudy, fox noses are the most sensitive, and being pinched like that is torture. Qin Yang squatted on the ground, stroked Xiaobai's beast ears and asked, "Still smell?" Hearing this, Xiaobai's delicate body trembled, shivered and shook her head, muttering, "Master, so bad." Vaguely, the eyes revealed a few hints of trepidation. Seeing this, Qin Yang felt satisfied in his heart. Recently Xiaobai has become more and more arrogant. Beast slaves and masters always have to have a certain sense of boundaries. Everything is curious to ask. Their own this master is not in vain? Sure, Qin Yang still understood the reasoning behind the whip and the sugar. With this in mind, he took out the beast meat from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Bai. Picked it up on the road. I'm keeping it useless. After putting down the beast meat, Qin Yang didn't care much before lying back on the bed. Little White watched Qin Yang leave, timidly opened the package, looked at it, and his eyes instantly widened. The rich aroma of meat hit her nose, and the star power glowed, instantly awakening her feral nature. Sharp fangs coming out of her mouth, salivating. Star beast meat of the innate realm? This was brought to me specially by the master? Xiao Bai looked in Qin Yang's direction, a strange and complex emotion suddenly surging in his heart. Bad. What's going on? Pinch your nose and you get such a strong reward. As if. It's not a loss for this immortal ant. More pinching is not really out of the question. Hiss. At that thought, Xiao Bai suddenly felt more or less perverted. Immediately, she took the meat in her mouth and trotted back to the corner, tearing and swallowing it in large mouthfuls to nourish her star power. Qin Yang glanced at it without paying much attention, and also began to absorb the 50 years of cultivation from the system. These 50 years of cultivation included not only star power accumulation, but also many related knowledge of cultivation systems. A few moments later, Qin Yang opened his eyes and a hint of realization appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he finally knew what realm was above the sovereign. Supreme realm. To become a supreme, one must comprehend the power of the laws. And now that one's cultivation had reached the extreme end of the sovereign realm, one was just standing on the threshold of a breakthrough, but one had not comprehended the power of the laws. That's why it was never able to reach the supreme realm. It could only be described as a half-step supreme realm. End of chapter. 079 Qin Yang, the Sword Saint Master and disciple are simply money-giving children. It seems like wanting to break through to the supreme realm in a short period of time is still impossible. He was still clueless about the comprehension of the power of laws, and he needed to spend some time to understand it before he could do so. But the good thing is, time is always on our side, and the ship will be straightened out at the end of the bridge. Think about it. Qin Yang relaxed and continued to organize the information in his mind, focusing his attention on another door reward, the true solution to the Tao of Formation. This new reward was not ordinary. A collection of the world's great book of formation Tao, containing a large number of formations, killing formations, defense formations, and many subtleties of cracking formations. What is the way of the formation? The essence is that the human law is the great heaven and earth, and with the artifacts at hand, another round of small heaven and earth is set up to dissolve the many karmic consequences, hence the qi and avoid the bad luck. Qin Yang sensed the true explanation of formation Tao in his mind and realized that the vast world itself was actually a kind of natural large formation. The emperor chose the mausoleum big construction, but also to the majestic mountains and rivers to draw a line, set out the feng shui array, set the so-called dragon point, wrapping mountains and locking water, strange doors and hidden armor. All kinds of knowledge in it is complicated. There are just too many doorways. An ordinary person may not be able to drill down and understand it after spending decades. But at the moment, Qin Yang just sat on the bed, gently closing his eyes. A huge amount of relevant knowledge flooded into his mind, and experience talks surfaced as if enlightened. In an instant, he comprehended the true nature of the Tao of Formation. Subsequently, a reasoning diffracts 10,000 laws, but also derived from a variety of Taoist formation know-how, like what the Big Dipper, the Golden Dipper, the Burin Dragon. Through the hand at your fingertips, comprehend 2.5 minutes later. Beginner to master. Not bad, not bad. Qin Yang opened his eyes with satisfaction and glanced around the room. With the knowledge, even the perspective of the world had been renovated, only in his field of vision. Everywhere you look, there are places where you can set up a formation. With enough materials, you can turn this hut into a life-killing array. Once the life-killing formation was on, it was immensely powerful. The enemy had just crossed the threshold with his front foot, and with his back foot he speed passed to the Naiha bridge and drank manhwa's soup. Gee, think of that scene. The picture is just too beautiful. But, one of the other problems, that is, in order to set up such a powerful formation, it is necessary to use the starstone to supply the power of the stars, and this thing was expensive. Only star martial artists who had reached the innate realm could absorb it. It was considered hard currency, and only the rich could afford to play with it. Ugh, I'm just over $4,500 in salary, not even close. Think about it. Qin Yang sighed helplessly and turned over those 2 star rings in his hand. Hope can only rest in this ring now. The Sword Saint had been famous for a long time, and there was naturally a rich collection within the star ring. There must be a large amount of starstones, precious medicinal herbs, Sword Tao secret books, even including the secret book of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. But it is not advisable to force a break. There is some possibility that it will deplete the resources inside, and one carries a little bit of the non-collector attribute. What's going on here? Let's wait for tomorrow morning to take a morning off. Take the time to set up a small formation for the family, and borrow some chi from heaven and earth when the time comes, and then come back and open the box. Thinking of this, Qin Yang was in a good mood, beckoning towards Xiao Bai in the corner for her to lean on the bed, then directly used as a pillow in his arms. The soft plush touch curled up in his arms and felt so good in his hands that White didn't dare to move, turning into a little fox cowering into a ball. One person and one fox, thus embracing each other to sleep. There was no talk all night. The next day, dawn, Qin Yang got up early, carrying Xiao Bai to Zhanghai City's antique market around, under her dismayed gaze, and rushed to the morning grandpa all the way to kill the price, cut angrily from $2,500 to $17,500. In the end, it still cost $20 for a couple of old copper coins, jade carp, a fufu gourd, and 2 shaman totem carvings of wood with them. When everything is ready, Qin Yang also incidentally went to the flower store to get a pot of ground water lily, which returned home at noon. Clunk. In the living room, there was the sound of furniture moving, and Qin Yang commanded Xiao Bai to move the coffee table, reversing its position to be right in line with the flower pot at the door. Master, what are you doing? She pushed against the coffee table, wagging her tail in disbelief. You don't still know about formations, do you? It was okay, did some reading. Without turning his head back, Qin Yang slowly walked to the center of the formation eye of the townhouse and raised his hand to fly a few copper coins into the corner. His feet stepped on the astral deities and his face was stoic. Master is awesome. On the sidelines, White looked at his grim face and applauded. But in fact, the heart has long laughed, is not at all convinced. You're the only one who knows about formations? Who's fooling? This immortal ant has been observing you for so many days, and I've never seen you use it at all. Those stinky old cow noses have spent half their lives on this. You think that if you read 2 books, you're getting started? Humph. Wait until later when this immortal ant is going to mock you severely. Little White hummed his nose and sat on the sofa, his little short legs crossed, watching Qin Yang's next move. Put this totem carved wood here, and it should be about right. Qin Yang walked to the table and placed the 2 wooden carvings that were given for nothing, right at the corner of the table. At this point, this small formation is complete. The knowledge and the true explanation of the Tao of formation was vast and incomparably esoteric, and it was only by relying on the enlightenment space that he himself had been able to comprehend it. This gas-gathering small array is only a small test, and that kind of big array with mountains and rivers and the sea can't compare, but more or less can figure out a winter warmth and summer coolness. Dispel the cold evil. There will be no more minor colds, money saved on air conditioning, floor heating as well, and more importantly, with a bit of luck added to the mix, there should be no problem opening a drink 10 in a row. Nice. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Qin Yang turned his head to Little White and said, Come, Little White, sense the aura here. Oh yes, Master. Xiao Bai, who was lying on the sofa, sniffed, and hurriedly wrinkled his nose slightly, sniffing up the heaven and earth aura. Next moment, the lush aura gathered and formed under her perception as if it was a treasure bowl funnel, and it was actually really much stronger than before. Question mark. Little White was confused and looked at Qin Yang full of shock. For this level of spiritual rhythm gathering, those stinking bull noses could take a whole day, even weeks, and it turned out that he did it all by himself. How did how did you do that? White was dumbfounded and instantly shrieked out in shock. Is he really a genius? Off the charts. Looks like it's a done deal. Qin Yang was satisfied when he saw Xiao Bai's reaction. Fox Clan psychic. Good at tending to good fortune and avoiding evil. Small White can have such a big reaction. Then their own, this is really a success. Going through all this effort just to catch this unnoticeable wisp of chi was already enough to open the box for himself next. Well, the time has come. Open the box. Qin Yang flipped out the 2 star rings and began to deconstruct the prohibitions on them. Star power infused. Buzz. The ring's star map lit up, and the star power contained within it rose up at first, resisting the star power that Qin Yang had invaded, but coincidentally just dissolving each other. A few moments later, the star ring opens easily. Qin Yang used his spiritual power to check it out and instantly got cool. The big takeaway, only to see within the ring, starstone countless directly high stacked into a small mountain, a variety of exotic flowers and herbs, precious herbs miscellaneous. There are a large number of Sword Dao secret books within, even including the secret books of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, and within Huyan Jian's ring, there were likewise quite a few starstones, but they were far worse than the Sword Saints. But it's all for nothing anyway. What more bike? They, master and disciple, had not only skyrocketed in their own cultivation after coming to Zhanghai, they had also gotten rich overnight. Think about it. Qin Yang looked at the overflowing harvest and his heart burst with fulfillment. This master and disciple are simply fortune-giving children. What is the solution to the problem? The only way to get rich is to get rich. End of chapter. 080 Li Zixuan, I'm not going anywhere, just staying in Shanghai City. In the afternoon, Qin Yang took a leisurely step and went to work as usual. Even if it is a rich man, this class still has to go on as usual. After all, array Dow and pill refining, which were both gold-swallowing beasts, proper bottomless pits. Although there were a lot of materials in the star ring, but if they were really depleted, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for them to be completely consumed. It's a good idea to play it safe and go to work to prevent eating dirt. Qin Yang shook his head, and after walking into the library, he immediately released his spiritual power to envelop the premises, listening carefully to all the movements. The sounds of people talking in the wrong places were heard, and all sorts of little tidbits of information came in. Hu Yanjian's disappearance didn't cause much of a storm, and the citizens of Shanghai seem to have already faded into oblivion. After all, the master is dead and disgraced. The whole network knows that Yu Wenchuan can't even beat a doppelganger, and as a disciple of the Sword Saint, Hu Yanjian is even more disgraced after this battle, so it makes sense to leave without saying goodbye and run away in ashes. Thus, Shanghai City finally returned to peace. The library was full of people coming and going, borrowing books. Qin Yang stood beside the bookshelves on the first floor and guided the direction for a few guests before he avoided the surveillance in the pavilion and skillfully walked to his old location. Move out the little corner bench. Start touching the fish. Next moment, a rounded black starstone then appeared in Qin Yang's hand, star power vigorously radiating with a slightly warm touch. The 3 walls and the 28 constellations seemed to be carved like this. He hooked his fingertips together, recalling the star map arrangement, and used his spiritual power to engrave formation patterns on the starstone. According to the principles of the Ding Tao, the conditions for becoming a formation master were harsh. One had to have extremely excellent mental power as support to be able to make formations while utilizing starstones. And how great was the consumption of spiritual energy required to imprint this formation pattern? If it were an ordinary Hotian realm martial artist, without the mental power to add to it, it was estimated that he would have to pass out for a whole day after just carving 2 points, not to mention letting the array pattern go as intended. Hard. Qin Yang sank his heart and concentrated on burning formation patterns. There was a rustling sound and stone chips flew. As his fingertips scratched across the surface of the starstone, a thin line appeared, following his guidance, hooking and closing, drawing a perfect arc. A few moments later, some tiredness surged into Qin Yang's heart, and he decisively stopped his hand movements. Under the drastic consumption of mental energy, it's easy to get sleepy and tired. You can't get fat in one bite. You have to take your time. Master, what is this? Can I taste it? The little white at his feet spun around and pampered, rubbing against Qin Yang's pants leg intimately, his little pink tongue licking his lips, looking like he was about to cry with gluttony. The moment the starstone in Qin Yang's hand emanated a rich spiritual qi throughout, and she couldn't help but recall that many years ago, she had seen a similar heavenly treasure. Back then she wandered the wilds, uninhibited, carrying the starstone back to her nest, drawing on the aura on it. For you? Qin Yang sniffed and rolled his eyes, instantly seeing through her little mind. Just one bite, master. The little fox jumped excitedly in place. A lick is fine. It had been a long time since she had tasted the flavor of a starstone over the years. I'll do anything you want, master. Xiaobai rubbed against Qin Yang's pants leg and transmitted. Anything is fine-o, as long as master wants to. The tingling voice came in 1,000 different ways. Qin Yang instantly shivered after hearing this. White is using winks again. TSK, okay. Qin Yang laughed. Let's barter. Just give me your fox skin coat to wear. Hear this. Xiaobai instantly collapsed the whole section, hastily backed up 2 steps, humming, if you don't give it, you don't give it, always scaring me. Humph. Petty. Bad master. Meanwhile, the Shanghai Martial Arts Academy, Tempest House office. Famous paintings hang high on the walls, depicting a magnificent scene of the rising sun, mountains and clouds. Under the painting, the old man leaning on the office chair, holding a signing pen, is carefully reviewing each graduate file, from time to time records some outstanding students. In the blink of an eye, he had already spent half of his life at the Shanghai Martial Arts Academy, sending off student after student. Most of these students who go out from Shanghai soar and fly. Either he became a high-ranking dignitary or a general stationed in the town, which can be regarded as a real peach and plum all over the world, making his enjoyment of the reputation of the beautiful. Just then, knock knock. There was a knock on the office door. Teacher, it's me, Li Zixuan said respectfully outside the door. Come in, Xian, Elder Li said in a deep voice. Immediately, Li Zixuan pushed her way in, dressed in a light sportswear outfit, wearing a tennis cap, with a high ponytail and a sword-loading bag in her hand. Ready to go to the dojo? Elderly looked at her outfit and asked amiably. Well, getting ready to go practice some more. I seem to have had a bit of an epiphany again lately. Li Zixuan nodded her head gently and asked, Teacher, is there something you suddenly called me over for? It's good to have an epiphany. It's fine. The old man won't take up too much of your time. Elderly smiled and said, Last night, your senior brother Lin came to the phone and said that the dean of the Imperial Capital Divine Martial Academy watched the video of your sword competition and was very satisfied with your fight that day. It's all because the teacher taught me well. Li Zixuan lowered her eyes and whispered, Ha ha, Xian, you're too modest. The dean of Divine Martial Arts is full of praise for you. Saying that, Elderly slowly got up and took out the file in his hand and said, That side has already greeted me. As long as you want to enter Divine Martial Academy, you can go over at any time. To the Divine Martial Academy? Li Zixuan's figure slightly stalled, and a hint of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. It was important to know that the Divine Martial Academy was located in the Imperial Capital, which had once been her dream. No, that was the dream of every Zhanghai martial arts student. It was rumored that anyone who entered the Divine Martial Academy would be half a foot into a zongshi, with an unlimited future. Yes, Xian, what is your will? Elderly picked up the file bag and smiled. If it's confirmed, I can transfer the file to you now. They promised that as long as you go over there, you will be mentored by the dean himself. The best resources dumped on you, and becoming above the sect masters is just around the corner. Above the Grand Master. Li Zixuan listened to the word and murmured, a little dazed for a moment. A goal that was once out of reach seems to be close at hand. It's just a thought away. Still, is the teacher still there? After he left Zhanghai, he was equivalent to parting with his teacher. I don't want it. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan's confusion was swept away and she shook her head without hesitation. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying in the river sea. The words fell. Elderly seemed to have anticipated this, slowly putting down the file in his hand and nodding. Good, Xian, we respect your wishes. Now that Li Zixuan was so firm, it even confirmed the speculation in Li Lao's heart. Since we have the Sword God Senior to guide us, perhaps it was best for Li Zixuan to stay in Zhanghai instead. Continued.